وإن تجهر بالقول فإنه يعلم السر وأخفى الله لا إله إلا هو له الأسماء الحسنى.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome everybody to the 79th episode of Looking for Trouble. Isa is going to be here, inshallah, here in a little bit, plus one of his good friends who is a flat earther is going to come on, and I'm going to have a very scientific discussion with this gentleman on why he believes flat earth and if he can solve some of these problems. It does look like there is somebody in the comments that said that they are a Christian that would like to come up and have a discussion. So I am more than willing to let anybody who wants to come up that disagrees and have a discussion with me on why they believe what they do and what our disagreements are, and try and flush all that out. What I'll do right now is I'll go ahead and take the There we go. I'm going to post that in the side, and then I'm going to pin that link to the top of the chat. So anybody who wants to come in, you can just go ahead and hit that link that's in the blue right up there at the top of the chat, and we will be good to go. All right. And Isa should be here soon, inshallah. Got a few things. It's the weekend. It's a lot of family time for Isa. So inshallah, he'll be here soon. I'm a Muslim, and I personally don't take a specific position on what the earth is, but I do lean more to it being flat in a way. Well, sure. Yeah. Brother Ahmed, if you want to just hang out and wait for the conversation, I'm going to be providing many arguments on how the flat earth models, there's three different flat earth models that they use to describe different things. One's describing electromagnetism, the other one's describing night and day and how much of the earth is lit up, and then another one describes the seasons on why it's hotter and cooler. You cannot converge the models into one and have them work cohesively together. There's always problems that are going to spill over, just like the Trinity, atonement, and incarnation within Christianity. If you try and solve one problem, it creates multiple issues for another, and it's just like when you fix one bug, there's 15 other bugs over here, and if you fix some of those, more bugs are going to come up over here. So it's a huge problem, and I can provide a globe earth model that fixes all of the problems, all with one model, and describes seasons, electromagnetism, describes how half the earth is always lit up at any given point in time. All within one model, I can describe all of those things. But yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can describe many different ways how seasons work with a globe earth rather than a flat earth. That's simply, yeah, I agree. The earth is not flat. What's going on, computer? Let's see here. We got Sparky Tech. Wa alaikum salam. Brother Ahmed. Elias Khalil. Wa alaikum salam. Let's see. We got Tyler David. What's going on, brother? Wa alaikum salam. Unitarian Christian. Wa alaikum. Here's Holy. He says he's going to come on and debate. He wants to debate Isa, and he's going to win against him in the argument he brings. Good luck. He said Christianity will be proven. Christianity will be proven true, and I will kindly tell you to relax. Hey, look at that. He said, I will kindly tell you to relax and watch the outcome of all of this. So Isa, get ready, because this holy guy says he's going to come on tonight and debate you and win against you with your argument. And he says, good luck. So I told him good luck, and I said afterwards, I'll debate him too. And he says he's going to be giving us the utmost respect. So inshallah, he holds to his word, and he will get respect in the same exact manner. We also have computer. There's some spamming in the chat. See, friendly Muslim. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Yep, the earth is flat. Wa alaikum salam. All right. Sparky Tech. Wa alaikum salam. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. All right. So, and we also have Brother Jess on here. It would be stopped by NASA. They don't want you to discover that the Earth is flat. That's funny. All right. So we have somebody that already wants to come in. We have Ahmed. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, Brother Khalil. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. I'm good. How are you, brother?
I'm good. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not getting like too much into this, but I would understand like both points being made, and I feel like the points you would bring up, it would pretty much come from um like spatial science presuppositions that I guess you are taught that we have to use to discover, yeah, space is like this and this works like that, and this is how it works, so that would contradict your view, and I get all of that, and I feel like there isn't an objective way that we could actually find out, but I do believe both, like, not both could be true at the same time, obviously, but there's good chances of one or the other being true. Like, there's good arguments for both. Really good arguments. Personally, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. What do you have one of those arguments that you could present? Now, I'm not going to hold you to it or anything like that, but that's what I do. Is I like to try and poke holes in models.
Yeah,
so
it's
you have a model that you have.
It's not even a model or anything. So, like, honestly, I've just been listening to what other people have to say and what points they have to make, and the way NASA has been fabricating like many things, and it's been obvious in like some interviews with them and things that they've been saying that doesn't really add up to what they're doing, and it becomes really suspicious. Like, I can't obviously explain to you how I got to this position, but I don't hold to a specific model or any of that. I just know that it's not what they're describing to us. It's not exactly what they're describing to us. That's pretty much it. And even if you look at it a certain way from far away, I don't think that proves anything, in my opinion.
Gotcha. Okay. Are you familiar with the reflector that that Apollo 14 put on the moon?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, so we can actually use a telescope to look up at the moon, and we can actually find the reflector that was placed there by Apollo 14 once they got up there.
All right.
Which that would be all the proof that I need to know that they actually went up and landed on the moon and all that. I'm not sure if you deny the landing of the moon. Most people who subscribe to flat Earth and who say that NASA is suspect, they typically deny the moon landing. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yes.
I deny the moon landing.
You do?
Hell yeah, bro. I don't think we went out there. You ever heard of the Van Allen belt?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, have you heard the argument behind it?
What's the argument?
Okay, so the Van Allen belt is very large section, like after the low Earth orbit, right? Then you have Van Allen belt. I don't know exactly how many miles, but it's a ton load of miles of just straight radiation.
Okay.
So they would have to I don't know. I just that's just an argument. Obviously, it's not proven either way to me. I can't say definitively they went to the moon, and I can't say that they didn't. But I'm leaning more on they didn't.
Same.
If you go to the local convenience store, you can actually go into the same aisle that there's the ant killer and the wasp killer. You know that there's a radiation repellent spray that you can get. I'm sure that they just took that and sprayed it along the outside of the rocket ship, and it repelled all the radiation.
Oh yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh god.
But like the fact that the flag didn't like move, or no, it was moving like in space when there's no air supposedly. It just doesn't.
When was it moving? I've never
seen
the
flag was moving.
I've never seen the flag move. I've seen videos and the flag is still. Are you saying that it looked because it looked like it was like waving?
Yeah, it was waving like really fast.
Yeah, it's not an actual flag. The flag's made out of foil. The flag's made out of, like, if you took aluminum foil and shaped it in such a fashion to where it curved, That's what it was made out of. It wasn't an actual like flag.
Yeah, I've never heard about that, but sure.
Yeah. Look into the material that the flag was. It
Mhm.
wasn't like the flags you see hanging on buildings or anything. It was
Yeah.
literally made of like foil to illuminate the idea, because obviously you didn't just want to put a flag up there that like there wasn't any air moving, so it was just going to be drooped down all flaccid. You're going to want the flag to
Flaccid.
stand out. Yeah. So I mean, they made it in such a way to where it appeared as if it was waving, but it was made out of a harder material than the flags we see on
That's what she
flagpoles
said.
today.
It was made to
Right?
appear so.
Exactly. It was made to appear so. Exactly. Subhanallah.
So
Yeah, I mean-
I heard, you know, about the whole like, you ever heard Californication? I'm sure you have.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sure you heard the lyrics.
Red
Right.
Hot
Have
Chili
you ever
Peppers,
seen
yeah.
the movie? And I'm not saying that I believe what I believe based on movies. Please don't do that. You know, it was called Operation Avalanche is the name of the movie. It's all about
never
like the
seen it.
CIA and these people. Basically, you got to watch the movie. It's actually a pretty good movie. Stanley Kubrick's. I forget the name of the movie that he did. Just listen to like some of the interviews that they had with Buzz Aldrin and you know, these guys that supposedly went to the moon.
Mhm.
I don't believe it, bro. I don't believe it.
You literally believe there's this many people that are literally lying to us right now. Why would they lie?
Who's to say that they weren't fooled themselves? I mean, because everybody saw what we saw, right?
It's
Not we. I didn't see it, but from whatever footage they had, I mean, who's to say that they weren't fooled just like everybody else?
It's honestly, it's a big rabbit hole, honestly, to like see what these people who are controlling everything are really onto and what they believe in and their agenda. It's too deep to explain. Like, you can't rationalize, because obviously what they put out.
Let me ask you this:
what you're
why didn't we
seeing.
go back?
Huh?
Why haven't we went back, Khalil?
Oh yeah.
Why haven't we went back? I think they're planning on going back.
I saw
No,
a video.
no, no,
I
someone
think
asked
right
me
now
that.
they're working on getting to Mars.
No. Hang on.
Yeah,
hang
no.
on. I'm sorry. No. When was the first moon supposed landing?
What was
Or
it in
mission?
the 52,
50s, right?
56,
Very
something
early
like that?
60s.
Yeah.
Okay. So since then, it's been 80 years. Is it 80? No, 60 years.
Mhm.
Right around. Oh damn.
Yeah.
Why haven't we went in 60 years?
We haven't put humans' feet back on the moon, but we have plenty of rovers on the moon.
I'm not. Forget about the rovers. The rovers is one thing. I'm talking about actually putting humans up there. That's what's in question. Is okay. I can understand maybe now people might be landing, or not people, but we have rovers and things, space missions to get certain equipment up there. I can agree with that, but I'm talking about actual human beings on the moon.
I actually saw a video of like a guy asking a worker of NASA, like, "Oh, why didn't we go back?" Like the same question you're asking, pretty much. And what he said just didn't make sense at all. He was like, "Oh, we just don't have the same equipment anymore to go back," and that's literally what the guy said in the video. So I don't know where you get.
Yeah, well, here's my thing. If we have the ability to send robots and rovers to the same planet without risking the casualty of more astronauts possibly dying in a catastrophe, why not let the robots get destroyed if we can do the same exact things? Like, what is the purpose on putting man on the moon? Well, for one, when they did it back then, was to make a great achievement, was to put America ahead of Germany and ahead of Russia and all these other people. That's the purpose why we did that. We actually put man's foot on the moon. But we have technology now to where we can put something on the moon to do the exact same observations and the exact same experiences and get the exact same experiments done without risking the possibility of killing of more astronauts dying. So I think that's the better question. Why should we send somebody to the moon if we can do it without them?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really care about the moon that much. It's just, imagine this, right? I feel like when it comes to the moon and everything, like, how can I say this? Because obviously I view the Earth in a different picture. But when you say, they went above above and beyond that and went to see this planet and this planet and this planet, that's where I just don't buy it, right? And I'm trying my best to not use like Islam as a justification because like of my interpretation for certain things, because I don't believe at all that the Quran makes it clear at all. It's just the way I see it. But how like the sky is a ceiling to us, right? And
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
and there's many and there's many rockets that they try to send out that never actually go in the same direction they send out. They always tilt to the left for some reason. They just tilt. They don't never actually go up. They always tilt, and they make this you know, when a boat is driving in the water, and behind it is the water, like, you know, like fluffling, like just like going like the water behind the boat.
Yeah.
When the boat is moving. Yeah. When the rocket gets sent up and it tilts, the behind of the rocket looks like there's water and it's doing this exact thing. You know, and it doesn't make any sense. Like, you get me?
Well, here's the thing. Do you think that rockets are supposed to go straight up in the sky and just travel right to the moon?
I'm not talking about the moon right now.
Well, I know, but like just going up into space right now, right? A rocket, it goes sideways because what a rocket does when they send, like when Elon Musk sends one of his rockets up, or when NASA sends one of their rockets up, what they're doing is they're orbiting the Earth. They're gaining speed from the orbit of the Earth, right? Because there's a gravitational pull. So they have rockets to where, why use all of the fuel to just go straight up so fast that you leave the orbit when you can actually go up and then start going around the Earth and gain speed that way without using as much fuel, more fuel conservation. And then once you're going fast enough, you can actually leave the orbit, and the Earth, the gravitational pull or the orbit of Earth will slingshot you into space. That's why it goes sideways. You're muted, just so you know if you're talking.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that's one way to put it, but that's still, I don't know. That just doesn't explain the like the water ruffling shape behind the rocket. It's just, and that's another thing. Like, if you look at every single religion from like before Islam, because obviously I'm not gonna put that Islam is claiming anything, but before that, every single depiction, it will be that there's waters above and there's waters below, and then you have the Earth. It's not just like a plate, it's a half sphere, and we are on top of that half, right? And under us, it's not just like a empty plate. It's something holding that's bigger, right? And that is surrounded by like an atmospheric bubble that is the quote unquote ceiling, right? And we can't actually go beyond that. We can only go so far, but not beyond that. So for them to go to like Mars or other planets, that's I can't buy that at all.
Okay.
And especially if you actually look at take the pictures that NASA put out, you're gonna see every single one is photoshopped. When you look at other planets from a telescope, they don't look like what they look like in the pictures, and obviously they don't look round, but obviously that's because of our perception. So I'm not going to claim on what the other planets look like, but they don't appear round at all from a telescope, and the pictures are fabricated. So it's like, why should I really believe this? You get me?
Well, how do you know they're fabricated though?
Oh yeah, there's many what's it called, like Photoshop videos that have been detected to be Photoshop, not actually real. Like, you could detect
But
it.
how do you like, obviously, like I'm sure NASA's not gonna like hire some 14-year-old kid living in his mom's basement, all right? Sure,
Yeah,
they're gonna hire,
they have like
if they were to Photoshop, they would have professional
yeah,
Photoshoppers
it's very professional.
to where you wouldn't be able to detect a problem. I mean, if I was NASA, I wouldn't be paying them if problems could be detected.
All right. I'm gonna send Isa, because I follow his Isa 2.0 account. I think so. I think I follow that, or the 3.0. I'm gonna send him this guy that clearly shows and detects how they they are clearly fooling us with the pictures that they put out and how clearly fabricated it is with the technology they use. And it shows you how you could easily be fooled by him simply showing you a picture of the Earth in a certain way, and it just doesn't even look like that. I'll send Issa some videos. He could maybe send it to you.
Yeah, are you talking about like when they have the fisheye lens? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
So when pictures are taken with a fisheye lens, it gives it like a rounded, like anything that you take, you can get a rounded view of it. And that's what a lot of people argue, is that when people go up, they try and take pictures of the Earth from a certain altitude.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but that's not what I'm bringing up. But
here's my question. On a flat Earth, we can verify just by communicating with people that half of the Earth is always lit up at any given point in time, right? Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay. In a flat Earth model, like the one that's on the back screen right here. Like, hold on, let me see if I can actually just upload the picture and put it up. Let me see. Let me try and add an overlay. Let's add. All right, let's add just a picture that's in the back right here. So you see this picture right here?
Yeah, I don't believe in that.
Okay, so you would disregard this model.
Well, yeah, it obviously looks like that from the top surface, sure, but under it's not like just a plate, But yeah, sure.
Sure, yeah. Forget about what's under it. I just want to focus on night and day right now.
Yeah.
Right. So you have half of the Earth. It meets the criteria by which we know half of the Earth is always is always lit up, right? And the other half is dark. So here's my question. If the sun's sitting where it is, would you agree that the distance between the sun and the center of the Earth, where that line is, where it goes from light to dark, the light travels that far of a distance and then stops? Now, go from the sun to the left-hand corner up at the top where the light and the dark meet. Would you agree that that distance is much further?
I think I see what you're saying. So basically, if in fact the world is flat, right? If it is flat, then that sun would literally bleed over onto the half of the dark side, somewhere's over here. Basically, do you see where the little like specks of do you see where it's dark, right? On the moon side, if you look down, like it looks like snow, I guess, or something like that. I don't know. It looks like spotted like whites. Like that outer, like I would think that would light up all the way over there.
Yeah, like I would think that. And here's another model. Let me just add this one, right? And I'm gonna use these to speak with some people. So here's the path of the flat Earth. Now you could say that this model doesn't describe how half of the Earth is always lit up at any given time. It looks like less than half of the Earth. But the issue with the model is that you have multiple different models that describe multiple different things. Like this model goes to describe how there are seasons, right? Excuse me. So what they argue is that during where the northern hemisphere, when it's more like summer.
Hey, Khalil, are these models? Are the like where are you getting these pictures from? Or is it like are you like putting it up on the screen? Or is this from like
I'm putting them in the overlay. So when you go to overlays over in brand, you can add pictures. Yeah, like I put this one up sometimes, but yeah, I'm just adding pictures to the overlay to use.
Yeah, I got you.
So right here, these three things are describing.
Sorry.
These three, you're good. I thought you said if it lights up. I thought you were gonna.
No, get the lights up, inshallah.
All right, so right here, this model is trying to describe the seasons. If you're over the tropic of Cancer, that's where the in the northern hemisphere, right, that's where it's summer, and then once it travels back and gets to the outer edge, which is winter, which means the sun has to get closer and further from the center of the earth, right? If we're looking at a disk model, this model right here. But here's the thing: if it goes towards the center of the earth during the summer months, wouldn't it just be daytime for pretty much see how far the light travels? Wouldn't it be daytime for everybody all the time?
Well, maybe the sun doesn't shine as brightly, and maybe where it's wherever you see the light, maybe they should bring it or make that the area that it's actually lighting up, make it smaller. I think that would be the only way to account. That would be the only way to like account for it. But then why would they make it like this too, right?
And if that's the case, then why is space dark?
Well,
that has to do with refraction.
Well, look.
Yeah, I was just kidding.
No, well, I mean, it's dark because there's no light, right? Like if there wasn't a sun, forget about light. We wouldn't have any light at all.
Right, but the sun is like the brightest in the middle, right? And it's lighting up everything, and just this one part of the earth is not lit up, and the rest of the space, space, I guess, is just emptiness, and then you have the light on what's reflecting the light.
Mm-hmm.
But sure, I guess you could say because of the position the earth is at, but I don't, would you be able to explain why we see the moon in the morning? Like afternoon, you could see the moon.
Yeah, because the moon doesn't flow in the same exact orbit as the sun, which is another reason why the flat Earth model doesn't work, because the flat Earth model has the moon on one side and the sun on the other side, and they're just basically playing duck duck goose, right? So how do you see the moon and the sun at the same exact time on the flat Earth model? It just doesn't work.
No, the reason
here's the other thing is that we see the sun go over the horizon, right? Even in the Quran, it says the sun sets in the muddy springs, right? That's just an argument all the Islamophobes like to bring up. Here's the thing: if it's on a flat Earth model, wouldn't the sun just eventually get smaller and smaller the farther it goes away to where you just don't see it anymore? It wouldn't go down over the horizon. It wouldn't go lower. It would just, like, if you were watching something. Vanishing point, exactly.
Yeah.
It would end up vanishing at some point because we can no longer see it because it's too far away, which gives us nighttime, right? Because the light is not reaching us. What's stopping it?
I see what you're saying. It literally goes, there's over the horizon, and then it dips down, and then voila, it's night.
And my biggest argument is from personal experience. When I was in the military, I worked with radars and satellites. The algorithms and the mathematics that's used for satellites works on a globe Earth model. The algorithms are set up for the 15-degree offset for the rotation of the Earth. Why don't we have satellites just crashing into Earth all over the place? Because it's based on the wrong mathematics. How does globe Earth math work on flat Earth with satellites? Most people say, well, satellites don't exist. And I'll be like, well, somebody fooled me because I worked directly with them in the military.
Yeah.
Bro, I completely reject flat Earth.
I hear you. Maybe like.
Yeah, so the thing is, this is the thing, right? When people bring up these arguments, and it kind of messes with people because they don't really know. They don't know much about these things. I've always believed the world was round, and if people say otherwise, they really have to you have to have a really strong argument. But yeah.
Here's another one: compasses. Mm-hmm. Now, if it's a disc, right? Well, let's bring it up. If it's a disc, and let's just say we're down somewhere by the sun and we're traveling towards the center of the Earth, right? Would the compass point towards the sun, or would the compass point towards the North Pole? If the compass points towards the North Pole, once we pass the southern hemisphere and get to the center of the Earth and we start going straight and we keep going straight, we're going to have to travel south. We're going to have to travel south to where it is to get to the North Pole. Or to keep on our path in the direction that we're traveling.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
So like if compasses only point towards the North Pole,
Why
do they act
Khalil?
in such a way that they do?
You know what would be better, Khalil, if you actually pulled this up and you shared your screen. That way you can use your mouse to like point to certain things. You know what I'm saying?
Let me see.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yep. Nope, I got you. Yep. Let's do that. And we're gonna pull up this. Oh, here's an Well, let me explain this first, and then I'll bring up. I got multiple pictures that I have.
Inshallah.
All right. So let me go over here. I will share my screen. Infinite regression actualized in reality. There you go, guys. All right. Let's see.
What's up,
Okay,
hindsight?
can you guys see that?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Let me make sure it's okay. Perfect. All right. So right here, if you see my mouse, if you're down here and a compass points towards the North Pole is right here, right?
Yeah.
And you're walking this way on Earth. Now, if you start traveling this way, it's still going to tell you that north is this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you travel this way and you pass the North Pole, to continue traveling this way, it's going to tell you to go south.
Yeah.
But that's still north. It's still the same exact direction on the flat Earth model.
Mm-hmm.
What purpose does this North Earth or North Pole provide? It completely acts against the way that the compass works.
Mm-hmm.
It'll totally mess up true north. It'll totally mess up magnetic north.
So are you saying that like if it was a ball, right? Then if you go past the North Pole, then the needle would just
If it's a globe, you're literally at the top. You can't travel north any further because you have to go straight up to go north.
Mm-hmm.
But once you go straight up and you're off of the Earth, what is up? What is down?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know if I'm understanding, but my question would be is if the Earth is a ball, like how would it be? How would we have a center? Like you know how the Kaaba is the center of the Earth, right? You ever heard about that?
Yeah, the Kaaba is the center of the Earth. In what sense? What does that exactly mean?
Well, it's actually when you look at like the golden mean.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you ever seen that video, Khalil. The golden
Yeah.
mean ratio.
No, I have not.
It's a pretty good video. Let me bring it up.
Yeah.
It's actually quite interesting. Alhamdulillah.
I don't know.
Like for example, if you have a ball, right, a basketball, and I get a Sharpie and I put a point on it, that point, whatever point you put it, any point could be the center of the ball because there is no specific center for the ball. You get me?
Sure, yeah, but and once you add magnetism in there, there's a magnetic north and a magnetic south, and every like couple 100,000 years, the poles actually switch.
I really don't know what you're talking about, but yeah.
Bro, it's a lot of science. Like I said, I used to be an atheist, and I used to spend most of my time arguing with flat earthers, like I do with Christians nowadays. So I have all these arguments in my back pocket because I used to be on a Discord server to where there was at least 300 people in this Discord server at any given time, and the Discord server was called Debate Flat Earth. So there was always like 20 flat earthers in there, just gung ho, rock steady, trying to argue for flat Earth.
Right.
September 2009. Mecca has been ordered as Qibla direction, convention place for billions of Muslims, and as the holy center of Islam. Soon, you will witness the scientific proof of unbelievable mysteries that have remained hidden in the holy city, Mecca, for thousands of years. The constant, superior design number of mathematics, 1.618. The Creator has always used the very same number in numerous events in the universe. In our heart pulses, the aspect ratio of DNA spiral, and the special design of the universe, which is named as dodecahedron, and the leaf array rules of plants, which is named as phyllotaxy, in the snowflakes, crystals, in the spiral structure of numerous galaxies. The Creator has used the same number, the number of golden mean, 1.618. It is observed that this ratio is applied to the pyramids of Egypt, like it was applied to various famous architectural works. Famous astronomer Kepler defines this number as a precious treasury. As the vision expert Dr. Stephen Markout was proved as a result of his 25-year-long study that human faces and bodies designed pursuant to this ratio are accepted as beautiful by every single person in the world. If the aspect ratio of any form is 1.618, then this form is convenient to golden mean. Perfect design. So, where is the golden mean point of the Earth? The proportion of distance between Mecca and the North Pole to the distance between Mecca and the South Pole is exactly 1.618, the golden mean. Moreover, the proportion of the distance between the South Pole and the city of Mecca to the distance between both poles is again 1.618. The miracle is not over yet. The golden mean point of the Earth, according to common location language of mankind, graticule map, is in the city of Mecca. The proportion of eastern elongation to the western elongation, which are determined as solstice line from Mecca, is again 1.618. Moreover, as shown in the figure, the proportion of western elongation of Mecca to the solstice line, to the perimeter of the Earth on this very latitude is surprisingly the golden mean, 1.618. The golden mean point of the Earth, for all mapping systems, even though they vary by a few kilometers, is always within the city borders of Mecca, within the holy region that includes Kaaba. You can measure very sensitively the distance between any 2 points with the help of Google Earth's ruler feature. If you wish, you can verify the correctness of the given ratios by calculating latitude and longitude with a simple calculator. The Thematrix program is an American program that is used to show golden mean of pictures and paintings. If we accept the graticule map of the Earth as an alive painting whose depth never ends and open it in this program, we will find out that the golden mean point of the Earth is the city of Mecca. With respect to positive longitude and latitude values and being on the lands, not the sea, the only golden mean point of the Earth is Mecca. Miracles continue. The golden mean miracle in the Mecca verse of the Quran. There is one unique verse in the Quran that includes Mecca word and an expression that tells there are clear evidences within the city which will give belief to humanity. The relation between the city of Mecca and the golden mean is clearly engraved in the Ali Imran Surah, 96th verse. The total number of all letters of this verse is 47. Calculating the golden mean of letter total, we find out that the word of Mecca is expressed by 47 divided by 1.618 equals 29. There are 29 letters from the beginning of the verse till the word Mecca. Just like it is in the world map. If only one single word or letter was missing, this ratio could never be constituted. Without any impairment, we have conducted the very same process that we conducted on the Earth map and witnessed the glorious coherence of letter numbers that reveals the relation of Mecca and the golden mean. All this shows that the creator of the Earth and mathematics is the same one God. Like a description that created Kaaba, holy region, and the Quran. He reminds whole humanity that knowing the future and common languages of humanity, he gave clues for them. A newer invention on the relation between the golden mean, Mecca, Kaaba, and the Quran becomes revealed in each single day. In the figure, it is shown that the measurements with golden mean compass, also known as Leonardo compass, indicate that the city of Mecca is located on the golden mean of Arabia, while Kaaba is located on the golden mean of the city. The probability calculations indicate that all these facts cannot be a mere coincidence. Try to survive with miracle news in holy books, with the golden mean of the world, where the holy mystery is about the Jesus the Christ and the Prophet Muhammad, and with scientific proofs.
Well, look at that. Jesus on the cross.
Stuck for a wall.
That's random.
Yeah.
Have you ever, so something similar to this, have you ever heard of the golden ratio? It's also called God's fingerprint.
Can you repeat that?
It's called the golden ratio. What's another? There's another term for it. The Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Fibonacci sequence is another crazy thing to look into. It was one of my biggest points of doubt when I was an atheist. Looking at the Fibonacci sequence, it's just absolutely insane. There's a band that I used to listen to. They're called Tool, and they actually they're very anti-religious, but they are very spiritual though at the same sense. So they have a song called Lateralis that talks that like the song itself goes like the number of words in the verses and everything. Excuse me, everything else. It goes by the actual golden ratio. When you look at like how flowers are made or shapes, and there's a certain ratio within those shapes, and it's called the Fibonacci sequence. And it pretty much anything that naturally comes about in Earth follows this golden ratio.
That's pretty much what this was talking about here.
Yeah, it reminded me a lot of the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah.
So who's the real hindsight here?
The real hindsight, I believe, is on your stream right now in your chat.
I have a question for you, Halil.
What's up, bro?
So if let's say, right, if we were to take atomic exceptionalism as an okay belief that does not contradict Islam, right? That's cool. Would we also take the fact that we indeed came from like a bunch of cells and then fish and then reptiles and then monkeys? Is like, would you say that's how it went?
So what the common misconception is that a lot of theists like to bring up is that we actually came from monkeys, which is not at all the theory of evolution by means of natural selection.
Well, human-looking
we
monkeys.
share human making monkeys.
No, human-looking monkeys, like pretty much like go ooh ooh ah ah, like just no.
You're talking about like
language,
Neanderthals and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Homo erectus. Yeah, those are. We share a common ancestry with apes and gorillas, but no, through Adamic exceptionalism, I believe that there were other like Neanderthals and other hominoid species that were on the earth, and that Adam was a special creation made from clay, and that Adam's family was able to procreate with this Neanderthal species, and because of that, then all of their descendants had the blood of Adam, had the Adamic line, and then that's why they the ones who didn't conform to the Adamic line eventually died off. That's why we don't see Neanderthals or anything today, is because evolution through the special creation of Adam had brought us intelligent human beings, the Homo sapiens. And that's why I would say Adam is the first human being that existed.
I have no issue with that. But when you ask the atheist, okay, where did the Homo erectus or these things come from? And they say the common ancestor would be like fish. Would you also accept that?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
bro,
even
like,
in the Bible, even in the Bible, if you go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 24, what does it say? Does it say that God created the animals? No, God says, let the earth bring forth. Let the waters bring forth. So in many different texts, it talks about how of some type of naturalistic, evolution itself. I don't see what the contradiction or what the issue is with God creating a process by which things come about what we call naturally. Like what's the problem with him creating a process by which that happens, rather than just being like, poof, you're here, poof, here's the animals, like just kun fire kun.
Yeah. Personally, I believe in a process 100%. Like I feel like the only thing that was really poof was matter and energy, and then everything was a process. You get me?
Correct. Okay. Yeah. So then you would have no problem with like abiogenesis, to where so here's the issue is that people a lot of theists will say I have no problem with microevolution, right? So microevolution is just genome frequency changes within species, right? And Assalamu alaikum, sister.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So and you can jump in anytime you'd like to, sister. I'm just trying to answer his question. So with that being said, um, we have microevolution, which genome frequency changes within a species. The only difference between microevolution and macroevolution is just time. You add more time to something and give it more time to be able to change, and then you compare the beginning of that line to the end of that line, you're going to see vast differences than just looking at it through a shorter period of time. So I don't have a problem with macroevolution. The only issue is that the atheist would argue, well, you can't prove, or you can't prove that Adam was a special creation, and they would say that that Adam never existed. Okay, so can you prove that Adam never existed? Can you prove that there wasn't a special creation? Which is a nonsensical question to ask. I would agree. They would say that's a stupid question. I'd be like, yeah, but the thing is, you've made a claim that he in fact did not exist. So can you show proof of something that never existed? You can't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it feels like saying, your great grandfather didn't exist, and we're just putting a label and a name on who that is, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like for you to say that doesn't exist, well, that's your opinion on who that person would be, or whether it's Adam or just some random person, human, whatever. But that's what we believe, and they can't prove otherwise. That's true. I get that. It's just for me that I couldn't really understand or see how we could actually all develop from fish. Just I couldn't buy that. But I mean, sure, if that's how it works and that's how God made it, yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. Anything you want to add, sister?
No, I just always find these conversations interesting. Alhamdulillah. All I can really say is one thing that's always proved existence to me, even when I was a Christian myself, is just thinking of the uniqueness and the characteristics of the individual itself. I mean, every person, like even down to the fine lines of the fingerprint. I mean, alhamdulillah, like nobody else's fingerprint is like yours. So I don't know. Regardless of whatever I have believed and what I believe now, like I can't be led astray. Alhamdulillah, Allah guides whom He wills. So
SubhanAllah.
subhanallah. So I'm just here for the naysayers.
Yeah.
One thing for me why I could never really be an atheist, like forget like what my parents told me or whatever, but the fact that you could see, like, you could, like, supernatural exists via like people who do witchcraft magic, and you could literally see that. And it's not like they're just some like trick, just tricksters making a sleight of hand. No, like, these people indulge in rituals, and they literally show you supernatural things that obviously have another explanation, but a metaphysical explanation to how they do these things, right? But that would be supernatural right there. And I just don't understand why you would not believe in when it's literally demonstrable in front of you, but you just can't prove it scientifically because it works in a different metaphysical way, which is supernatural, pretty much, to me.
Yeah. That's the other question when you're speaking with an atheist. How are they defining supernatural, right?
Mm-hmm.
Normally what you'll get is supernatural is anything that's outside of the bounds of science. And they say, well, we haven't experienced anything or we haven't observed anything that's supernatural. To where I ask them, what's the middle of the black hole? Does the middle of the black hole violate the laws of physics? And they would have to say yes, because we do see that it does. The laws of physics are violated in the center of a black hole. So if you're defining supernatural as the breakdown or something that goes outside of the bounds of the laws of physics, well, then you would have to admit that a black hole is supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when you start backpedaling.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I forgot what it was called. I was talking to a Satanist the other day, and I was telling her about, like, you know supernatural because supernatural exists, and she believes in supernatural. I was like, all right, so how do you believe in supernatural but not God, right? And she was like, no, supernatural is natural. And I kind of seen the point she's making, because it still has an explanation, a way which it works, right? But the way that we explain things is different from that. And there's actually a branch in science. I forgot what it's called. It's called like Scientology, something like that. Science. It has a certain name. It's not very popular, but it basically delves more into how metaphysics work, and energy and things like that. But yeah, that's kind of like proof for me that supernatural does really exist.
Yeah.
I feel like in my experience, as far as like what's supernatural, like it was similar to like a post that I saw yesterday in my WhatsApp group talking about the two seas that meet, and like one of them's like brown and murky, and the other one is like, it looks like regular ocean water, but there's like a barrier, and it talks about it in a verse of the Quran.
Yep.
Subhanallah, I can't remember the exact. I think it's 55:19 and 55:20.
I think so. I think it's in 55. I know that.
Yes, subhanallah. So, and I posted it to share with my Facebook friends because I come from friends and family that they're new to be being Muslim as well as I am. So I just share all of the many scientific findings in the Quran, and for that to be one of the supernatural things that people know of, but they don't know is actually spoken about in the Quran. I just kind of took that as a way to like, hey, take a look at how there are these many things that are proven by what so many people try to downplay, and so many people try to falsely claim things about which they have never read, which is where a lot of my TikTok postings have come from. Like so many people take bits and pieces of surahs in the Quran, and they try to make it mean what they interpret it as. I'm like, if you're not looking at things in the context, it's never gonna make sense to you. But it's like as soon as you bring the concept forth, they're like, no, 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 no. Like there is no no. You can't try to prove me wrong, and then I prove you wrong, and now you're not trying to hear it. It doesn't work that way. But it always cracks me up when people do that to Subhanallah. I do know. People and their hypocrisy.
Yeah. Let me try and solve this real quick. Hindsight, you there?
Yes.
Okay. You're the real Hindsight.
Yep.
What stream are you on right now?
I'm on Isadawa.
Oh, you're on Isadawa stream. Okay.
Yeah. That's me. And I went over there to check your stream, EA. Oh.
Go ahead. Hey, sister. Yeah. There's some background noise coming from you. Go ahead, Hindsight.
Oh, I was just gonna say I went over to visit your site real quick, and I hadn't even greeted anybody or anything like that, and I saw myself talking.
I saw myself.
Okay.
So I came back over here to Isadawas to get away from it. It followed me here.
Did you say, hold on, let me check out the other channel?
No.
That wasn't you.
Nope.
Block it.
Okay.
Sorry about the drama, guys. I didn't expect it.
No problem. No problem.
I just came here to listen.
It's all good. You got to be quite pathetic to, do like this childish ass shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah, so I went ahead. Whoever said, let's see, whoever said, hold on, let me check out the other channel. They are
They're blocked.
They're blocked. Yeah,
Let me try to
blocked.
type something real quick.
Sure.
Okay, we're good. That was me. That said hi all. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all get back to what you were doing. I just want to hang out and listen.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
All right.
Enjoy Satan. I guess we can block that bastard too. Did you block that one too?
I did not block that. Well, hold on. I'm not sure.
Oops. Did I just block hindsight? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. That's a different, because the other one, the one that said hi all, you can still see it on my stream, but the other ones you can't see. All right,
Gotcha.
I got them on my stream.
Inshallah, I had my son turn his tablet down a little bit, so the background noise should kind of go
All
away.
good, sister. All good.
I have a second question. I don't think like no one really knows this, but from your theory, like the atomic exceptionalism,
Mm-hmm.
how do you think races came to be?
Well, I mean, races came to be through evolutionary process, because the melanin in your skin is specifically you've adapted. You know, your ancestors have adapted to the type of land that you lived in, and you know, it's almost like if you were to think of like the survival of a polar bear, right? Well,
Mhm.
were polar bears always existed, or were there bears that were in colder climates to where they needed to find prey? And you're out in a white environment where there's nothing but snow all around you, and you got this brown or black fur.
Are you
Well,
talking about this down south?
no, so so all of your prey will see you coming from a distance, because I mean you stick out like a sore thumb. So you're not going to eat. You're going to have a hard time finding food. You're going to have a hard time finding a way to survive. Now, over time, evolution has made the bear that we now call the polar bear have white fur. So now they blend in with their environment. They can sneak up on prey, and it's a lot easier for them to eat, making it a lot easier for them to survive. So over a period of time, that micro to macro evolution, this would just be micro evolution. But you see, well, actually, no, this is macro, because polar bear is a different species than a grizzly bear, right? So now you see the macro evolution to where this polar bear has now the traits have changed to give it white hair, so it blends in with its environment, and now it can survive. Hence, why we don't have the polar bear being an extinct species.
Well, the polar bear itself, his fur or hair, whatever, isn't white because he needs to blend in. It's because it's hollow and it absorbs the light's warmth.
That could be another reason too. But just
Mhm.
looking at it like from an objective standard,
Yeah, I see what
like
you're
the
saying.
traits and the change in genome frequencies, like there's no intentionality to it. It's not like there's a goal for genome frequency changes to give the ability for something to survive longer. There's plenty of genome frequency changes that have set species back that made them go extinct. Like it doesn't fight for survivability. It's just these different changes that happen, and the changes that become more beneficial, you'll see those species surviving more often, rather than the ones that these genome frequency changes set back the species with their new traits. They tend to survive less, and you tend to see them a lot less because they don't last. Survival of the fittest.
I feel like, if I can interject, my take on race itself is just to get like on a socialistic tip. I feel like race is something that's kind of like a social construct. Now, the differences in skin pigmentation, obviously, that comes from your environment. So, those
Mhm.
who have lived or who ancestrally have come from places that are hotter and closer to the equator have more melanin in the skin because, the darker things are, the better they absorb light and the better they absorb sun rays. So melanin is a way of protecting the skin's barrier. So that's why 9 times out of 10, the lighter your skin is, the more prone you are to be sunburned and get skin damage. And the darker you are, you don't really get as much sunburn because melanin is what absorbs that. But I feel like, as far as conceptually race and the differences between where social construct causes issues with race, I feel like that's a whole different thing. But I feel like,
Absolutely.
as far as skin pigmentation goes, that all just comes from where you're from ancestrally, you know.
Yep.
So
Yep.
So
most definitely.
so would you, if we do say, all right, that we came through an evolutionary process through fish, would that also apply to all species, all animals, all reptiles, everything, like all of that started off from a single cell, like every single species of all of these creation, would you say?
If you're talking about abiogenesis, yeah, I mean this idea that there was some type of primordial soup to where life came from non-life. Like there was the ability, like when it says in the Quran that God made everything from water. Well, that's whenever we go to different planets, the first thing we look for is water, because once we find water, then we know there's a possibility of life on that planet. So this primordial soup that is talked about in abiogenesis, there's things called lipids, right? And these lipids are a very fundamental factor to
damn lipid.
abiogenesis. Damn lipid, you're damn. So there were these I'm trying to remember what they call it. Damn dogs. So
Oh, you had a dog barking, Cole?
my there's two dogs in my house. They're not my dogs, but
Are you good?
but yeah, I'm trying to remember the term that was used, and I'm having a brain fart right now. I don't remember. Crap, I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, basically there were these cells, not cells that existed, but these proteins. Yeah, there are these protein blocks that existed. And these protein blocks gave the ability, when converged in a very specific way, that took millions and millions of years to get right. You know, that's where you get the first single-celled organism, right? And that from single-celled organism, eventually, you know, it was asexual, so it just reproduced by itself, you know, asexually. And then eventually you get a bunch of them to gather up in one place, and then they can start converging together like we see cells do today. And that's what we are. We are a multicellular organism, right? But does the argument comes in with the multicellular organism, is there a soul? Like, where does the soul come from? That comes from the special creation of Adam. That's why I believe that these Neanderthals and these ones that existed prior to could have possibly come from fish. Fish become amphibians, amphibians can become land animals. The ones that actually make it up to the land, they get different traits. The ones that end up staying in the water, they get more traits. The ones that survive have traits that help them with the water.
I think that's too much of a stretch for me, bro. I don't believe that shit. But I mean, that's just, I'm not saying that I don't believe in like the whole Neanderthal. We spoke about this. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I have no problem saying that. Yeah, Neanderthals could have existed, you know, before Adam. But going from like a duck to a dog, like to me,
it doesn't go from a duck to a dog.
I know it doesn't. This is how it seems like in my mind when I think about it. It's just I can't see it. You're going from a fish to a damn Neanderthal.
Yeah, bro. Like I really can't. I just can't picture it. And
well, here's the thing: if you look at microevolution, they're just genome frequency changes within a species, right? How many changes will occur before that thing ends up looking like a different species? The only thing is time. That's the only factor that you add into microevolution to make it macroevolution. Like here's the thing. Like, here's another way to look at it. I see Isa almost on a daily basis. I see his beautiful little face, right?
Thank you.
And Isa doesn't look much different. But let's just say I didn't speak to Isa for 20 years, right? And I saw him 20 years from now. I'd be like, holy shit, bro, you look different. If I just skip from one period to the next, it's going to look a whole hell of a lot different. But if I talk to him every day for 20 years, I'm not going to notice that difference.
Yeah. So is that all you guys had, Sister and Ahmed?
I mean, I was just here just to be a part of the conversation, inshallah. I was in the live all day yesterday arguing with trolls, so I was just here for the fireworks.
No, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you guys don't have anything else, thank you for being here, guys.
Yeah, most definitely. You're welcome. Thanks for
Yeah,
having
no
me.
problem.
Yeah.
Is the debate about to start?
No, I'm still waiting for my friend to show up. He should be here. I mean, he said about maybe midnight or so. So
Okay,
so
cool.
we're just here hanging out, chilling. Trying to get some Christians in here. So
Yeah.
Most definitely.
There was a Christian that said that they were going to join, and they were going to debate you, and they were going to take care of you, Issa.
Well,
I
where
want to
they
be
at?
taken care of.
All right, well,
Yeah, they
assalamu
said they
alaikum
were
wa
going to debate
rahmatullah,
you,
guys.
and the truth will
Wa
come
alaikum
out.
salam wa rahmatullah.
Peace out.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no
I'll
problem.
I'll switch back over to TikTok and handle the trolls in the comments as I did
All right.
yesterday.
Inshallah,
You got it.
inshallah.
All right. So
All right.
thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa
You're
rahmatullah.
welcome. You're welcome.
Walaikum salam. Yeah, I'm going to debate Isa, and I'm going to win against him in the argument he brings. Good luck. Christianity will be proven true, and I will kindly tell you to relax and watch the outcome of all of this.
We've been waiting.
Inshallah.
We've been
Inshallah.
waiting. Let me end my live stream on TikTok and then restart it. See if we can get this kicking like chicken. I'm gonna start my live stream again, guys. All right? Or do you want to start? Oh no, you said you can't, right?
I can't because I mean I really wish I could because we've been getting a lot of flux of people in on my lives, but
that's what I'm saying. If I'm banned on my primary account, that's why, like, you know what I'm saying? That's why, but it's all good. I'm gonna restart. What if Islam is wrong? If Islam is wrong, then I'll leave Islam. But it's not wrong, alhamdulillah. I'll be back, guys.
New comments. Why'd they ban you? It's him.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Inshallah. Inshallah. There we go.
Khalil, the first one in here.
Of course. Always the first one. Hold on. Let me mute myself because they can probably hear me twice.
Yeah. What's up, hindsight?
It's the idiot.
Some people are just literally just like I said, pathetic, bro. Wallahi, man. These people are. This is the Christians for you, unfortunately. You know what I mean? That isn't that. I think that was Mango Tea.
No.
Somebody was saying it was
Mango Tea actually comes in and speaks. He's the guy that came in yesterday. You know what I think of every time that he does that?
Add it to the stream.
Hold on, let me see here. Let's see, headphones.
I could hear it.
Let me see if it actually works. Yeah, because I just had it on my regular. I'm gonna have it through my headphones. Let's see. Let me end stop screen. Share screen. Bam. Okay. Let me know if you can hear it.
Almighty.
Yeah.
Strong. South wind. Burn this thing. Burn this thing.
I want to know how much these other guys get paid to just repeat what he says. Like, I want to know what their salary is.
They're probably getting about a cool 50 G's.
Jesus. In the name of Satan, you bow your knee. Satan, you bow your knee. You fall on your face. You fall on your face.
Like Jesus did?
Yeah.
COVID-19.
COVID-19.
I blow the wind of God.
The wind of God.
On you.
On you.
Why does this guy look like
You
a
are
devil, yo?
destroyed forever.
You are destroyed forever.
And you'll never be back.
He sounded like Batman when he was, and you'll never be back. Is that brother love from WWF days? Oh
Yeah,
man,
that
funny.
dude is that guy is definitely paid, man. He's got money.
Yeah, he bought a private jet from Tyler Perry.
He got one.
He purchased one from Tyler Perry, his
Oh,
own
from
private
Tyler.
jet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can show you videos of like certain parishes, like the pastor will tell his congregation to go out into the front, and you'll see an entire congregation eating grass. You'll see like this guy spraying like the spray bottle of quote unquote holy water, spraying it on the nether regions of this woman, saying that she's been possessed by a sex demon. And yeah, and like she ends up like spitting up what seems to be some type of male demon fluid out of her mouth when he's exercising you've never seen it before. Oh my gosh.
What's funny is that why do people actually give these people money, bro? I don't get it. Like, these people have no sense whatsoever, bro. Because if it was me, they would say, please give us 10% of your first fruits. I'm like, I'm about to give you 10% of what I got, right? Get your ass up out of here, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh, here it is.
I mean, this is Christianity, man.
What'd you say?
If you're proud of being an ex-Christian, I'm sad for you. This guy. No, I'm proud of being a Muslim. I'm just letting you know that I am an ex-Christian, meaning I went from trash to the best.
All right.
Look at Nate. He's
oral sex demon. You see oral sex. Look, oral sex. Look. You oral sex. Use oral sex. Let that sperm of that man out. Out.
Bro.
You said, do you not want to play it?
That's too much. just mute it. Just mute it and play it.
Mute it and play it?
Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah, right now she's talking about what happened to her, how the demon, in great detail, how the demon ended up like
bussing
mating with her. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what she's talking about right now. And
yo, the things people would do, the things people would do for money, bro, and for like attention and whatnot. Is she hoping the demon come back? Like, what the hell going on? Did this guy just drop kick her?
They pretty much do. They're not drop kicking her; they're drop kicking the demon out of her.
Oh my god, how embarrassing! How embarrassing is that as a woman? But look, the thing is that a lot of Christianity, this is exactly what it is, and this is what they do. Unfortunately, this isn't us. We didn't make this up. We're not doing this.
Look at
This
the
is what
fear on everybody else's face.
If I walked in there, bro, I'm being like, Allahu Akbar. And then I'm running.
Oh, man.
If I wanted help and I walked into that situation, I'm like, it's all right. I'm gonna go down to the mosque. They're just like two doors down. Let me go to the masjid.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. There's people that literally set up hot coals and like have their parishioners walk over the hot coals and walk through the fire to prepare themselves for hell. Like all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got somebody.
Sure.
Hey Issa, we can barely hear over here on YouTube.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold up a second. Hold up, bro. Go ahead.
You're a Muslim, right?
Yeah, you a Moor?
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I'm a Moorish Muslim. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to ask, why is it that the people that submit their will to the Most High God as Muslims, why do we never get a chance to see them preaching or at least teaching that Allah wants us to love unadulteratedly as He loves?
God doesn't love unadulteratedly.
Well, it is unadulterated.
Yes,
Hang on, wait.
He's very just too,
Well,
by the way. It's just that man
hold up, brother.
Oh, sorry.
So God's love is perfect, right? But He doesn't love everything and everyone. Just, you know what I mean?
Of course.
Yeah, you have to
but
act.
When He does love, it is unadulterated.
Yeah. So I would agree in that sense. But like, does He love everyone? No, absolutely not.
Well, the thing is that I move for peace. And I recently started studying love in and of itself, right? And when I started to study love, I'm one of those people where I will try it to see if it indeed works before I decide to indulge in it. And I did. Love in and of itself was something I found to be is like essentially like a cure-all for every situation. And I wouldn't believe that unless I tried it personally in my own life. You know what I mean?
So you're saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, you gotta say that again, bro.
Hold on for a second. Ma'am? Ma'am? No, ma'am. It's free. Sorry, I'm working. I'm a security guard. What I was saying is that I've recently decided to indulge in love. And because I decided to indulge in it, in my 100% self, to live in my higher self and abandon my lower self, I've learned that it is essentially a cure-all for just about everything.
You said love is?
Yes. Yes, it is.
No, I disagree, bro. I agree that love is definitely important, and but I think the belief.
Well, you gotta understand that love.
Hang on, bro.
Go ahead, my apologies. I'm sorry.
I believe that the belief in God and worshiping Him, that is the cure to everything. Yeah.
Right, but then Allah is love.
Allah is not love, brother. He's not love.
In order to express the true, beautiful prowess of the Most High God, you have to be a loving individual. You have to be.
We're not saying that Allah does not love. We're saying that He does love, but that's just an attribute of His being, of His essence. That's just a.
Okay, so you're speaking of the triune.
Hang on, brother. It's just a fraction of what He is. This is not.
Sir. I just said yes, sir, and I'm agreeing with you. That's all. I'm not interrupting.
Right. I don't have my headset in, so when you speak, it sounds like you're talking over me. So I just have to stop speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just be quiet.
Yeah. So yeah, I said what I said.
I believe that infinitely and ultimately, the most powerful attribute about the Most High is that He loves, is His love. And I use that love in my everyday life all the time to disseminate to everybody. And because of that love, it breeds in me every positive or every attribute that is necessary for me to live my life to make it righteous, not only for me, but for everyone else around me. Like I've come to the understanding that through love, everything that is in existence is born. And it's sad in some aspects, but it's still true. Like a person that is a serial killer, they kill for the love of killing. A person that's an adulterer,
They don't love it, brother. They don't love it.
If they don't love it, why would they do it?
It's for the rush. It has nothing to do with love at all.
They love the rush.
Yeah, they might love the rush. They're doing whatever. Okay. Go ahead, Khalil. I know you want to say something.
How does this solve narcissism?
You said what?
How does love solve narcissism?
Narcissism. How does love solve narcissism?
Yeah.
Well, okay, my wife was very narcissistic in the beginning, like, you know what I'm saying? But it's because of something I did to her to make her that way. What I did was
She wasn't a narcissist.
love. She was. Love can cure that.
She may have had narcissistic traits that were in direct retaliation to the things that you said that you did to her to cause her that way. No, a narcissist is someone who doesn't even know that they're completely self-centered. It's all about love for them, but it's all about love for them being the center of attention, for them always putting the blame on everybody else. Like it's a complete selfish love, and that's what narcissism is. People who are narcissists don't become non-narcissists.
Yo, greedy. Like, you gotta let people speak, bro. You have to.
I apologize.
That's the third time now.
That was all that I was going to say.
Love is not a cure-all. All right, because sometimes I gotta whoop your ass. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. All right.
That sounds like a man making. How can I say this without offending you? I don't want to offend you because it ain't loving. You know what I'm saying? It sounds as though you are saying that you can live and be righteous in Islam, but still performing righteousness.
No, I never said that. Never said that.
Well, you are Muslim, right?
Yeah, if I have to whoop your ass, I'll whoop your ass. That's what I'm trying to say. Right?
What if he whoops your ass out of love?
Right. No. I'm talking about like in war, in that context. If I go to war, do I love my enemy? Nah, son, this ain't Christianity, bro.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Is that showing love if I'm taking people out? Nah.
Did God love Sodom and Gomorrah? No, absolutely not. He destroyed them.
What'd you say, bro?
If I loved my enemy in war, then I wouldn't torture him to death. I would just kill him.
Bro, please, man, stop it. Stop it with that. You know, this is ridiculous. God doesn't love everything and everyone. All right, you're saying that you're saying God, or excuse me, you're saying that the cure for everything is love. No, it's not, bro. Because you know what the cure for war is? More war. Right? In order to get peace, you have to have war. Yeah, absolutely.
You know the reason for war in the first place? Because men decide to do evil.
Exactly. So you got to be willing to whoop somebody's ass. Hold up, bro. So you got to be willing and ready to whoop somebody's ass in order to get the peace that you want.
Or you could just understand that each individual existential to you is different and have different understandings and belief system, and respect that. If all of us did respect that, if all of us did show that love and respect that, we would have no war.
Is that what God did with 1 Samuel 15:3? Did he respect the Amalekites in their way of life?
Apparently not.
No, he didn't. No, he told his people to utterly destroy them, even going as far to slaughter their infant children. Is that love?
Okay. Is that righteousness?
No, absolutely not.
Right. So my question to you is, the Allah of the Quran and the Allah of the Bible, the aspect of what was told about Allah is from the standpoint of the people in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Are always largely held as two different individuals or two different entities, right?
Yeah.
But each person on the side of a war believes that their cause is the right one to fight for. Is it not?
No.
No.
So my question to you is, what is, you say that the cure to war is more war, but does not violence beget violence?
No, because what I'm saying is,
say
brother, hold up. What I'm saying is, I guess maybe I used the wrong words. What I'm simply saying is, when someone is coming to do you harm, what are you gonna do? Like, for example, what's going on in Palestine right now. If they were allowed to oppose these people, they would. It wouldn't be no love or peace. They'd be out for their heads, right? And they would be justified in doing so.
I think you missed my point. I think that you're missing my point. I'm not saying that applicable to the current life that we live, that's what we got to do in order to stop everything. What I'm saying is, if everyone in the world had an understanding of love, then we wouldn't be doing anything to oppose each other.
Don't start talking over here.
That's what
Bro,
I'm saying.
I don't know.
Like, okay,
I don't know.
let's
Like,
say you want to fight me right now.
I don't know. I don't know what's up with like these little Care Bear Christians or whatever, or like Care Bear people or these.
I'm not a Christian.
I said Care Bear people. That's why I corrected myself. Like love, 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 bro. This is BS. You took you took the Kool-Aid, bro.
Wait. So hold on. So what about a man that loves a woman so much?
Guys, get the likes up, inshallah. 120
Yeah,
likes.
get the likes
Come
up.
on, guys, get the likes up, inshallah.
So what I'm saying is that let's just say there's a man and he loves a woman entirely to the point that he's going to stalk her, to the point that he's going to follow her around because of how much he loves her. Is that righteousness?
Love is not the author of confusion. That is indeed in and of itself would have started out as love, but it definitely crossed the line into something other than love.
I think we can talk to every single human being in this live and ask them, has love ever confused them before? And every one of them most likely will say yes.
So what you're saying is that love confused them, or their misunderstanding of a situation was what confused them?
Well, here's the thing. If not one human being on here can actually understand love, then isn't it confusing? If everyone has a misunderstanding of what love is, then it's not very clear then.
I believe that they, in and of themselves, probably now because of what they went through, can understand love better than they used to. But I'm pretty sure at one point in our lives, as we were younger, like, remember in the Bible says, when I was a child, I thought as a child, I acted as a child. But when I became a man, I put away my childish deeds. So at one aspect of your life, yes, you probably were very confused by the act or the initiation of love. But does that mean that we stayed that way just because we were once that way?
No, I mean, things change over time, yeah. But I'm talking about the confusion of love.
Well, that's my thing. Like, love in and of itself is like, okay, a puzzle is in and of itself is not confusing, but your lack of understanding of that puzzle is what leaves you in confusion. So then in the aspect, love isn't what causes confusion. It's your lack of understanding that does.
But there's an objective way on how to solve a puzzle. Love is entirely subjective.
Only because we don't have enough love in us to subject ourselves unto love to find out how to
Perfect. So then it would be impossible for any human being to fully understand it because we can't encapsulate the true meaning of in the fullness of love. Then only God can, right? So then we're all going to be confused our entire lives because we're limited beings.
Right. But my thing is this: how could the finite ever understand the infinite anyway? I mean, let's be abandoned about it. Your kids will never fully understand you, but they love you.
Sure, yeah, you don't have to fully understand something to love it. We're talking about fully understanding love. You're saying that people have misconceptions and they take things the wrong way, and at the same time, love is not confusing, yet you would agree that nobody understands love.
Right. And so my thing is this: you just sit here and say that you don't have to fully understand something to be able to deal with it. Well, there wasn't your words verbatim, but essentially that's what you said. Right?
Yeah.
So then why do you need to fully understand love to experience it?
No, I'm not saying I need to fully understand love to experience it. I never made that claim. I'm simply saying that love is subjective. Love is what the person thinks that they understand about it. And until somebody brings an objective criteria like God has on how we are to judge what can be loved and what cannot be loved, and what love is and what hate is, and what love is not and what hate is not, then we have an objective standard by measuring that. But us as human beings can't take our own understanding of love and try and make some type of criteria out of it. It just doesn't work.
Well, I'm speaking from an objective standpoint with regards to love. And the reason why I say that is because when I say that love could be a cure-all for just say something as simple as war, right? If both sides had an unadulterated form of love in them, or were to allude to that point of them that had the unadulterated love, then what they would do is they would come to a semblance of agreement so they wouldn't have to go to war with each other. But that would be fostered by love. So indeed, love could cure that thing if anyone was able to take that medicine, or were willing to find themselves to take that medicine, just choose not to. I didn't say that if I come up and say, well, this man's trying to punch me in the face, and I go, I love you, and he's going to stop punching me in the face. It's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if we both had love in us and understood that harming each other is a bad thing to do, then that situation will be cured.
I don't think that'd be love. I don't think that's love. I think the more important word or a common ground would be empathy. Not so much love.
When you feel bad for someone else,
brother, come on, son. I just let you talk, B. Come on, man. Like, you gotta let us talk too. I know you feel like you want to talk, but when you start talking, I can't hear shit you saying, bro. You know what I mean? And I'm sure no one else can either. So like I said, empathy, I think to me is more important, right? When you empathize with people, when you put yourself in their shoes.
You want me to talk now? I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I'm asking you a question.
Empathy is when you put yourself in someone else's shoes to understand what they are going through from their side.
Right, and then you add a little bit of what? What do you add after that?
Well, all of it's encapsulated in love.
No, it's not. I don't need to love someone to empathize with people.
Really? Do you empathize with people you hate?
Yeah, I can empathize with, like, for example, when a particular person or a group of people do something that is really, really bad, I can empathize with them saying, bro, I understand why they did what they did. Was it nice? No, it wasn't. But I know why they did it, and I get it. That's empathy. I can understand them.
My question to you was, do you?
You didn't hear what you're not listening to me, bro.
You don't got to love someone that you don't have to love someone to empathize with them.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam.
I have some questions for Greedy Boy, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Just ask the questions.
So, you consider yourself to be Moorish, but yet you stand there and you say that you believe that love conquers all. Do you understand what it means to be Moorish?
Yes, ma'am.
You do? So why are you saying that love conquers all? Because that's not what Moorish people believe in. You have the audacity to put the flag up there and you don't even know what it means.
You still have not came to a point where you prove that I don't know what it means. You just walked up and made a stop.
Because you're saying that love conquers all, and Moorish people do not believe that love conquers all. And the flag itself, if you knew what it meant, would tell you that.
So what you're saying is, based off what you know about what you believe about what you see on me, that means I have to be what you thought that because of what you saw?
No. I'm judging you by what you are saying based on my reality. And my reality is that I am Moorish. My reality is I was born with that flag. My reality is that I speak the language of the nation that flag comes from. And my understanding comes from the fact that flag actually means bloodshed. It is a reminder of bloodshed. The red in the flag represents the blood of my ancestors.
You made me think of something just now.
Right. Do you know what that green star represents?
Why is that important?
it's important if you claim to be Moorish, then you should understand what your flag represents.
The question I'm asking you a question, right?
No.
You stepped on.
I'm still asking.
Walaikum assalam.
I'm still waiting.
Hold up.
I'm
Greedy
still
boy,
waiting.
hold up, wait. Greedy boy, she asked you a question, answer the question or don't. Or just say you don't know.
If you don't know, it's fine. I can let you know. You can continue claiming to be Moorish. That's fine. It's no skin off my back.
It's not that I don't know. It's that I feel as though answering this question is going to take me further away from the point that I stepped on in the first place. Like you heard me speaking about love, and you jumped on to oppose it. But what was offensive about love that you had to oppose it?
Because we Moorish people do not believe that love conquers all. And you have our flag on there claiming to be Moorish, and you're appropriating my flag and my culture and making it your own. That is offensive.
Well, I never once said that the Moorish people believe that love conquers all. I said I believe that love conquers all.
But if you're Moorish, you wouldn't believe that.
Why?
Because that's like saying, hey, I'm Christian, but I don't believe that Jesus is God, and I don't believe that he's the Son of God, and I don't believe in the Trinity. It makes no sense.
The Bible says that that's not true, though. The Bible says that none of those things are true. So if you were to say you were a Christian, you don't believe those things.
Then that's like saying, it's like saying that Jesus didn't die for your sins, but you still claim to be a Christian.
But
what I'm trying to tell you here.
True.
Okay, well then guess what? My Moorish culture and my Moorish faith and my Moorish upbringing, my Moorish blood and my Moorish ancestry claims that love does not conquer all. Our flag itself represents the blood of our ancestors, the wars that we have had to go through with our enemies that we do not love.
Okay. And because through that light, you have lived. And you sound in the tone of your voice in this context of this conversation.
No, it's not because I have lived. It's because this is my life. This is my reality.
So you have lived your life, or you haven't?
No, this is my life, and this is my reality.
Okay.
What you are appropriating as your own is not reality for the Moorish culture. You may have been able to pick up a few sources here and there, maybe from Wikipedia or from what your friends have told you, or maybe from what you picked up from YouTube. But you cannot go around claiming to be something and not understand what it means. That pentagram that a lot of people don't understand where it comes from. The 5 points of the pentagram represents the 5 pillars of Islam, because Islam ultimately is what saved our people. When the Christian Crusaders came and they started killing us because we refused to change from our pagan ways, Islam came afterwards and they said, yes, we had pagan ways. We were gypsy travelers. We didn't have any purpose in terms of monotheistic beliefs.
Okay.
But when Islam came around, they said, hey, we will save you from being forced into this religion. All you need to do is join our side, and we will get rid of these people for you. And there was no violence whatsoever. And so we joined the Islamic forces. We joined the rest of the Islamic empire to fight the Christians.
Sounds like love to me.
Yeehaw, buddy.
Not love. That is not love. We fought damn hard for that, and a lot of our ancestors died and shed blood.
So you said it wasn't out of love that they helped you?
No, that was hate. The fact that the Christian Crusaders killed my ancestors. No. The fact that the Christian Crusaders killed my people and destroyed my land from where my people came from and put up borders to where we couldn't even see our own family members. And then on top of that, they taxed us. That is not love. We hate them with a passion. And to this day,
yes, ma'am,
we will continue hating them for destroying our land.
Holler back.
Yes, ma'am, and that makes perfect sense. What I'm asking you is the Islamic leaders that came to you, that saved you, that wasn't a love and gesture?
They still taxed us.
Love
saved you. It was a gesture. It was a gesture. It was a gesture. I wouldn't necessarily say it was a love gesture. If they didn't tax us,
Hold up.
Then
he said he's at work. Come on, guys, get the lights up, inshallah. Jazakallah. Likes up, likes up, likes up.
And make sure you're not infringing on anybody's First Amendment rights.
Security
Yeah,
guard.
security guard over there.
Saw it picked up.
I don't even know what
I
he
don't know
said.
if he's still going to be listening or not, but just to finish off what I was saying, please don't appropriate people's culture, claim it as your own. And to the people in the comments, it has nothing to do with whether he is black, white, or ginger, okay? Because I've got aunts and uncles that are black with a wide nose and thick lips. And then I've got cousins that are blonde hair with blue eyes. Okay, Moorish culture comes in all shapes and sizes and all colors. So it has nothing to do with race. But don't sit there and take my flag and take my culture and start making it a mockery. No. That red that he was so proudly hanging up on his profile, that represents the bloodshed of our ancestors. That is not love.
Yeehaw, buddy! It's the Moroccan flag, Ja. Ogre's and let me bring Ogre up. Ogre, what's up, bro?
What's up, Borge?
Huh. Hello, hello, hello. Your mic is muted.
Hello. He's omnipresent.
Yeah. Bro, this is like literally small wood energy, bro. Why is he like
his nipples probably tickle?
Yeah, like why?
This is the perfect time for that soundboard. When he blows in, you put him down in the audience and be like, nobody cares about that shit, bro.
Oh yeah. What's a Muslim?
Yeah, well, you Muslims.
Wait, you said, yo, hold up. You said that your prophet is Noble Drew Ali, bro. Come up here so we could talk about that. Why you over here talking about love? This supposed prophet of yours got you messed up in the game, bro. I see why you're talking.
Let him go to Morocco and mention that name. They will stone him.
Don't do
If
that.
you go to Morocco.
No. Hello.
Wow. Okay, I won't go there. But that's ridiculous. Come on. Like, how ridiculous do you have to be to even say something like that, and then still claim to be Moorish?
These people have been completely brainwashed, bro. Well, aren't these people like Nation of Islam or something like this? Maybe we can't say a little messy. Thank you, little
Is
messy.
Mommy alive?
Yeah.
Where's she?
She's over there.
No, where
Right
is she?
there.
With the yeehaw buddy?
Mm-hmm. Yeehaw, buddy. Did you hear my daughter?
Yeah.
She's like, "Where's mommy? Is that the
yeehaw, buddy?"
Y'all like, go over there.
Oh man.
Who is that's my wife, Joss. She was the one that was speaking. She was speaking to somebody else who had a Moorish flag, and I don't know. So you tell me that in the face of love, you are offended, bro. Stop it, bro.
There is no in the face of love. Appropriation of culture is not love. You're clowning. That's what you're doing. You're making a mockery of somebody's culture. It's like when white people go and braid their hair and claim it as their own and say, "Oh, well, it's just easier on me." No, it's not. No, it's not. You don't take what other cultures do and claim it as your own. Or they'll turn around and be like, oh, well, black people now straighten their hair. No, just because they do that doesn't mean it's right. Don't take people's culture and make a mockery out of it and then start giving it your own history. And then you claim that you have history with this flag or you have a history with these people. That flag didn't come into existence until 1915.
It's your boy.
Oh my god, bro.
What's up, Shaw?
Issa missed me. You see his face, Kyle?
Yeah, I see his face.
I came up here to talk intellectual.
Did you?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to know where the lady was from because she said that we can't appropriate others' culture. Like, what does she mean by that? I just wanted to know what
she's Moroccan.
She's Moroccan. Okay, so she felt like he was.
Appropriation of culture. Appropriation of culture means when you take somebody else's culture, you take somebody else's another country's beliefs and the way that they do things, and you take it as your own, you make it as your own, and you give it an entirely different meaning, or you give it a different history. That's what appropriation of culture
Okay,
is.
so would you consider like the NOI something like that?
Yeah.
Say that again?
The NOI.
Yes. Nation of Islam, yes.
Okay, so let's
Nation of Islam would be considered an appropriation.
Okay, so
another example for people in the comments that might not understand, because this came out, it was very heavily talked about in the news. It's when Disney finally decided that they were going to have a black princess or an Asian-looking princess, and then all the white kids at Halloween wanted to dress up like that. A lot of mixed-race people or people of culture and color got upset with that. They said, well, for the last 50 years, you've had your own princesses. Why are you taking ours? Let us wear these clothes. That's a very
okay. So my thing is with, not to cut you off. My thing is with that though, like we're gonna stick on like Moors, right? Are they Muslim or are all Moors Muslim?
They call themselves Muslims, but they don't believe in the Prophet Muhammad. And if they did, they don't believe that he's the seal of the prophets. They have other prophets on top of that the Quran doesn't even talk about. The Quran doesn't.
So isn't that like a form of what you're saying? Because they have two different views on Islam, right?
Islam is the Quran.
Okay, so you got the Moors, and then you have people that say they Muslim.
Hold up, yo, Shad, you gotta let her finish speaking, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if you claim to be Moorish and you have the Moorish flag, it technically means that you are a Muslim, because what the flag represents is the 5 pillars of Islam. So you would assume that somebody who held to that flag would practice those 5 pillars, especially if they call themselves Moorish. If you then turn around and say, well, I believe in some prophet called Mickey Mouse.
Drew Ali.
Mouse is, yeah, but he's not mentioned in the Quran, then we've got a serious issue here. If you then claim to be Moorish, but you say that you have no ancestral DNA towards the Moorish Empire, and you don't know the history behind your own flag, then there's a problem there.
Okay, so you guys feel like it's watered down.
What exactly are you claiming? Is it just a title or what?
I get you. You're saying you basically you guys feel like it's just a watered down version, basically, in so many words. Like you just stealing a culture and you making it. I get that. So, but what I'm saying is what's the difference between some again? I want to be clear on this. What's the difference between somebody claiming to be a Moor and somebody just saying they're Muslim? Like there's a slight difference there, isn't it?
Claiming to be a what between a what? Sorry,
You said a Moor. Okay. You have people that claim they're Moors. They wear the fez, but you have Muslims too. If I'm not mistaken, Moors and Muslims are a little bit different, right?
99%. No, 99.9% of Moors are Muslims.
Okay.
You'll find odd communities here and there, but since I don't know when, the Jews and the Christians have mainly moved out, and the reasons why they were even there to begin with was because of the Christian Crusades and because of the borders and because of everything that happened during the war.
Okay.
I mean, there's a difference between flattery. There's a difference between flattery and appropriation of culture. Nobody cares if you try and copy others because you are flattered by their culture. You know, if somebody goes to Africa and says, I'm just in awe at their culture. I love the way that they dress. I love the way that they wear their hair or the way they cook their food or the respect that they have between man and wife. Nobody is going to get offended with that, right? Because you're not mocking them. You're not taking anything away from them and claiming it as your own. But when you take a culture, you claim it as your own, and then you start watering it down and adding things in there that don't belong there, that's when we get pissed.
World Dawa, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So my question is, like, everybody's in different countries and different states or, you know, continents, their reality is different. So when we say that, that's like saying a Muslim in Philadelphia shouldn't be Muslim because he's not really moving the same way as a Muslim and pick a country in North Africa or the Middle East.
No, what she's saying is hang on. If someone claims to be a Muslim but wants to do his own thing, then he's what's it, misappropriation?
Misappropriation.
Well, yeah, because if you claim to be a Muslim and you've done your shahada, it doesn't matter how many sins you commit. If in your heart of heart you still believe that you are a Muslim, that's fine. There's no genealogy associated with Islam. It's not like Judaism where it's passed down through the woman. Okay, the second you take your shahada, you are a Muslim. You can sin as much as you want. If you keep saying that you are a Muslim, I can't tell you that you're not. I have no right to tell you that you're not. It's between you and God. But when you associate yourself with
so how do you have the right to tell somebody that they're misappropriating it?
Hold up, bro. Hold up. She's not done, bro.
That's what I'm trying to explain. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. When you associate, it's basically like saying, hey, you know what? From now on, I'm Jamaican. I'm Jamaican.
People do that, though.
I'm Jamaican.
But I'm just saying, I'm just saying, let's be realistic. I can't. If you.
No. But if you take my blood and you test it, you will see that I'm not Jamaican. If you take my blood and you test it, you will see that I am Moorish. There is a difference. It's basically like the whole transgender argument. You cannot be trans nationality or trans ethnicity. You cannot do that.
Well, technically you are.
Don't start. People are not understanding.
You got dual
People just need
citizenship.
to understand.
I'm trans attack helicopter.
That Moorish is not just a title that you can claim. It's a bloodline. It's not like Islam where anybody can be a Muslim. No, is you have to come from that tribe. You have to come from that nation.
Yeah, about it.
And I don't know why anybody would want to, because we don't have a very, very good history. Most of the people that are in now, what we now call Morocco, are trying to get out of there because it's so bad. But then you've got Americans over here claiming to want to be Moorish. Go over there and live and see how you'll survive.
But they're picking up the Moorish aspect up. They're picking up the Moorish aspect up on the religion side. They're not really picking it up on the culture side. That's the same thing. That's the same thing with Islam. Hold on. That was my point with Islam. A lot of Muslims and a lot of Muslims from other countries will ask, not even ask, but they feel like black Americans who pick up Islam or white Americans who pick up Islam, they feel like they're not real Muslims because they feel like we don't.
If you want to pick up Islam, pick up Islam. You don't have to appropriate a culture to do that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they're not their gripes, but their reservations about people in America picking up Islam has nothing to do with the religion. It's coming from a place of like they feel like they're more Muslim than American, just based on their reality. Because if it wasn't that, they would embrace that. I was born with a Muslim name. I get asked every other day, how did you get that name? And they're not asking because they're just curious in a good way to know. They want to know because they feel like the name belongs to them. So that right there shows me that it has nothing to do with misappropriation. It's just they feel like Muslim, like it's a reality, almost like how Moors feel like it's a bloodline. They feel like Islam is like a bloodline. That's how they act with it. They don't feel like
Islam is not a bloodline.
It's
though.
not, but I'm just saying they treat Americans who pick up Islam like that.
Islam is not a bloodline.
I know I didn't say it was. I said that people from the Middle East and North Africa act as if Americans like it's impossible for us to be Muslim. Again, they'll ask us, how did you get that name?
No, we don't. No, we don't.
I live in America. I've experienced it. I've met a lot of them over there. They don't need it's
so do I.
It's Muslims that are in their 30s and 40s who will ask somebody, oh, how did you get the name Amir? How did you get the name Khalil? Where did you get that? Like as if
hold up. I ask people those names too to see if they're Muslims. If they're not, I go alhamdulillah, it doesn't matter.
No, I'm not talking about you, Issa. You're American. I'm talking about those people from over there. They'll ask us as if why wouldn't we have those names? Why would Islam is it passes down through the world, right?
Okay, let me explain something
it's
to you.
It's in Russia, Asia.
There's a huge disparity and there's a huge issue that I've noticed since moving to America. And unfortunately, this is something that we have to deal with, or this is something we can fight. Okay, being raised in England and in the melting pot of London, I grew up eating curry almost every week. Why? Because our culture in London is so mixed and so rich that we see curry goat from Jamaicans, we see the patties, we see the Indian tikka masala, okay? I'm not joking when I tell you, our history in London, when it comes to raising a family, is very rich in culture. And so when you come across somebody who appears to be African or appears to be Jamaican, but they have an Arab central name, or they have what sounds to be a Muslim name, we don't question it, because we know growing up that in Africa, there are other areas that share similar names. And an example of that would be a friend of mine, her name is Judy, and her brother's name is Mohammed, and they are Ethiopian. Explain that to me. These names that you have, Amir and Jamal and Khalil and all of that, just because a black presenting person has those names, it does not mean that they are Muslim. Now, people in Europe know this. Here in America, it's very difficult to understand. Why? Because of the slave trade, a lot of people don't know where they're from. They don't know. And this is very difficult.
I think my mic muted. If you guys can hear me, I can't hear myself.
So when you go around and you think, oh, well, my name is Amir. No, honey, that's just the name that your mother chose for you. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are from the Moorish tribe. You go and take your ancestry DNA test, and you'll probably find that you're
Issa,
from
you can hear me? I can't hear myself.
Nigeria.
I can hear you, bro.
Senegal.
All right, give me a second.
My brothers have Jewish names. Does it make them Jewish?
Yeah.
No. It doesn't mean anything. A name is just a name. Now, if you choose to name your children after someone that you knew that you liked, my husband's nephew, his name is Malik. It's an Arabic Muslim name. His parents are hardcore Christians. Just because your name is Jamal doesn't mean that you're Moorish.
Yeah, Bridget, what's up?
Hi. Wow. I just popped in there. Hi.
Do you want to add something?
So that he was kind of talking about earlier about kind of the topic of cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation and things like that. So, I am not a Muslim. However, when I come to these lives, I am respectful and I wear hijab, even though it's not that great. Or I try and cover, or I try and be respectful and understanding. And I think that's something that he may not be understanding is that, at least from what it sounded like to me, is that there's a difference between appreciation and appropriation. And when somebody converts to Islam, you get a Muslim name. That's not appropriation, that is appreciation, and that's what you have to do.
It's not it's not necessary. You don't necessarily have to take a Muslim name, like unless there's like a confliction, like maybe if your name's Christian, you could just make it Chris or something like that. If it goes against Islam, then you would have to pick a new name. But like I personally, I could have just kept my name, my legal name. But I decided to give myself a Muslim name. I just wanted to add that in there. It's not absolutely necessary for you to do, but you can if you want to.
I just wanted to make sure that there was definitely we can clear up the difference between appropriation and appreciation. Like, girl, I've been braiding my hair since I was a little girl. Not like twists or anything like that, but that doesn't mean I'm appropriating somebody else's culture. It's just a hairstyle. However, if I sat there and I got dreadlocks, then that's cultural appropriation.
Right, exactly. That's what I was trying to explain. But you have to add on to the part that you are claiming it as your own. If you are simply just doing it for the sake of doing it because you like doing it, that's fine. That's appreciation. But when you take it and you claim it as your own, that is appropriation of culture. You cannot do that. It's wrong on every level.
Precisely. I mean,
about the braiding of your hair. If you did the locks, for example, and you tried to find examples in history that claimed it for white people, and you was pushing that narrative so heavy to the point where African Americans are getting offended because it's actually not true, then we have a problem there.
Exactly, and also
people are doing with the Moorish, these American Moors. They don't know the history behind the flag. They don't know the history behind the country. They don't know the history behind the bloodshed that's occurred. But because it's an easy flag to appropriate because Moroccans don't care, they're going to go ahead and do it. But if they tried to do it to another country, I promise you they would have been laughed out.
I totally agree with you, sister. I just feel like people need to be a little bit more open-minded, open-hearted, because I feel like what's going on is that you're trying to educate, however, there's not a lot of listening that's occurring. So please continue what you do. You're doing great. I just came on just to explain the difference between appropriation and appreciation, and I feel like you were doing an amazing job doing so. It's just he was not listening.
I think it's because he doesn't know, and if somebody finally told him, hey, you're actually wrong, he probably never thought that he would ever meet somebody from Morocco.
I have visited a lot of characters, or oh my goodness. I've visited a lot of countries. I currently live in Japan, and there are certain things that I will and I will not do here because of the difference of cultural appropriation and appreciation. And same thing when I was in Europe, I visited many countries there, and the main reason I have a hijab in the first place was because I planned to visit Dubai during Ramadan and experience the culture and understand more, because I wanted to learn more. And I've known Isa and Khalil for a couple of days, and Isa, Khalil, and Chloe, Khalil's wife, have been educating me, and I could be no more grateful than I am for them to accept what they have been teaching me. but something that other people, when they come up to this live, to debate and to talk, it's okay to get heated. It's okay to get upset because of whatever. However, we also need to be able to listen to one another and respect one another. That's all I really have to say. I'm all about respect. So,
Cool.
You live in Japan, no wonder. If you were in the US, you wouldn't try the hijab out because something. I recently started trying the hijab like 2 days ago. I wore a hijab one time in high school when my friend took me one day to, I think, her mosque, and she wanted to show me more about her culture, but this was the first time that I've worn it in a very long time. And yeah, I would wear it in the United States. I feel confident in it, and I like the way that I look in it. It doesn't mean that I have to be Muslim to wear it, but I'm not going to appropriate it either. I'm going to appreciate it and ensure that I have many Muslim friends, and I've made a lot more Muslim friends ever since I started talking with Khalil, Isa, and Chloe. And they have reassured me that what I'm doing is respectful, and if it wasn't respectful, I guarantee that they would call me out on it. But I just recently started wearing a hijab. So I'm gonna dip. I'm gonna let you guys continue what you're gonna do, your debate. I just wanted to say, sister, you're doing an amazing job trying to explain to him what the difference is, but ignorance is bliss, and sometimes people don't want to listen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
Hello?
Thank you, sister.
Oh, okay. All right. Have a nice day, you guys.
All right, see you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
What's up?
My son just comes out of anywhere. So one thing that I definitely wanted to clear up was what he was talking about as far as Americans go. This is what they're talking about. It's probably backwards, but this is the Moorish Science Temple. So this is what a lot of Americans believe what Moors are, which is the Moorish Science Temple. It's not the same thing. So I appreciate the sister for coming on here and making sure they make that distinction, because a lot of the times that flag, the actual Moorish flag, is used as something to represent this when it is not that. So that's where his misconception is coming from. And then for the person in the comments, I don't know if they were asking about trying hijab in America or if, it was just a genuine concern. But I am an American revert. I live in Missouri, so there are places in Missouri that are very redneck country, and you'll run into a whole bunch of ignorant people who know nothing. But I've never been looked at crazy for wearing hijab. I've never been treated any type of way. Like, I don't know where this misconception comes from that Islam is so maltreated in America. I'm not going to say people don't go through that, but from my experience, I haven't been treated any type of way differently. But I really appreciate the sister for coming on here and making sure she clears up what it means and what it is to truly be Moorish.
Yeah,
and that's all I wanted to add.
That's my wife right there, by the way.
Oh, alhamdulillah. MashaAllah.
I gotta kick her ass sometimes.
But that's amazing. That's beautiful. Alhamdulillah. I appreciate her for spitting facts like that. But I just wanted to bring this up because a lot of people get the misconception about what true Moors are and what they believe Moorish people to be because of what the MSTA believes, the Moorish Science Temple of America. So, just to make that distinction. But that's all I had to add, inshallah. So, Jazakallah khair for letting me on.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
We got M. Sharif. Assalamu alaikum.
Sharif, what's up, bro?
You're muted. Hello? Can you hear me now?
Sharif.
Hold on. Is that your buddy?
No. Marco, what's up, bro? Let me...
Oh, blow the wind of God.
You sound mad low.
Who, me?
No, this guy, Sharif.
I was going to say I can make myself louder.
No, you're good.
Somebody said, are we still talking about Earth? We can if you want to. Just come on up. Inshallah. Hey, Issa. So, there was this Facebook group that I used to go into, and I debated this guy, and he was like a representative. He was like an admin for this Facebook group. You know what they were called? They were called Flat Earthers from around the globe. just let that sink in.
It sunk in when you said it.
Flat Earthers from around the globe.
Yeah, man. Assalamu alaikum. Man, where the Christians at? These Christians ain't trying to get attacked. Man, where the Christians at, though? Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah, my brother Aladdin. Sharif, what's up, bro? Sharif.
Hey.
Yeah, I can barely hear you, but go ahead, bro. All you got to do is start talking. Oh,
He's gone.
Yep.
In the words of Issa, your microphone is trash.
Straight up trash. Trash box.
Yeah, let's get the likes up, people.
Yeah.
Inshallah.
Just double tap the screen, bro. Keep double tapping. Keep double tapping the screen until your arm falls off.
Rapid fire.
Salam alaikum.
I would like to see debates with atheists. So would I. Invite some. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What, Adam?
Hang on. Sharif is trying to come up, and his mic is just trash box, so I don't know.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
There we go.
There we go. Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
How buddy?
What's up, brother?
I'm cool, bro. I'm cool, man. Shout out to EA Dawa. Respect, bro. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant you whatever you desire in this dunya and akhirah, brother. You know? And love you guys for the sake of Allah, man.
Barakallah feek. You too also. You also, brother.
I hope I'm loud and clear now.
Yeah, you're good.
Alhamdulillah.
Yo, S1, what's up, bro?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum salam.
How are you doing, guys? I'm calling from Belgium,
Alhamdulillah.
so it's pretty early here. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I actually woke up and started listening to your shows, and then you started talking about flat Earth. For me, it's pretty interesting. So I had a few points that actually could clarify a few things, and I thought, yeah,
sure.
I actually woke up, and so I said, let's try this stream. It's the first time I'm on stream, so yeah, actually, the most important point I have is water. So the surface of water is always level. That means on all scales, if you put it in a glass, the surface is flat. If there is no wind and no currency, yeah, a bath, a swimming pool, the water is always flat on the surface. We use water as a tool to level things. That's why it's called water level. Now, there are also certain points or certain distances that shouldn't be seen from a certain distance because of the Earth's curvature. There's a mathematical equation, I think it's 8 inches squared miles. So every mile, the Earth curves 8 inches. The next mile, it's squared, so it should be certain objects should not be seen. Now there are objects that can be seen, like fire towers and mountain ranges, that should be behind the curve but are still visible. So that's one point. If you would like to, have an argument for that.
Yeah, sure. So, have you ever seen the documentary Beyond the Curve?
I see that.
I think, yeah, but yeah, I saw it. Yeah, on Netflix.
Okay, so let me share my screen real quick.
Salam alaikum.
All right, let's do this.
Alaikum assalam.
Okay, so can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is an experiment that they did at the end of the documentary. This is an experiment that they did. So what they did was they took a flashlight at one point and put it at 17 feet above sea level, right? So above the water level that you were describing, and then they went a little bit down the road and they put up basically a barrier, right, a wall. And they put a circle at a very specific point in that wall at 17 feet at the middle of the circle. Then they went down the road a little bit more and put another wall up where the circle is in the exact same spot. The hole in the wall is in the exact same spot. And on the other side, they put a camera. Now, their hypothesis was that if they were to take the Earth, right, and they were to not take the Earth, but if the Earth was flat, they would take the flashlight and shine it through the holes, all of them which at 17 feet, and on the other side, the camera would see that they are that it was actually that they could see the flashlight through the holes, right? It would have traveled through both of the holes, proving in which that the Earth is actually flat and not curved. So once they did the experiment, let me see if I can find the other one.
There was also a group with I think OCD, not OCD. I mean, it's a special group who tried to do it with the laser, but
yep.
Because of the atmosphere, there's moisture in the atmosphere. The laser could not be centered, and
sure,
actually, so
yes.
That's
so. What they did was they shined the light through, right? They shined the flashlight at 17 feet, and at the other end, the person with the camera said, "I don't see anything." And they said, "Well, if the Earth is actually in fact curved to the percentage that globe Earth is said to be curved, then we would raise this up to 23 feet. And once it's at 23 feet, we'd be able to see it through the hole. And then the camera would be able to see the light at the other side." And in fact, they did raise the flashlight up to 23 feet. And in fact, then at that point, they were able to see through the hole. Thus, these flat earthers ended up actually proving that globe Earth is correct and that the Earth is not actually flat when these barriers were put up at a certain distance at a certain elevation.
On water, on flat water, not moving water, or was this on Earth?
No, this was put on land. This was put on land at a certain elevation above sea level.
Okay, on land, I would expect something like that. So land is not perfectly flat. Huh? Maybe only the salt flats in Utah. It's one of the flattest surfaces that there is. But my point actually is, if you can Google it or find it. It's distances that can be seen from on water that should be behind the curve. Mountain ranges like that are miles and miles above ground shouldn't be seen. If you make a calculation, should be behind the curve actually. So that's one of the points. Like somebody said in the beginning, it's a rabbit hole. Once you go in it, it has a lot of ins and outs. But for me, that was one of the points that actually,
Now I get what you're saying is that we use water to measure, to level things with. And I agree with you. On a small portion, we do use water to even things out and to level them out. Here's the question: is that I could probably show you 100 different videos of people either looking through a telescope or zooming in with their camera on watching like a ship, after it's taken off on its course, and the ship ends up going below the horizon. Now, if it was flat, wouldn't it just reach a vantage point to where it would actually just disappear rather than look like it's actually sinking into the water?
There is refraction from the water. There's light refraction, so it almost like disappears from the bottom down upwards. So that it's a visual illusion that we have, just like a drawing, because like you said before, when the sun goes, it's actually, if you see a video fast forwarded, it goes in a straight line and it almost disappears behind the horizon, our vantage point, but it still goes straight through, and then the light diminishes a little bit, like it goes softer and softer. But it's only a visual illusion that we have, that it looks that way. So also a point that Asaad said in the beginning about, now I'm jumping to almost like another subject, the moon landing, Van Allen radiation belt. The technology we had before in the 60s is nothing compared to the mobile phone that we have today and smartphones that we have today. So somebody said on NASA that we lost the technology to go up again, and if we could do it again. So that was the interview that they were talking about. Now the Van Allen radiation belt is a belt so toxic that a human could not go through it. It's like going into a chemical fabric, or how you call it. You won't survive it. You cannot survive it.
It's like taking a bath in radiation.
Yeah, it's like people, their teeth would fall off. They wouldn't survive. It's impossible. The construction of the rocket that they had there couldn't make it there. Even the German guy that was working with NASA, on his grave was a psalm about the ceiling of the earth, a certain psalm number. He said he didn't believe, actually, on his deathbed there was a confession that they never went to the moon. It was only actually a battle to win against the Russians. So I don't think they had the technology to go there. They had to fake it to make it. So that's why there are a lot of things that at this moment I don't have notes with me. So I really woke up from sleep just to talk to you guys about this.
Sure.
So
yeah, and I would honestly like to discuss night and day when it comes to flat Earth models. I think there's like three main models that flat Earth community uses. The issue is that all three of those models describe different things, different categories, but when you put them all together, they start causing problems and bugs between themselves. Like for example, when if you were trying to make a model that describes how half of the Earth is actually lit up during the day, which we know that for a fact, that half of the Earth is always in sunlight while the other half is not in sunlight. So if that's the case, then now we have to look at seasons, and they would say that the sun moves closer to the center of the Earth and farther out from the center of the Earth depending on the season. Why does the light not change? And if that's the case, there would be certain seasons to where there would be entire continents themselves that would have they would not experience night whatsoever, because the photons that are coming from the sun itself would meet those countries at all aspects during the day in that season. So it causes problems from one model to the next.
To be honest, those models are just not even theories. It's just people trying to figure it out. A real model, I don't think, really exists. But if you look at the UN logo, it's actually the North Pole is in the middle, and all the continents are in such a way that you can really go to the north with your compass. Use it, because I heard your point about the compass, and you can go north, and even planes, and they don't take the calculation to, because they go to a certain speed at more than I don't know how many miles, 1,000 kilometers an hour at least. They don't dip down every few inches, take account for the curvatures. It always goes in a straight line. There are a lot of pilots coming out and saying that, yeah, actually they go on full automatic and they just lean back, and it's the horizon at every height. There are people who have hot air balloons without those cameras with the fisheye lens. Just a normal camera, and the higher they go, the horizon always rises to your eye level. So that means that it stays flat. It stays as straight as an arrow. You can find it, I think, 120,000 miles high, not miles. Anyway, it's something 120,000 something.
I think it's meters.
It could be meters, and it still stays actually flat. And if it's a curvature, the higher you go, the horizon should dip down. So it's just like if you rise on a balloon, the horizon should go down. But in this case, the horizon always rises to eye level. And by the way, I'm a Muslim, so it's not like it's not that I take the Bible as to be a reliable source. We all know it has been tampered with. There is some truth in it, but Allah Alam. Actually, to be honest, I have my reasons, and for me, the important reason is how can water surface curve, and I just don't buy what they're selling. To be honest, for me, it's like a little bit. There are, for me, more points. I think a good thing to watch is Eric Dubai. He has 200 points, just naming them. That Earth is a curvature. There also was a Belgium scientist, I forget his name, who rose to the ionosphere with a hot air balloon, and his observation was that it's flat. The Earth was flat. The higher you go, and the horizon still stays straight. Maybe you can look that up.
Sure. Yeah. I wanted to first. I haven't even brought up yet in this stream my my killer point for saying that flat Earth is not possible. But Demolished Doctrine, Richard, peace and respect to you, brother. Welcome. And I know your scientific mind has something to add to this.
Peace and respect to everyone and everyone in side chat and anyone who might watch this broadcast in the future. And S1, peace and respect to you as well. That does read S1 or is it SI?
SI, a simple idea.
Simple idea.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that simple idea?
Could be anything.
Could be anything. Okay. I was just wondering if it was a particular simple idea or just simple ideas in general. Anyway, so you were speaking about
Occam's razor.
Occam's
Go ahead,
razor
Ricky.
is an interesting general tool.
Yeah.
So SI, do you agree that people observe and they're not conspiring to fool me when they observe and they confess to me or they profess to me that half of the world, half of the earth is lit, is experiencing illuminate daylight at all times? That half of it is illuminated. Do you agree?
What kind of people? How do you mean?
It doesn't matter.
People?
Humans in
Just
general.
people.
Just
Humans
people,
in
yeah.
general seems the
I-
consensus. Do you agree
I
with
wouldn't
that
disagree with
consensus?
that. I wouldn't
Okay.
disagree with that. There is no reason for people to lie about being
I
illuminated.
think people are generally not lying, trying to be deceptive about that. Okay. So you see my icon I'm using right here is actually a chart. So I have the disk of the earth and I have the sun pushed as far out from the center as possible. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do we agree that all those green lines are the same length?
Yes.
Because they are. They're precisely the same length. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, unless there's some kind of atmospheric anomaly where at the North Pole the air is thicker than everywhere else, and I'd like an explanation if that's true, what evidence we have to show that that is true, and you have diminished opacity, or you have increased opacity over the North Pole, and if all of those green lines are the same, shouldn't it be true if we were on a flat Earth that if the sun were as far away as it possibly could be within the dome, it's still equidistant? You can see what's left out of this that wouldn't be illuminated would be only South America. And all the rest of the Earth should experience illumination at the same moment.
To be honest, it depends of the height of the sun, because like at this moment.
No, it doesn't. No, I've given you the best case scenario here, pushing it to its extreme limit, as far away from the center as it could possibly be. The truth of the matter is, in most flat Earth models, everything should be lit simultaneously. There should be no darkness, unless you can explain to me the increased opacity over certain parts of the Earth at certain times.
Like to be honest, like I said in the beginning, those models that we have, that there are, by who they are put out, I'm not necessarily agreeing with those models. Just to be.
I know, but just because
but
you say that you don't agree with whatever model I might bring up, doesn't mean that you have reason to discredit that model unless you have a better one.
I'm not even discrediting it. I'm just saying I'm putting out my points why I think there is. So could you explain to me certain objects, like mountain ranges, that should be behind the curve, that are visible from those distances, 200, 300 miles, that should be mathematically normally hundreds of thousands of feet behind the curve?
When did you perform this experiment? What year
I did
was
not
it?
perform. When did you perform this experiment that you are?
No, this is a logical argument I'm making. This is a logical argument that I'm making.
For me,
I didn't say I performed an experiment.
Okay,
You said there exists an experiment.
Okay,
Neither did I.
wait. Hey,
just hang on a second, because you guys are like talking over each other, and it's becoming a shit show. Okay, so okay, so basically, what Richard is doing here, he's showing a model. At least he's giving us something, right? We're not just gonna take your word for it, right? You're a Muslim and you believe the Earth is flat, which was quite weird to begin with. Doesn't make any sense, because that model that Richard has there, that's actually being very, very gracious, because normally those models have the sun around the hemisphere, I guess the equator, rather.
Yeah,
right?
within, yeah.
Let me put Richard, put it back up, Akila. You had it?
Yeah, right here. Wham.
Just spiritual gangster. Hey, my boy Tone Bone, if you want to turn your mic off or your camera off, that's fine. I don't know if you can hear me down there. You should be able to hear me. And that's my boy there. So we're gonna wrap this up because I want to talk to Tony here. So if you see right there where the sun is, normally the models that you see, it's more towards the center line, like closer. If you were to take the sun where it is now and just bring it towards the middle, that's normally where you see it. But if that's the case, then I mean, the entire Earth would be lit up, right? That's what Richard is getting at. We can't hear you right now, Tony. Just hold up.
I don't have any scientific background to give any explanation nor my opinion about this. It's a legit
Tony,
point
what's up,
that he has. Huh?
I'm sorry, I'm talking
a legit point that he has, but my answer at this point is I couldn't give an answer to that point. My only question was also about the points that I brought up about the distances. It's not a test that I put out. There are recordings of these mountain ranges that are visible. Right now I'm just with my mobile phone, and actually I'm trying to look it up on my laptop right now, just to give some evidence or show something about it. But
yeah,
I can't give it an answer to this thing because I don't have any scientific background. I only put out my points about distances and mountain ranges and objects that are visible.
Yeah, all right, that's fine, brother. Thank you for coming up. I got my brother from another mother, Tony here. He's I've been trying to get him to come up and talk to us. So
Anyhow, it was a pleasure.
Yep. All right, my brother. Take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
All right.
Is there any challenges for a Christian on this show, or should I just go on?
I don't know. There now, my boy here. Yo, Tony, are you? I'm hearing like a feedback on your mic or something. Do you have the volume up like on your? Do you have me up on YouTube or something, by any chance?
I have you up on the link that you sent me.
No, I know, but is it on? Do you have YouTube open also or no?
No.
Oh, okay, then all right, then I don't know. It's just like this weird
I
feedback.
can hear the echo. It's very faint. It's very faint, but I can still hear it a little bit. But
yeah, I don't know why.
If you want, let me change my headset real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Do your thing.
All right, give me a second.
Hey, just make sure you don't grab it too hard, bro. You're gonna bust the damn headset by grab. See how strong this is?
Hulk smash.
This dude works out like crazy, bro. He's always in the damn.
I'm just gonna mute him for right now while we're waiting.
You know what I think it is the sound is coming from his laptop or phone or whatever it might be. I think that's probably why we're getting that sound, because he left and you can still hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think when your boy comes on, I'm going to give him because when you bring an argument against someone, you should be bringing the best argument that you have. You should be bringing the best thing that you do have. Yeah. which my argument is going to be asking him if he can explain how lunar eclipses work on a flat Earth model. I think that's just right there. That's the killer.
Oh, I never even thought about that, man.
How does a lunar eclipse work?
Damn. Yeehaw, buddy.
Yeah. In a flat Earth, how do you get the Earth in the way?
Yeah, how do you get the Earth in the way between the sun and the moon?
Right. Which is essentially my argument. Yeah. How do you get the atmosphere in the way?
That's a global killer.
Here's the other thing.
Or not.
Is the sun inside of the dome or outside of the dome? Because if it's outside of the dome, now we need to figure out what's causing the waves in the ocean. You know, what's causing the currents of waves in the ocean? Because if it's outside, it should not be affecting it.
See, the sun and the moon are the same size and distance. It's just the sun has no mass. How was that for just a swag?
I need to go take a Tums now.
That's why it follows the moon, is because the sun has no mass. It's just another NASA lie. And for anyone who doesn't know, I'm kidding. I'm only kidding.
Yeah, that's the one thing. You know, I got a series of questions.
Let me ask you this, Richard. Can you put that? Richard, can you put that thing back up that you had that model?
Certainly, no problem. Give me just maybe 2.3 moments.
Because I'm not just gonna I didn't think about this until now, right? So I'm not just gonna agree with you just to agree with you, but who's to say that? Right. So who's to say that these supposed sun rays are actually the distance that the sun should light up? Like, what if the sun really isn't that strong, right? Couldn't that be an argument? Like, the light isn't that strong, therefore it wouldn't light up those parts of
if it's not that strong, though, the sun would still only have where the light ends, where the light stops traveling. It theoretically should still be curved, not a flat straight line like that picture I brought up, like that right there. I mean, it seems as if the distance.
I think I see what you're saying. Basically, the light. Yeah, it makes sense because
the light's traveling farther to the top or bottom corner than it is to the center of the Earth. Why
that
is
makes
that?
no sense.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So say I went from let's say the light only made it in this exact same chart model, right? Say it only went from mid Africa to Australia. Okay, it would still reach in that same distance. It would still reach all the way to the North Pole.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so Tony, you can unmute your mic, Tony, if you want.
Yeah, I just unmuted him.
Yo, Tony, what's up, bro?
What's up, bro? Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Yeah, that's perfect. No more echo.
Hold on, because I don't like hearing it from the phone.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're good.
Yeah. Yeah. You sound good.
We good?
Actually,
all right.
No, it's echoing right now. It depends. Is the sound coming from your headset? Is it in your headset right now?
Yes. Talk again.
Turn down the volume then.
Yeah, because it ain't coming from the phone.
No, it could be that it's bleeding, so your mic
All right,
is
this is
picking
better?
up the sound. Yeah, see, no echo. So it was just that it was really loud, and the mic was picking it up. So
Okay.
all right, cool. So this let me.
So what's up, fellas?
So this guy here, all right, his name is Tony. I love this brother. I grew up with him. I met him in the second grade. We used to fight almost every week. I swear to God, we probably had a fight every single week, like real fighting. I'm not even kidding. And then as the years progressed, we just happened to be best friends, man. And so
don't mind me as I play with my camera. I'm trying to get this. All right, that's better.
Tony, it's all, bro. We see the muscles, bro. We
No,
get
it's
it.
not that.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I had it long ways, bro. What's up? You want me to take my shirt off for you?
No.
Hey, I remember when we were kids, man. You used to be the ripped one, bro.
Yeah, Crazy A's.
I remember that. We took a picture at Emily's house. I remember. I think I still have that picture.
You do? I
Remember?
will send it to
Yeah.
me, man.
All right. I'm gonna have to look for it. I'll send it to you.
All right, man.
All
So,
right. So what are we talking
anyway,
about?
So you know, I told you before, like our duty, right? I know you're probably like, damn, this is the guy I grew up with, right? Like, what's he talking about? He must be crazy, right? It's all good.
Cool, man.
But you know, I'm a
Who,
Muslim.
I feel that way about you?
No. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that that's how you feel, but that's how
Yeah.
I feel you feel.
I
Right?
got you. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
because
not.
you know when you, it's like when you go to the, you remember that movie damn, what's the one movie
A series of unfortunate incidents.
No, Menace to Society. You
Gone
remember
with the
Menace to
Wind.
Society?
The Goonies.
Remember the Muslim dude that he was always talking that Islam shit, right? And everybody else was like, man, forget all that Islam bullshit. You know, like, we know you a Muslim, we ain't trying to hear it, right? That
Bro,
it's like that.
if you, I feel like years ago, like a long time ago, I probably would have felt close to the way that you think that I would feel. But honestly, man, I just, to each their own, bro. I just don't. I guess my issue, I would not issue. I don't. Let me rephrase that. It's not an issue. I find it interesting with religion in general, with like Christianity, especially Christianity, because I feel like I've certainly followed more Christian ideologies, right? And people who are discussing that. I watch your videos and I find it interesting that, you do something a little bit different, but in terms of like Muslims and Christians alike, like no one can really agree on what their books are actually saying or the way that they should follow the words of those books. And for me, like when we talk, I'm always I feel like most Christians are trying to get other people to become Christian or to like believe what they believe. And I think I would say the same about Muslims. About there's this like idea that you have to get somebody to believe in what you believe in. And for me, I'm just like, I don't care what you believe, right? Like that you're on your own journey, you know what I'm saying? And
Well, but Tony, but this is the thing. So just because people talk about it, I'm not trying to make anybody a Muslim. We already know as Muslims, we know that no one can force anybody to become Muslim, nor can, like you might have this idea like, man, he's really trying to get me to become Muslim. No, I'm not trying to get you to become Muslim. We believe that only God chooses the Muslims, right? So I mean, it is what it is. What you're supposed to do, though, if you don't want to be guided, then God won't guide you. You can stay in your misguidance if that's what you want. But if you're truly, hang on. If you're truly with an open heart, like if you were to somehow explain to me that in fact Islam is false in any way, I'm out.
Yep.
I have no problem. I'm open to change. Do you see what I'm saying? Whereas you're not. That's the difference.
Well, hold on now.
At least that's how I feel.
How, in what way am I not open to change?
Because whenever we talk, you're like, I'm not coming to Islam. I'm like,
because I do not believe, and I refuse to believe that in order for me to have a good relationship with my creator, that I have to label myself as a specific of any religion, or that I have to subscribe to any book. If I never had the ability to see or hear or read, I can still find God within myself by silencing my mind and seeking God's presence and my creator himself. So I just don't believe that in order for me to get to heaven or or have a peaceful afterlife, that I have to believe in a certain ideology, of like, this is the way things are supposed to be. And I think this is what I think that if our creator is going to punish anybody eternally because they're confused and because everything is like, yo, look over here, this is right and that's right and this is right and that's right. And honestly, and in all honesty, when you listen to I've listened to a lot of people, bro, because I'm very open-minded. And I'm like that about everything in my life. Even with like dieting, I've tried many different diets and I've thought about many different cultures and religions and ways of, like, they're monotheistic or theistic views or whatever. And I just feel like, yo, there's no way for anyone to prove without a doubt that their one way is 100% true. And I just feel like there's so much confusion.
Tony. Okay.
So, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
I'm gonna wrap up. And that if I or anyone else says, you know what, I'm just going to like open myself up to God, to the creator, and ask like the true creator, the one true creator, to just guide me. And I don't feel like that guidance is saying you need to turn to Islam, you need to turn to Christianity. Then who am I? Then like,
because you don't know what you're looking for. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying.
How can you tell me that though?
Because you haven't been presented with the facts. It's like, how do you? Okay, if you've never, hang on. If you've never heard of something or thought of something, well, you wouldn't have thought of something. You've never heard of this thing, right? But what's that called, Khalil? It's like when people believe in a thing only because it was fed to them.
Indoctrination?
Not indoctrination, because
programming.
Was that
programming? Like programming?
No, it's not programming. It's basically, it's like people
confirmation bias.
I know. Okay, I got it. So like, people believe in God being 3 in 1 and 1 in 3 and Jesus, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. These 3 are one. People do not believe these things. Just if Christianity and this doctrine of the Trinity had never existed, no one will ever think about it ever. This is something that developed.
You could say the same thing, but you could say the same thing about Islam. It wasn't written in the book. The Quran wasn't written until the 7th century AD. There are plenty of books that predated.
No. The book, the Quran, is a revelation from God to the angel Gabriel to Muhammad, peace be upon him. Now, I should skip Angel Gabriel, because Angel Gabriel isn't going to make a mistake in giving this information to Muhammad, peace be upon him. But this is how it came down, right? God sent the angel Gabriel because God doesn't come into his creation. If God just showed himself to you, there's no test, Tony. There is none. You're just at that point, God will close the books, and that's it. Everybody's going to be judged.
Why?
I just want to say something.
Why has God come to others though?
I'm sorry.
Well, I said, why has God come to others then?
He didn't.
Came to Moses.
He came to his prophets. He didn't come like he himself, but he revealed certain things to his prophets, and he gave his prophets miracles so that those people who believe in God might come, or those that some people might come to believe in God, to come to know him and do what he asks.
What's a miracle? What miracles did he give?
Something that can't be explained by what's the word? By scientific, I guess, knowledge or some shit like this. I don't know.
Oh, okay, but I mean, considering the time frame, it's possible that people considered things demonic because they didn't understand how they work. I just watched a video earlier where they used to make they're called devil's bridges, and they're called devil's bridges because the way that they're designed back in the day, people assume that the only way for them to actually work, because they're huge arches, like half circles of bridges. And people assume that they must have been created by the devil because only the devil could create something like that. My point is,
it's like the Salem witch trials. They were killing them because they thought that what they were doing, was of the devil, which we know that's not true.
But so the reason why I asked you, like, what miracles, because even if you're talking about a miraculous healing, like healing someone from being blind to having, to being able to see, there are cases now where that's actually being done now. So, and it's
but
being
these people
done by
aren't ordained. They're not prophets. Just because someone is cured of
but you realize that people said the same thing about Jesus, though. When Jesus was walking around, whether and to anyone watching and listening, whether you think that Jesus died and rose again, or you just think that he died or he didn't die, whatever the case is, you know, most religions admit that Jesus existed. Some people, like I think yourself, call him a prophet. So even at his time, people were looking at him like he's not ordained, he's not a prophet, he's lying, he doesn't know what he's talking about. So how do you know? Because the people at that time were around Jesus himself and they had no idea who he was. So and you're saying that God, hold on, because like you saying that God, like with Moses, was able to give them miracles to provide. But what I'm telling you is that people can create miracles now. Now people can heal themselves from a broken back. People can heal themselves from never being able to walk again, from never being able to see again. So how would you explain that?
Right. So okay, I've already told you that God heals people, right? Now you might not believe that, and maybe you do, maybe you don't. That's besides the point. I would say that yeah, that's a miracle, but this does not prove the existence of God just because someone was healed. This is what I'm telling you.
I mean, I agree with that. That doesn't prove the existence of God, but that's not what we're talking about.
If I was to tell you that, you know, this person, he was praying, and you know, he had this broken back and it got healed. This isn't evidence of anything. You wouldn't accept that. And he's a Muslim, right?
I would agree, but if it was just one person, but this is documented with like dozens and hundreds of people, so it's like repetitive. It can actually be replicated.
Okay.
And another example.
I got an example. Hang on, before you, I know exactly what you're saying. I get it. So scientists or these people who deal in like biology and whatever, they're taking and they're creating babies outside of the womb, right? Like babies, they're creating them outside the womb and artificial placentas and things like this. These people, are they God?
No.
Are they doing miracles? Technically,
no, I wouldn't consider that a miracle.
It is, bro. That is something. That's
let me give you let me just explain the difference real quick. Let me explain the difference though. What you're saying is using like chemicals or this or that. What I'm referring to is not. It's like I'll give you two examples. One is people healing themselves without, besides eating like a good diet, but through meditation and through a connection to God, right? So that's one. Two, if you've ever heard of Wim Hof is actually, have you guys ever heard of him?
No.
Who?
Wim Hof? Anybody? No? Okay. You should look him up when you get a chance. His name is spelled WIMHOFF, Wim Hof. And this guy is able to submerge himself into Arctic waters. He actually hiked Mount Everest in a pair of shorts. No joke, right? He's been injected with a bacteria that, if it was injected in anybody, he was able, if it was injected in anyone, it would give them immediate onset of flu-like symptoms, vomiting, nausea, like really getting sick, and it would last for a few hours. He was able to, through his breathing technique, to eliminate any trace or any symptom of this bacteria that was injected in him. And they thought it was just him, but it wasn't, because he was actually able to train, I think, 12 other people to do the same thing. And the reason why I bring this up is because my point is that from the way that I see things, I'm not saying that Islam is wrong, or like what I'm saying is that it's not entirely, I don't believe that it's entirely right. Just like I don't think Christianity is entirely correct. I think that there are truths within all of these religions, but the main truth is that God is in here. And when you sit and you silence yourself and you connect to God, you don't need a book. I have, thanks to you, Oscar, the Quran, and I also have a Bible. And while I haven't read as much of the Quran as I had the Bible so far, I can tell you that based on what I understand through other religions like Hinduism and Buddhism, the main message, even what Jesus was speaking, was that God is within you. And when you silence yourself and you seek and you believe in God, that you will find what you're looking for. And that's the truth. And I have my own experiences that would prove that. Go ahead.
I would agree. I would agree to the latter, not the former. That God, if you search him out, then yes, but God is not within you.
It's impossible.
You know
It says, it says so in the Bible, and I believe that.
Okay.
I actually have two questions.
Let me just say this last thing, and then Richard, if you want to talk, that's fine. So, at the time of Moses, he was given miracles of magic, right? We wouldn't call it magic. This is just so people can understand. So he was given miracles of magic, because of at the time, Pharaoh and his people, they were into magic and mysticism, and or not mysticism, but magic and sleight of hand and things like this, right? You can't test his miracles today. Now, Jesus was given the miracles of healing and healing the blind and the sick and the leopard and all these people, right? We cannot test Jesus' miracles today. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he came with the Quran. At the time of the Prophet Muhammad, those people were linguists par excellence. They were the best of the best. I mean, you can read this. You have access to it, right? That book that you picked up, the Quran, is the miracle. So you're asking, not you, but people say, what miracles did the Prophet Muhammad bring or did he do? And there are miracles that we can talk about. But the main miracle is that book that you have. That book, it's it. People, they're like, but how can a book be a miracle? Well, first of all, it's the English translation, right? I'm talking about the Arabic Quran. When you read it, right, with understanding, obviously, and even if you don't have some understanding, you ask people who do and understand and things like this, and they can tell you why it's a miracle and explain these things to you. And as far as I know, no one's been ever been able to debunk the Quran at all. They can't even find a single grammatical error, not one. That's all I ask. If God is perfect, and then the book should be perfect. Is the Bible perfect? Absolutely not. Not by a long shot, right? I can open any part of the Bible and find contradictions in there, left, right, and center. I do it all day, every day, right? Khalil, I mean, everybody that's here, they know. I do this almost all the time, right? So we know that the Bible is not from God. God never claimed to author or inspire the Bible at all. The people who say that are people who are what's his name? Paul, this guy, right? Who's Paul? Paul never met Jesus, but he's talking about Jesus as if he knows him. In fact, he was going against his teachings. But this is what is in the Bible. People don't see it. They don't understand. The Christians will fight with me about Paul, and they talk about Paul as if he's some authority on Christianity. Well, technically he is, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody loves him. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, Jesus said, obey the law. This guy is telling you to do away with the law. What don't you understand? It's in their face. If you analyze the book, you don't analyze Islam by the Muslims, you analyze it by the book. Same thing. You analyze it by the Bible, right? Christianity or Judaism or whatever you want to, whichever one of these religions. I'm telling you, the book is the miracle. Read the miracles. Oh, it says here that all life forms were created with water. Well, can we say that all living organisms were created with water? Yes. How did the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, know this? Who knows? Was it just lucky coincidence? Okay. Embryology, the barzakh, which is the natural barrier that separates the fresh and the salt water. He's in the desert. How the hell would he know this? There's absolutely no way he could have known this. There's so many things in there. There's absolutely no way that a man in the 7th century in a desert, no less, who could not read and write, could have possibly known this information. None whatsoever. But you would sit there and say, and I'm not saying you personally or specifically, people in general would be like, oh man, this means nothing. This ain't any. To me, it's unfair, really. Like, take the book, read the book. The God is the one that's making the claims in the book. I'm not making these claims. God is making the claims, and you say, okay, well, let me see what his God has to say. Oh, he said this about the stars, sun, and the moon. Is it true? True. Okay, then that's true. And then you keep going through the book. Is this true? Is this true? And everything so happens to be true. Come on, man. It can't be mere coincidence. Richard, go ahead, bro.
Well, the first thing is a comment. The reason that in your religion you have had successful miracles, although your two religions don't agree with each other, is because he emits grace through his noodly appendages, and he doesn't care what you call him. So you can call him Yahweh, you can call him Jesus, you can call him Allah, you can call him whatever you want. He's still going to do for you what you actually need done. That's the first thing. And no, you wouldn't be able to prove something different from that. Spiritual gangster, you were making a point, and it's like 5 minutes ago now. And if you could review your overall point, it did spurn what I thought was a serious thought, unlike the joke I just made.
Do you want me to say what I said 5 minutes ago?
Yes, please. Or just summate, if you would, please.
Can you give me some context?
That's what I'm looking for.
Well, he said a lot of things.
Yeah.
No, you had an overall point about the validity of your experience in prayer with God and it being personal and you not needing a religious text to do that.
Correct. And so I think to surmise my point, it's that this idea that one book is the way, and people argue that this book is the way. I just find it silly, and I think that I can't tell you guys. I mean, I'm like very interested in like religion and spirituality and whatnot, and like I deeply want a connection and look for a connection to God, to my Creator, especially coming from somebody who used to. I was an atheist, right? Like I didn't believe in God at all.
Until what age, please?
Until about.
Because if you say 17, it doesn't matter much.
No. This was I'm 39, so I would say it wasn't until I was about 32.
Yeah,
Okay,
when you start
adult.
thinking about dying, when it's more prevalent in your mind.
No.
I know.
That's not my experience. I didn't start thinking about God.
I know. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, bro.
Yeah, I've never been.
Okay, so you were about 32 years of age and
31, 32.
Okay.
Like so, but anyway, my point is that so I was just going back to saying that I used to be atheist. So you're speaking to somebody who has come to believe in God, and so I became very, very interested in, again, I want to do the right thing. And so what I've realized though is that have you guys ever like looked into near-death experiences? Yes. I think that's very interesting to me. And what I've learned about those and listening to different people's experiences is that people tend to have an experience that almost validates some form of a belief system that they've had. And I think that that's really interesting. So my take on the way that I understand it is that if you believe that you're going to go to hell, or you feel like internally you're going to meet Jesus, or you feel like you're going to meet your soul family, right? Because people have that really new age idea. That's what you experience. And which leads me back to what Jesus says when he says that what you believe is what your reality is, and what you believe is like your whole world. And so to me,
do you have
move on to the next
Bible reference
topic
for that?
What'd you say, Oscar?
Do you have a Bible reference for that? And the only reason I'm asking is because sometimes people misunderstand what is being said. And just FYI, okay, being a Muslim, I accept Jesus for who he actually was, not what a book like, for example,
What
Paul.
book? But what do you mean not a book? Not what a book says about him?
Not necessarily what these people say about what Jesus was or what he said. When they weren't there during the time of Jesus, they're hearing this information later from people who said that they were there. And let's just say, for example,
Hold on. Did the Prophet Muhammad speak on Jesus?
Absolutely. Hell yes.
You believe him?
Yes.
Was he there with Jesus?
So the brother here asked the question. He gave it. Hang on. He gave a $2 super chat.
hang on. I'm gonna let you ask that question. But he gave the super chats because he wanted our you to answer this question, Tony, or us ask you this, which is, do you or you can deny God or the Quran? Can you deny Muhammad? Which is exactly what we're speaking about right now. Can you deny the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him? Well, first of all, you wouldn't know him. And thank you, brother Jazib, for the $2 super chat. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you for your contribution. I mean, so you don't know about, so if you don't know about God, how can you worship him? How can you love him? How can you do anything? You can't. You don't know him. It's just like when people say, oh, I love you. I'm like, bro, you don't know me.
How can you say that somebody doesn't know God when they sit and when they are seeking? How can you say that? That's like, here's something to keep in mind. We all have our relative experience and reality. I view you differently than everyone in this chat views you. Your mom views you differently. Every person sees a different version of Oscar, and you see a different version of every person that you meet. And if I have a relationship with my father, like my actual biological father, and my sisters have a relationship with my father, but yet we still see him differently because we interact differently because we are different. So I would assume, now granted, this is an assumption, but that our creator would have a similar relationship with us, and that my experience with the creator may not be the same experience that you have. And the way that he shows you things in your life may be different than the way that he shows me things in my life. And so how can you say then that I don't know God? How can you say
there's
that?
a hidden assumption in this?
Well, on me?
Yeah, well, actually, I'm sitting here counting logical fallacies as both of you are talking, actually. But spiritual gangster, I think you would actually hear me.
Yeah.
So no, I think I'm just going to skip it.
No, go for it.
Sorry, I interrupted.
Oh, that's okay. Well, we never really touched on. I had spoken before, and we never really got. I want to hear what you have to say because I don't even know. Like, I know what Oscar's trying to say, but
I'm just sitting there thinking, how long you guys been having this argument? How many years?
Well, Oscar's been calling me for the past, I don't know how long, like 6 years, telling me to come to Islam.
6 years.
I haven't been telling you to come to Islam. I have been presenting you with some evidence. Trust me, back then I didn't know shit. All right, but I know more now. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't like all these little arguments that I have, or not little, but these arguments that I have now, as opposed to before when I used to talk to you.
Yeah, but it's never been, because my position is fairly neutral. I'm just like, anybody can hold up a book and say, this is the one, I'm telling you, because I've watched Christians to explain the contradictions, and and depending on the person's ability to argue and whatnot, a lot of times they can make a lot of sense, and I'm like, wow, that does make a lot of sense. But that's my point, though, is that I think everyone to a degree makes some sense, and I can understand their perspective, including yourself.
Okay.
So for me, I'm just like, I'm good. I'm just going to continue to seek God the way that I have been. And I just, it's like, look, and I said this to my wife earlier. I said, if I die and God condemns me to hell because I didn't believe every word written in this book or this book, bro, you're pretty fucked up. And I don't really think you're the true creator.
Don't drop the F-bomb.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. It's all right. But this is just,
you know what I'm saying? Like, there's confusion, and in the
Tony,
the father
let me.
Confusion is the devil himself. So it's like
exactly, and the Bible's confusing. Thank you.
Going on in these books, though, there's arguing.
No, Tony.
Well, if it wasn't so confusing, then how come all Muslims? How come there's radical Muslims, and how come there's watered down Muslims, and how come there's
that's not confusion.
Like yourself, and how come there's radical Christians, and how come there's watered down Christians? Why? If it was so obvious,
I told you before, Tony. I told you before, you judge the religion based on the book, not on the Muslim, not on the Muslim or the Christian. Forget about the Christian. People waver. Sometimes people have a really strong belief, and sometimes people have a really weak belief. It happens. People's beliefs go up and down. Their belief, their iman. This is what we believe in Islam. So you don't judge Islam based on the people. That's why when you sent me that video today, hold up. That's why when you sent me that video today, I said, "What's your point behind this?"
Yeah,
I don't care about. Hang on, bro. I don't care about what Khalil says. If what Khalil says goes against the Quran, it goes against the Quran. You can claim to be a Muslim. I don't care. I want you to judge Islam based on the book that you have there. Let me ask you a question so we can get a little more, I guess, in more specific here.
Sure.
Do you believe in one God or multiple gods?
Well, I think that there is multiple gods, but I think that there's one creator.
Okay, you know what I mean?
No,
Do you
I don't.
believe there is more than one creator?
Based on what I see, I would say no. Based on my understanding, I would say no. There's one creator.
Okay, so now when someone says, like, if you said, yeah, I believe in multiple gods. I do too, in the sense that you can consider yourself a god. You can consider money a god.
No, that's
okay,
not.
No,
I mean, Elohim in the Bible is plural for gods, but
it's a plural respect.
And for example, it says in the Bible that Satan is the god of this earth, lower G god, lower G.
Yeah, meaning he's not the one true God. So he's just another entity, Tony. It doesn't mean that he is God. It just means that he rules here. Not that he owns anything here, but the dunya, this earth, this worldly existence, people always seek the things that are against God. Meaning the devil rules you. Not that the devil is actually sitting there, with a damn gavel and he's like judging between people as if this is his kingdom. The devil does not own anything. He controls nothing. All he does is whisper in your ear and creates doubt. That's what he does. That's his best work. And sisters or brothers, whoever it is, trust me, Khalil is gonna speak. You just please.
I'm just listening and learning right now and building an argument from it.
That's exactly. So, anyways, so my when I say is there one God, I'm talking about, do you believe in just one creator? I'm not saying, the Bible says that the devil is the god of this world. Even if he was, we don't believe in that God. You already know that, right? You don't believe in the devil to be your God, do you?
No, but I believe he exists.
Right. Whether he exists or not, that's besides the point. The point is, do you believe in the one true God, the one that should be worshipped and praised and loved?
I believe in one creator, yes.
There you go. So you can't be a Christian, at least not in the sense that, like some Trinitarian Christians would believe that Jesus is God, the Holy Spirit is God, and the Father is God. These three make up the one Godhead. This is illogical, to say the least. Let Khalil go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Khalil. Just for the record, I think to be a Christian. So.
Huh?
I said you said so. You can't be a Christian, and I'm saying that I never. For the record, I've never claimed to be a Christian.
No. I said you couldn't be a Christian in the Trinitarian sense if you only believe in one God. I didn't say that you couldn't, or like you wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Because I guess anything is possible, right? Because Christians throw away logic in order to literally believe what they believe. Yeah, go ahead, Khalil, because I know you want to talk, bro. And by the way, people, like, this is my best friend. This is my best friend. I've known him almost my entire life. So this is why I'm talking to him. And in fact, this is probably the most, well, I've talked to him before about other stuff, for longer, but on this topic, this is like the longest. Go ahead.
Yeah. So first off, nice to meet you, Tony. I've been talking to Issa. He's mentioned you multiple amounts of times. Said that he wants to get you up here so you can talk to us. So I appreciate. I thank you for being here. I've checked out your channel. Amazing growth on the channel. I've been looking at it.
Don't mention it. Don't mention it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to mention it specifically. I know
okay.
you said but no, I appreciate the hard work that you've put into that. So at the beginning you had said something to the effect of like I'm trying to remember exactly what you said, because I just kind of been sitting and listening.
Yeah.
You were talking about people having their own experiences and whatnot, and you said you came from a background of atheism, to which my background, I was an atheist, for a hard atheist, making the positive claim that God does not exist up until about a year and a half ago, maybe, and I came to Islam from there. So when we're having these conversations and talking about this, what I'm trying to say is, okay, let's step back into that atheist or agnostic position again, and then try and find a criteria by which we can judge facts from falsehood. And we can take a look objectively through a specific criteria at all of the claims that are being made when it comes to any specific religious belief or any idea of the nature of a creator, or if there is a creator. I like Issa knows, I specialize in talking to atheists because I'm such a fresh Muslim coming from an atheist background. I know how an atheist thinks. I know, the arguments that they bring. So I see what you're saying about near-death experiences, and everybody has their own ideas and their own ways of thinking about things. And obviously none of us here want to take away anybody's personal experiences. But if one person comes and says, I had this near-death experience and I saw the Hindu monkey god, right? And then somebody over here says, I saw Jesus Christ. And somebody over here says, I saw the Prophet Muhammad. We're all at a stalemate because we all have our subjective experiences. And if the religions or viewpoints have views that are diametrically opposed to each other, then we need some type of objective criteria by means of measuring the truthness or falsity of each belief. And that's what I attempted to do. Go ahead.
Quick question. Do you think that all of those religions are diametrically opposed to each other?
Absolutely.
So I would disagree with that. I think that there's a lot of similarities in their religions.
I agree that there's similarities, but I think there's key points that you can, like dogmatic beliefs within the doctrines of these different religions, that if you don't hold to this specific tenet, then you cannot be part of that community. Like, for example, Christianity, Christ died on the cross for your sins. We as Muslims, although there's similarities, we both have, Moses and Noah and King David and Lot and all these characters and prophets in the Bible. Yes, those are similarities. But we as Muslims, we don't believe that Jesus, peace be upon him, was ever put on a cross. So these tenets are diametrically opposed to each other. If you say that he was put on a cross, you can't be a Muslim. If you say that he wasn't put on a cross, you can't be a Christian. So we need some type of objective criteria to look at the very nature of God and the very nature of some of the stories and tenets that are held within these beliefs, and use that criteria consistently throughout the investigatory process. That's what I would say that we need to start off with, is figuring out epistemologically where we stand when we're investigating these claims. And then we can start picking each of them apart. Islam, we can pick it apart. We can pick apart Christianity, all these different things, but we need some type of objective criteria as a solid foundation to start from.
Okay. What would that be?
I got some
So
suggestions.
Yeah, go ahead, Richard.
Coherence, correspondence, falsifiability, repeatability, the standard stuff.
Yep.
Okay. So I guess, all right. So then go ahead and start. Because I'm not.
Do you want to go?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, sure. So I typically, when starting off with someone, and I think you're a little bit farther down the track than I usually start off with, because I normally talk to atheists who don't believe in a God, right? So I start off like, let's meet in the middle. Let me get to where you're at. So I think you believe that we can hold rational, reasonable beliefs without empirical evidence. Like, for example, I don't need to prove to you that squares exist, because by definition, it's just an analytical truth that something exists, or at least conceptually something exists with 4 right angles and 4 sides. So I think we can hold rational, reasonable beliefs without having to put something under a microscope, if you will.
I understand.
Okay, so if we agree on that, then we can move forward. Our epistemology is in line. We have that solid foundation. We would also need to agree that anything that does exist necessarily holds to what's called the three classical laws of logic, which is identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle. Identity just means A equals A. Tony is Tony, right? The law of non-contradiction states that Tony cannot be Tony and also not Tony simultaneously. You can't be yourself and also not you. You're either one or the other. And the third law just means that if Tony is Tony, that is either true or false. So you, Tony, hold to the three classical laws of logic. Even if we take it all the way back to God, God is God. God cannot be God and not God. And it is true or false that God is God. So God, by, even by definition, anything that exists holds to these three classical laws. If we agree that everything that exists holds to these classical laws, we can use that as a tool to look at some of the claims that are made within the belief systems. And once a contradiction comes about to where one of these laws are violated, you toss it out the window because it cannot possibly be true.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. But I mean, at the end of the day, though, I'm not arguing about whether or not there's a Trinity. I feel like I have no idea. I would say no, probably.
No, right. I think you missed the point of what I was saying, though, Tony. I wasn't saying that you do believe in this. That's why I asked you the question: do you believe in just one supreme being, God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, this entity? I asked you, do you believe in this entity? Forget about that there are other gods, because we already know that the super creator, the main creator, the man upstairs could whoop that God's ass, right? So he doesn't mean anything. That's why I asked you about the one. Do you believe in that one, the creator?
Yes.
Right. So that's why I said that there's no, if you believe in only one singular being, then it's simple. You cannot be a Trinitarian. That's all I said, and that's all I meant by that. I didn't even.
I asked you earlier, like, if you believe in reincarnation, and you said no.
Mm-hmm.
So what if there were cases and evidence that would prove that there is reincarnation?
We go ahead, Khalil, because I know you want to speak to this.
What do we mean by proof? Let's just clarify terms real quick. What do you mean by proof?
Well, there was I would say this for me. I would apply this as proof for me, and basically what I understand. There was, I don't know the guy's name. Like, I have to, I need my phone to like look up stuff and find things that I'm referring to. But there have been many cases of young children that when they are 3 years old, 4 years old, start speaking to their parents about another life, and that they had a family, or they had a wife, or they had this, or they died in a certain way. And there are thousands of these cases. And there's one that comes to mind where a young boy was able to identify the murderer, who was his friend in his previous life, who killed him and buried his body and buried the murder weapon. And at first, the boy's parents thought he was crazy. But then they finally started taking him serious, and they brought him to the police, and the police listened to the boy, and he was able to locate his previous body as well as the murder weapon. And they went to the guy's house who killed him, and he ended up arrested and charged and convicted of murder. There are also cases where people have children have claim to have a previous life, and let's say, for example, shot and killed, and if they were shot in the face and they were killed, well, in their new life, now they have a birthmark in the same location where they were shot and killed in their previous life. And so this is what I would mean by proof, where there are documented cases of young children that have claimed to be people from a previous life, and those people ended up being real. And and even in one case, there was a young boy who remembered his whole past life and was able to, once his family took him serious, they brought him to his old house and he was able to see like the people in his family and name them by name, and he had never met them before in this life. And so to me, and there's so many different instances where there are things, like for example, like telepathy and being able to communicate with each other, like all these what we would call miracle, or what science doesn't quite understand. And so to me, like I'm not, this is why for me, like when I hear about the Quran, I'm like, does the Quran say there's reincarnation? No, it doesn't. Then I don't believe that entirely. Then I don't think it's 100% true. Does the Bible speak against reincarnation?
But this whole
I don't believe it's 100% true. That's how I does the hold on, does the
The
Quran
Bible
say,
tells two reincarnation stories: Satan
you
and Jesus.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The Bible tells two reincarnation stories: Satan and
Richard.
Jesus. Sorry,
Richard.
it was just he said something inaccurate about the Bible. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop myself.
Oh no, you're good. Go ahead. Oh yeah, so that is, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Jesus in the Bible that says that Jesus was reincarnated. But I mean, but again, so here we have the Quran that doesn't agree with that, right? He was never put on a cross.
When you asked me that question, I said could have been a miracle that this information came to this boy from God, or couldn't have come from the devil. And when I say demons or devils, I'm not saying like Satan himself. We're talking about the jinn world that we cannot see. That is what needs to be proven, right? I don't care where he got the information. Well, I do care where he got the information from. I don't care that he brought the information forward or that this thing happened.
Yeah, but then
hang on, Tony. Where did he get the information from?
You end up sounding like most Christians that are like, oh, it's probably a demon or it was the devil.
I just told you. I just said, what if it came from God, or what if it came from a jinn? So I'm not sounding like a Christian saying, oh, it's the devil. I didn't say that.
All right, I didn't hear the God part. My bad.
That's what I'm saying. What if it came from God and it's a miracle?
And what if it didn't, though?
That's the point. That's what Khalil is saying. We need to come to common understanding on things that we can prove. We can't prove that just because someone found a murder weapon and this guy is in jail now, and someone is.
But
what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Let's just say this then: if it was God who was guiding these young children, wouldn't there be some? Wouldn't one of them mention that they were here, that they were seeing something, that they were given some information rather than pure recollection? Like, I remember this was my life, this was mine, right?
But what if that's how the information was given to them, through recollection?
Yeah, but I mean, look, I'm not saying that it's not possible, but my point is that now it just seems like Oscar mentioned earlier about, Christians sort of ignoring logic to fit their belief. And I feel like this is something similar, where it's just like, and this is where, and I feel you guys though, like I really do, because when I'm presented with all this information that conflicts maybe a particular way I was starting to believe, I have to take a step back and go, wait a second, like I have to be logical about this. Like, I might really sit here to believe that A, demons were the ones that were influencing these children, or B, it was God giving them images or recollections, or did they actually live these lives like they're claiming? To me, that makes more sense. And I'm not saying that but I'm saying
that's what I was saying when I was asking about what you mean by proof, because like I'm even thinking differently than probably all of you. I don't know about Richard, but Richard kind of has like a similar mind to me when it comes to thinking about things. So I'm in the atheist position right now, being like, okay, so this death occurred shortly before this young boy was born, and the killer is still alive. And if somebody else had gotten information, they could have just gone and told this kid about it. Kids can be coached by multiple people for multiple different reasons. So there's a naturalistic explanation for it.
I would agree with that, but then when we're talking about thousands of cases of similar stories, I just gave you a couple of examples, and I can send you some information if you like. But there was a gentleman who actually went out and he would look for these cases.
Tony, your mic is starting to crackle. It's like, I don't know, it's like staticky or something.
I don't know. Nothing's changed over here.
Try muting and unmuting.
And if that doesn't work, go to icon. I mean, you have a gorgeous face, but we'd rather hear your voice.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Keep just talk. We'll let you know.
What I was saying is there's a gentleman that actually went and
Yeah, it's
saw
crackling.
crackling.
Yeah, turn off your camera quick. Go ahead and speak.
Is this better?
A little better.
All right. So what I was saying is that this gentleman actually went and saw.
No, it's not better.
Oh my God.
Bro, just okay, leave, and then hit that link that I gave you again, and then come back. See if that
Hold
fixes
on.
it.
Let's try it one more time. How's this? Is it still crackling?
Yes.
Yo. Yeah, it's still crackling whenever you speak.
All right, I'll leave.
All right, just hit that same link and come back, inshallah.
You know, I want to ask the question, one of the larger questions that people within any given religion don't normally think about. If your God is good, why did your God not devote an angel to tell every group around the earth the truth?
Well, we believe that God sent messengers to all the nations of the world.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't send it to every single person of the world, but to all the nations of the world, right? At least that's just what we believe, though. Yo.
All right, I'm back.
Sounds a lot better.
But it's a miracle. I mean, like, I don't know what to say. It's the same shit.
No, it was crackling. It was crackling bad. Like,
I believe you. But anyway, my point is that this guy went out and saw all these kids, because normally when parents hear that, they just assume that their children are imagining things and they have no idea what they're talking about. But this guy was looking for cases like this and taking these kids serious, and it turns out that their stories about who they were actually checked out. And to me, it's things like that contradict a lot of these main religions. And there's a lot of things that I just feel like there's a lot of truth in them, but there's also a lot of hiding of information. And I mean, there's no, like, that's just my take. And I've been meaning to ask you this, Richard. What is like your stance on this? Because I have no idea. Like,
no, we're not going to get into that.
It's not that difficult. I can do it less than.
Hang on.
Yeah,
hang on.
Hold on. 60 seconds. Go ahead, Richard.
Okay, good.
Okay. I think that God is benevolent and that there is one God for human beings, and he told everyone the truth, and we have social misunderstandings because of social differences. And that's the end of the story.
I mean, I agree with that, though. I feel like I would agree with that, and that how you summarize that. I mean, obviously there's a lot more details, but I think that I would agree. And I think that there's a lot of misinformation out there, and everyone's arguing, and it's
there's money and fame involved here. People will be exclusive.
For sure. I mean, there's gatekeeping involved. Here, real quick, I know this is kind of off topic, kind of, but I wanted to say that one thing that over the years I've really started to look at and realize and just kind of make question, right? This is my dog. She's like trying to say hi. What's up, Breeze? Is when I look at Hollywood and like, I don't know how much you guys know about like Freemasons and things like that, but like they're straight up satanic devil worshipers. Like they believe and they worship Lucifer, and Lucifer, I'm not even going to get into like the fact that name was given to him. And it's not actually his real name, but they worship Lucifer. And so when I see that, and I also see that like in movies and in television shows, there's a strong intentional disrespect for Jesus. They say his name and it's super disrespectful. They never, in movies, you never hear no one disrespecting Buddha or Muhammad or whatever, Krishna or anything like that. It's always Jesus.
Trust me, they try to get. Know why, Tony?
Tony?
Because they know we about to whoop that ass if they try to talk about us.
I disagree with
the way
that,
it is, bro.
I disagree with that.
Oh,
that's not true at all, bro. After 9/11, there was a total bash on Muslims, and it was ridiculous. And I was even a part of that. You know what I'm saying? Because I was stupid. I was like fucking, excuse me, I was 18 years old. And so my point is that when I see that and I know that they're outwardly worshiping the devil, like Satan, and they're trying to push this satanic agenda with everything that they have going on, and they're trying to dismantle the nuclear family and just everything going on, it makes me personally look at the fact that maybe there's some real truth about in the Bible and what the Bible is saying. And so for me, I would say I lean, and I'm not Christian, but I certainly lean a little bit more towards there being a lot of truth in that. And that doesn't make me say that there's no truth in the Quran, but I can tell you that neither one of those books, in my opinion, is the outright, flat out truth. I don't think that there is a book in any language that gives us the 100% truth, like pure form.
Tony,
I don't believe that.
Tony,
what up?
You can't make that claim until you have read the Quran.
Yeah, but I already talked to you about this. Does the Quran say that the earth is flat? Does it say that?
No.
Does the Quran say that the earth is round? Or that we are floating around space?
The belief that we hold as Muslims that the world is round.
Then I can't get on that level,
Tony, but
I can't get on that level, bro. Because the earth ain't round. The earth is not a ball.
Okay, Tony.
It's not.
Just because you think the world is flat doesn't mean that the Quran is wrong.
Can't be flat.
It is flat.
Okay, and this is why you're here, because we wanted to talk about this.
Well, at this point, in this time, I've already been on here for like 50 minutes, and I'm about to go eat right now.
It's all good.
Okay, then can I just ask you one question? And you can. Yeah. It's my biggest problem with flat Earth. Like I have multitudes of problems.
Yeah.
How do you explain on a flat Earth model? How do you explain a lunar eclipse?
How do I explain the black sun?
The what?
The black sun, Ra. See, that's what I'm saying. There's so much hidden information that y'all don't know about. There's a black sun.
But what is that?
Sun.
No. Hang on, because when you see the lunar eclipse, you can see the actual moon.
You can watch
go
it happen
in front of the sun.
Hold on. Are you saying
that's a solar eclipse?
Yeah, excuse me.
A lunar eclipse is where the Earth is divided in between the moon and the sun.
Okay.
So how does that work? So is there this other ball that's called the black sun that somehow comes out of somewhere somehow to give the illusion of a lunar eclipse?
I don't have. I'll be honest with you. That's the one thing right now that I have no idea how a lunar eclipse works. I'd have to go and look back into that. But I can certainly tell you some other things about what I believe to be the truth about the way that the flat Earth works. So if you said you have plenty of problems. So ask me another question on that.
Yeah. So when I was in the military, I worked specifically with equipment. I was utility equipment repair. And when I was in there, I worked with air conditioning and in generators and things like that. But I also worked with radars and how radars work. And I also work with satellites. Now, the algorithm that's used when looking at satellites and how they work and how they are in what we call orbit is based off of algorithms and mathematics that have to do specifically with a globe Earth model, right? And plus you have to add in the 15-degree offset for it and everything. So how does, on a flat Earth model, how does us putting satellites up in orbit, quote unquote orbit, how does that work with the mathematics of a globe Earth? How does that work on a flat Earth and we don't have satellites just floating away or hitting the foundation, or I don't know if you believe in a dome flat Earth or anything like this barrier just falling down the earth
in the Quran. So why don't you believe in the firmament?
Because it's called a protection. It's called this firmament is the protection, which it can be easily explained as the atmosphere. Hence why we have a lot less asteroids coming down and destroying our planet, because it burns up in the atmosphere. That atmospheric that ozone and that atmosphere is a protective shield, as the Quran actually argues for.
So I want to answer your question about the satellite, but then I want to ask you a question. So satellites, from my understanding, are pretty much nothing more than devices that are held in place by a weather balloon. So plenty of satellites have crashed to the Earth, and they're attached to a weather balloon. And I would also like to know that if there are all these satellites orbiting Earth, the way that we're told, then how come whenever there's a picture taken, you never see any satellite floating within Earth's orbit?
I understand your question, but that would be called that's what's it's a logical fallacy called the argument from silence. So basically, because I don't see this, I'm going to believe that it's not there.
No, that's not the case. I'm not saying that it's not there. My thing is that if there are so many, I don't know the exact number, but there's like hundreds of thousands of satellites, and you would have to see some glimmer, something reflecting from the sunlight. According to the globe Earth model, you've got all the sun hitting from one side and you got the Earth. This is all backwards for me. Anyway, and you would have to see something. When I look up in the sky, I can see the sun's light reflecting off of an airplane. So in an image, when NASA is doing their little trip on the International Space Station, they never, ever encounter a satellite. And I just find that very interesting. I do have a question though. Dan, what did you mention? You said something before. Fuck.
I was talking about a lunar eclipse.
No, but after that,
after that, I'm trying to remember. So I mentioned lunar eclipse. I mentioned satellites.
Yeah,
I was talking about the 15-degree offset. I don't know what else I mentioned. I mean, I have plenty more. I actually took notes for this conversation because he says like, "Hey, my boy's coming. He's a flat earther." Like, and I used to spend a lot of time even as an atheist in a flat Earth Discord room where there was like at least 300 people at any given hour of the day. So I've had many of these conversations before with people who believe in flat Earth. Was it night and day? The explanation of night and day?
No. Are you asking me about it?
Well, I mean, I'm just bringing up things that I know talking points.
We were talking about the firmament, and you said it was the atmosphere.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Sorry, it took so long for me to remember. Here would be my question on a ball Earth model. We would agree, based on heliocentric model, that the outer space is a vacuum. That is what we're told.
Sure.
So, explain to me how a vacuum can exist without a seal. There is no seal that is encompassing the entire Earth. It's just gases. It's just an atmosphere full of gases. So what solid object is encompassing the Earth that would create the seal? Because there is no such thing as a vacuum without a seal. And so if you could explain why there's a vacuum in outer space and there's no seal to protect the Earth and enclose the Earth, then how does that even exist?
I think that's based off the presupposition that a seal is necessary for some type of vacuum.
Bro, are you kidding me? That's a fact. You can't have a vacuum without a seal. It has to be a closed system. And there is no evidence anywhere on this Earth that can prove otherwise. You have to have a seal in order for a vacuum to exist. If there's a leak in any way, it will be exposed. So that in and of itself would rule out a ball Earth. And the thing is like, earlier you asked me about the lunar eclipse, and in all honesty, I don't have the answer to that. But this is the thing, like there's still a lot of, you have to understand that people that believe flat Earth are still trying to figure out answers, and we have to literally abandon what we've been taught and try on our own to come up with the reality of where we live. And so, and not to imply that you did this, because you didn't, and I think that's very respectable of you. But like when I couldn't answer that question, most people would go, see, you don't know.
No, see, yeah, I don't do that.
For sure. No, and I appreciate that. But like, of course, I mean, I don't know because everything's hidden from us. We're being lied to. I do know though that, like, for example, how would you explain that if the moonlight is a reflection of the sunlight off of the moon, why is it that the moonlight gives off cooler air, or excuse me, a cooler temperature than off cool air temperature? Like, for example, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, you
yeah, you're starting to break up a little bit. Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
he's having connection issues right now.
If you would, if Richard's still there, Richard, do you have you're very, very scientific. Do you have an explanation to his question about vacuums and seals?
Vacuums and seals.
Yeah. I know it sucks, but I'd like you to. Yeah, I mean, I think that's how many different planets and the way that they are described, like when it comes to greenhouse gases and how certain types of environments come about on certain planets, and if they're habitable or inhabitable, comes from the type of atmosphere that it has. So I don't see. I think the understanding is, like he said, you have to abandon everything that you thought, right? Oh, that's the new one. I'm not sure if Richard's there or not.
You might want to turn off your Wi-Fi, Tony, if you're on Wi-Fi and it's trash right now, you might want to turn it off.
Man, I wish you could stay here longer. I got plenty of questions.
Yeah.
Hello.
There he is.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Your connection sucks, bro.
I get it was all fine. What I was saying though, I don't know how much you guys heard. Is if the moon's light is the reflection of the sun off the moon, then why is it that on a full moon or even a half moon, if you take and I've done this myself, if you measure the temperature of the shade under moonlight and the moonlight itself, the moonlight is cooler. So in my experience, when I've done this, the shade would be like 74 degrees. And when I move my temperature gun over to the same material, but to the moonlight, it would be like 68 degrees. It'd be a few degrees cooler. Like, that doesn't make any sense if the moonlight is reflecting the sun's light, because if you reflect sunlight, you can still feel the heat from the sun, but the moon's light is cool, not hot. So this is another fallacy, right? Another falsehood in the heliocentric model. And this is my point, though, that, you know,
the source of the heat would be coming from the sun, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
From the sun to the moon and then you.
Hang on a second.
So
go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's the photon. So the sun, when the sun's out, we're getting direct sunlight. So that's why we feel the heat of the sun. When it comes to the moon, it's only the photons themselves, the light particles that are reflecting off of the moon.
Right.
The light particles themselves don't have the friction
energy
or the energy for
whatever.
Well, I mean, they are energy, but
heat.
I just don't see how that necessitates that just the photons themselves must necessarily be heat.
Well, I'm asking, why is it cooler though? It doesn't make any sense for it to be cooler. It doesn't make any sense for it to be cooler. When you compare shade in daylight to the area that is lit by the sun, it's warmer. The area that's lit by the sun is always going to be hotter than the shade. When it's nighttime and there's a full moon, it's the opposite. It's colder. So the moonlight is cooler. It does not make any sense at all.
Ask about your experimentation.
Hang on, really quickly. You know.
So I'll explain. Let me explain to him real quick. So I took
hang on.
Tony,
I'm gonna explain it to him real quick. He had a question. So I took a cookie sheet and I laid it on the ground. Half of it was in the shade and half of it was in moonlight. I left it there for, I don't know, a half hour, and I went outside and then I compared the temperature. Same cookie sheet, but now the side that was in the shade was warmer than the side that was illuminated by the moonlight, which was cooler by a few degrees. And this was the entire half. And you can do this yourself. So you can go outside and do it on concrete and see the difference yourself. I chose to do a cookie sheet just because I figured it was, metal and it would give me a more accurate reading.
Do darker things tend to absorb more heat than lighter things?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would explain it though.
Well, not necessarily, because the moonlight's not giving off any warm air or any warmth. It's giving off cool. It's cool. That's the point, though. It's giving off. It's
trying to understand what.
Darker things are hotter in sunlight because
they absorb.
Because black or things that are darker are reflecting less light and absorbing more. That's why that happens. But you'll actually find that chrome will get hotter than a black thing in the same amount of sunlight.
So I like the way that you explain that the black absorbs heat, but the point that I'm trying to make is the moonlight, it's cooler. Sorry.
You'll forgive me, gangster, but you've made that quite clear.
Yeah, I mean, but my point is that it can't be reflecting anything. So again,
your connection is cutting in and out. But Khalil is correct that it's not the photons of light that are radiating heat from the sun. It's the gamma, alpha, UV A, UVB, and ultraviolet. The ultraviolet light is what's causing us to experience heat, not the light itself.
Okay. So what would cause us to experience cool temperatures from the moon?
That's a very interesting question. I think the cookie sheet, that is an isolated continuous piece of material, was a good idea. Okay.
So I have another question when it comes to the moon. We're told that
Can I ask my question real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
So what I find kind of interesting is that even during the day when the sun is still, about to go under the horizon, you can clearly see the moon.
Yeah.
I see it all the time. So to me, it makes sense. So let's say, for example, if the moon was on the direct opposite, if the moon was on the direct opposite side of the world, right? So you have the moon, you got the earth, and then you have the sun on this side, there will be no light that bounces off of it, correct?
You're asking me that?
Yeah.
If you got the earth, why is my shit so backwards? This is so annoying. So if you have the earth,
yeah, I just put up a model.
Yeah.
So I can see you down at the bottom, Tony, but on a flat earth, the sun would light up the moon the way you see it there. But then that doesn't even make sense, because why is it?
But
only
that's the thing.
You see how the sun. You can see the moon during the day.
Yeah, but here's the thing. See the sun. The sunlight right there in this model looks like halfway through the earth at that middle, that dividing line. That's where the photons stop traveling. But yet you go farther back to see the moon, and you can see the sun's reflection off of that moon. So why does the photons travel in different directions, different distances?
Well, here's the thing, though. That model that you have up, I wouldn't agree with that in the way that it's portrayed. What I would say that the sunlight is more like a flashlight pointing down and moving around. So similar to that. And then when you have the firmament, you have the rays of the sun that actually reflect off of the firmament.
Take one, because I know that's what you want.
Okay. So is the sun inside or outside of this firmament?
From what I understand, according to the Bible, it's inside the firmament.
Okay. So inside of the firmament, and that's what gives the ability for the moon and the sun to be able to create the waves.
The moon and we live in an electromagnetic world. The moon and the sun are electromagnetic. From what I can understand about the moon is plasma, and yeah, there's a whole. That's what I'm saying. There's a whole different world of what we like, the reality of what we live in, and we're still trying to learn about it. So, but like, here's some things where I would say I struggle with the ball Earth. Who I was going to say earlier, we're told that the moon's gravitational pull on Earth is what creates the tides. And my question is, if that's the case, then how come we don't experience movement of water in ponds and lakes and in my cup? Why is it so selective? Why is it just oceans and rivers that are affected by the moon's gravitational pull? Why isn't it puddles, ponds, and lakes as well?
I just wanted to go back. Hey, my name is Emprise.
Assalamu alaikum.
And
What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the point you brought up, and I joined right at the point. You said the Bible says that the sun and the moon, I'm assuming, are inside of like the dome or like the firmament, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Okay, so how are sunsets possible?
How are sunsets what?
Possible.
Perspective. Because you have to understand everything, because everything converges into one line. The higher you go, the higher the horizon meets at your eye level. So if what you experience, it looks like the sun is going over the horizon, but it's not. It's just traveling further away from you in a straight line.
But wouldn't it just eventually disappear into a vantage point?
You also have to consider atmospheric refraction. So there's actually moisture in the air.
Going to bring up refraction.
No. But refraction doesn't work at that level. So I'll show you what I mean. Let's take, for example, in this case, right? I'm gonna share my camera real quick. Give me a second. How do I? Is there a way to wait? Hold on.
No.
Okay. Does this work?
Okay, never mind.
Okay. Can you see?
We see a drawing.
Yeah, we can see.
Hold on, let me see here.
It looks like like one of them light brights, turn on the color lights.
Okay, perfect.
You remember that, Tony?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you're this guy, right? This small like little stick character. And you're looking up at the sun, right? What we find is the sun goes, like let's say in this particular model, right? The sun, if it was outside of it, right, it would make sense because the sun could go underneath the ground. It could go, as you're looking at a sunset at the beach, it would essentially go down and you would see it clear the water, right? So you would essentially see it. But if you say that it's inside the firmament, then you run into the problem because how do we visualize sunsets? If it was the flat Earth model, it would essentially be going around and around. It wouldn't go down. Right. So what you would see is if you were standing right here, you would look at you would essentially look up at the sun. If it's right above you, it would be huge. Right. And when it, sets or moves away, it would start getting smaller and smaller and smaller until we can no longer see, and we would see the moon. That's how the model essentially would work. But that's not what we see. Right. That's not the model that we can like actualize and see in reality.
You're saying that it would get smaller, but that's not necessarily the case.
if things move if things move away from us, right? If things move away from us and do not expand or shrink, then they should essentially get smaller and smaller. That's just the way that, you know, physics works.
I get what you're saying, but it's above us, and the fact that it is moving away from us, but by the time it's out of our line of sight because of perspective and where we are in atmospheric refraction, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to get smaller. When you watch the sunset over an ocean, it doesn't get smaller.
Refraction doesn't change the size of objects.
It does by perspective. It doesn't actually change the size of it, but it changes the
Yes, but
appearance.
that's what we're looking at, though. No, but like but like if we're looking at, let's say, even if you were to like have binoculars or a telescope, right, and you were looking at the size of the sun, it wouldn't have changed, even if you count for the like minute differences in refraction, right? And so like it just doesn't make sense. That's why a lot of flat Earth models say no. In fact, you know, the celestial objects such as the moon and the sun, right, are outside of the dome or outside of the barrier.
I don't know anyone that agrees.
In that case,
I've watched.
you could account for some of the. No, but here's the thing: you can't account for sunsets or sunrises. Like, it's just impossible. Like, how is it possible that I'm able to go up on a really tall building, right, at like 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning, and look up at the horizon and see the sun physically rise? There's no amount of refraction in the air, right? There's nothing that you could, like, there's no physical, like hallucination or like manipulation that is going around, right? There's no mirage to account for the sun physically rising up around the horizon, going up and over our heads every day, and setting at the opposite side, similarly in the same way it rose. There's just no like that model just doesn't make sense.
Listen, if you're looking at, I wish I could share my screen because I would find images to share with you so that you can understand that. You said it's not going straight up. It's coming at you, but it's above you, and it's perspective. All lines, it's like
Tony,
converging lines.
Tell me what to look for, and I'll look it up.
Converging lines. I don't know, man. I have no idea, bro. Like, it's not that serious to me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
real quick. I know you said
serious to you.
Well, I mean, no, it's not that serious to me. I'm just my point to you, going back though, is just that, like, one of the reasons why I won't get on board with when I like with Islam, you know, is because if it's not to me saying that the earth is flat and it's speaking about that, then to me that it ain't 100% true. Because I know we don't live on a ball. That's what I'm saying.
That's why we're talking about this shit here.
Yeah, but I'm saying that it's not that serious to me for me to, like, you know, I don't know what to look for right now. I'm trying to eat and talk to you guys at the same time.
You know, you're fine. So what I would say is that I don't think that the Quran argues either for or against globe or flat Earth. I don't think it's like really a huge issue. I think that outside of the Quran, I would say that. Isa sent me a video to take a look at that had many different Quranic verses that seemed to argue for a flat Earth. Like, some people would say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spread the earth out like a carpet. I mean, some people are like, well, carpets are flat.
No, but
I
that's
mean,
not
there's
what it
ways
means,
to argue
though. Yeah.
against it. I know that. I know that. I'm just saying that there's arguments that can be made. So whether you're a flat earther or not has nothing to do with the belief in Islam.
Yeah,
but it does.
Okay, so in Islam we have this concept, right, of a mujaddid. A mujaddid is someone that's sent by Allah, right? So sort of similar to prophets, but they are of lesser importance or credence, right? We know that they're infallible, we know that they're fallible, right? But every 100 years. Yeah, sorry. But every 100 years, we have someone that's sent. One of the people that was sent is Imam Ibn Taymiyyah, right? He was an early, theologian and scholar of Islam. He thought and he proposed the idea that the earth was, in fact, a globe, right? So to say a mujaddid, right, someone that's essentially sent by Allah to revive Islam, was teaching, right, contrary, right, or like, let's say, like, if you want to make the claim that Islam 100% teaches flat Earth, I mean, there's just so many things that you're going to have to just go through, and so somehow just explain away and be like, oh no, this theologian was wrong, this person was wrong, this scholar was wrong, this alim is wrong. Like, there's just so many things that you'd have to say, and it just, yeah, I don't think anyone can make that claim, let alone like Christians.
Tony, I know you said you had to leave, and you said you didn't really exactly understand it. I don't think I can articulate it properly for you without giving you some type of picture. But when it comes to like lunar eclipses, like this right here, this would be what we understand as to be a lunar eclipse, to where you have the Earth in the middle, and you have the sun on one side and the moon on the other side. Now, with the flat Earth model that's presented in most cases, this is impossible with that model, and that's just the idea of what a lunar eclipse is.
Okay. Can you pull up an image of a solar eclipse?
Of a solar eclipse? Yeah, sure. Hold on, give me a sec.
Wait, how do you guys wait? So I'm just a little confused. How do you guys account for lunar eclipses, though?
Right now, I have no idea.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Solar eclipse.
Usually, if you present this argument with someone who understands the Earth is flat, they will only change the topic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you were here earlier, but like I said, I don't know everything. There are things about the heliocentric model that I know are just absolutely impossible and ridiculous. That I laughed that I ever believed in it, to be honest with you. But there are certainly some things in flat Earth that I don't understand, and I can't, I can't articulate. More so because at this point in my life, I'm not like studying flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? But there are certainly points that I've, remember years ago, because I've pretty much come to this belief ever since like 2016, and yeah, and like it's not going to change for me. There's no way that I'll ever believe we live on a ball, but I don't know how to account for a lunar eclipse. I personally have to like look into that, and I've seen explanations that people they state their claims, and I'm like, I don't believe that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not just over here biting on everything that comes out here that supports a flat Earth model. It has to make sense to me, and I don't really know off the top of my head how to explain a lunar eclipse.
You know that this is exactly why Khalilullah was trying to go through the basics of logic, so that you can have a shared standard by which something is or is not true.
No, I understand that, but what do you mean by that? Because what I'm getting by that is that if I can't explain that, then therefore the flat Earth can't be true.
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing at all. I am ignorant about many things, I'm certain, and I cannot present arguments for or against those things I'm ignorant of. And all you're claiming is ignorance, and that's honest. That's respectable. I don't know is always a good answer.
So what's crazy is during, like, let's say a solar eclipse, for example, like you see here in the picture, Tony, right?
No, I'm sorry. Really quickly, can you please pull up a picture? You know how you just had that image of a lunar eclipse? Can you pull up
I got one of a solar.
That looks just like the lunar eclipse, like with the lines and the sun,
like a diagram.
Yeah.
I think you can put up both of them actually, like side by side. Like, I think there's
hold on. I think I can get
just
one
a solar eclipse.
So hey, stop it. So just like if in fact we're living on this flat Earth, right? And you have the sun and the moon. I don't know. From what Khalil was telling me, there are different models to show a I guess this flat Earth, right? What's crazy is that right here on what you're seeing on the screen, it makes sense that the sun is outside of this firmament, right? And that the moon is outside of this firmament. Because if in fact, I mean, the sun was inside of the firmament and it's so close to us, forget about that you would burn to death or anything like that. That's not what I'm talking about. People's experience of this lunar eclipse or solar eclipse would be completely different. Some people would not even see the solar eclipse, depending on where they're standing. They would just see the sun and the moon in separate positions, right?
That's right.
But if they are running the courses, as Allah mentions in the Quran, that all the celestial bodies swim in their orbits, right? Meaning even the sun has an orbit. Right, we don't really see it because we rotate around the sun. I know maybe you don't
we're super small,
right? You don't believe that, and that's fine. The point is that this makes sense, not we're inside some firmament. What Emprise was saying about seeing the sun go under the horizon. If in fact we were in this disk with this firmament, like a snow, what do you call those things? The snowball or the snow
igloo,
the snow igloo,
Snow
whatever
globe.
you call it.
Yeah.
If in fact the sun's in there, it's gonna crash into the ground and we're just gonna die, right? But
Why? Why would it crash?
I'm just saying, if in fact it's going around, and it's because you're saying that it's going away, like what Emprise was saying is that if this thing is not expanding or shrinking, which would give us a different a visual illusion, tricking our eyes as if when it's going away, it's just expanding slowly as it's going further away. That's why it doesn't look like the sun is getting bigger or smaller. You know what I'm saying? It's just maintaining the same size.
Has anyone here done any like real research into flat Earth? Like really try to understand it?
I've debated this in like a bunch of like discords like a few years ago. Like I'm into so I'm like working towards being a software engineer, and I plan to work in the space sector, right? Okay. And so I mean, and I'm like heavy into like astrophotography, right? Okay. So when I say that, I just can't think of a model, right, within the flat Earth like diagrams that have been presented that makes sense, that you can say, okay, this is how the seasons change, this is how sunsets work, this is how, and it just accounts for everything that we see in reality, and it perfectly like it just harmonizes it, right? I just can't think of a better model than the heliocentric model.
So I only asked because, in all honesty, like I said, I'm not out here preparing to debate flat Earth, just so we're clear. But I will say that there are plenty of things about the globe that just don't make sense. And in terms of having a conversation, this is where I would feel more comfortable, like presenting some things that I think are very illogical and don't make any sense and impossible for the ball Earth. And hold on. And if you've and because I have really looked into it, I'm just not able to like articulate very well. And so for that, I apologize if you guys have questions. I'm not really the one to be explaining everything because that's just not going to happen. That's why I asked if anyone has actually really looked into it, because I feel like a lot of you guys, like, for example, like how sunsets work, there's a lot of information on there. One person's channel I would highly recommend that you check out is Eric Dubé.
Oh, yep.
I like Eric Dubé. I think he does a really good job at explaining things and using different compilations. And people have done a lot of experiments, and there's a lot of, again, there's a lot of things for me that make a lot of sense on a flat Earth model. Not everything can be explained so far from my understanding. So
can I ask you one question, right? Like,
sure.
Like no science or anything. I just want to ask you something. And this is just like, like I'm not sure if you watch any of those like universe or like planets comparison videos of like it shows us and like our reference like the moon and then the earth and then the sun and then the solar systems and everything in the universe, right? Just how massive, how insane the universe is, right?
I know exactly what you're
Now,
talking about.
now for me, it's like, and this question always comes to mind, right? Like, let's say for the sake of argument, right, that the globe model is indeed the true, the the reality of this world, right? The true model. Would it just not add to God's greatness? Like I walk outside, like I walked out today at 10 o'clock, and I went for a walk, right? About 40 minutes, I went for a walk, and I kid you not, half the time I was just staring up at this guy walking, right? Just because, like to me, I'm still mind blown, right? At the fact that like we look up at the sky and just so many stars, right? Each star has X amount of planets, right? We look at the moon, how big and bright it was today, right? It just everything, it just marvels me, and it's like we truly are just magnificent. It's obviously it brings some people to like existentialism, right? And like this, like, oh, we are nothing, like this and that. But for me, it's like God created all of this, right? And it just brings that much more greatness to him, right? Do
I totally
you
get
see what
that.
I'm getting at?
I do, but I would have my question to you though would be, when you gave the example of like the comparison of like the different sizes of like all the planets and the stars, etc. You do realize that all of that is CGI though, right? Like it's not even real. They're just presenting you with all, like, this is Arcturus and it's 55 billion times bigger than our sun. It's like, actually, how can you prove that though? How can you prove that besides your little CGI model? And I'm not talking about you.
Well,
I'm
it's just
talking
light
about,
though, right?
yeah, but how do my question, because I used to watch those shows about like the science shows, and this is what the cosmos are, every single thing. And I remember watching them thinking to myself, why don't they ever show us like real images of what it is that they're talking about, the nebulas and the this and the that, and
Well, we do have them though.
No, we don't.
So there's the James Webb telescope that just launched, right, or is preparing to launch, I believe. And then there's the Kepler one that we have, right? And those show actual planets. And the way that we figure out like the size of planets, like you can literally, I kid you not, right? And I'm ordering a telescope.
Hold on real quick. You said that they're showing us actual planets. Are you able to pull that up on the screen? Because I would like to see a picture of an actual planet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we also have Voyager 1 and 2.
Bro, again, can you please tell me that you guys honestly think that they sent that out in the 1970s on like a tank of gas and it's still out there floating, sending signals back when I'm here?
My man said a tank of gas.
And I can't even...
At today's prices?
Bro, and not even no joke though, honestly. Like, you guys are telling me that you believe that they sent Voyager out there into space 40 years ago, 45 years ago, however long ago, and it's still out there floating, sending signals back to Earth. When I can't even get a clear connection in my house with Wi-Fi right now, and it's 2022. Like, I lost signal. I had to get out of my...
Here's the difference. There's more things between you, right, or I guess like your modem, or you and your modem, than there are between Kepler and the signals that I believe it's in California or Nevada, the place in which they receive the signals from. Right, there's more things in between you two than that, right? Because if you look at space, it's just infinite.
Real quick,
like it's just
Empress, hold up, yo. Hey, yo, Shah, stop talking shit and come up. Come up. We don't know anything, bro. We don't know anything. I hope you know more than us. Come up. Stop talking shit. You've been talking shit for like the last 20 minutes. Okay. Thank you. If you're not gonna back anything up, shut the fuck up. How about that? Thank you.
I think he was actually, wasn't Shaw in here?
Yeah, but he left.
Just a minute ago trying to come up. Yeah, come on up.
And during this commercial break, I'd like to say peace and respect and good night to you all.
Hey, brother, have a good night.
All right, Richard.
Yeah, no,
thanks.
Have a good night.
Thanks for letting me on your show.
Absolutely,
Take
brother.
care, man.
Yo, have you ever took account of the Coriolis effect? How about that?
Yeah, bro. How come the Coriolis effect doesn't apply to hot air balloons?
I don't know.
How come it doesn't apply to planes? So it only applies to bullets.
But it
But
does
when they're
because
flying when you're flying in a plane, you don't have to make adjustments for the Coriolis effect.
Yeah. Okay.
I haven't flown a plane, so I can't tell you anything about that, to be honest. But
From
I
what
think there's a very logical explanation for it.
From what I understand, the Coriolis effect does affect planes. In fact, that's why they make adjustments every 15 minutes. Or every 40. I'm sorry, every 45 minutes. The Earth rotates at least what 15 degrees?
15 degrees.
Yeah.
Nah, bro. The Earth don't rotate.
Yo, Shah, if you're a Muslim and you believe in a flat Earth, then okay, you're a Muslim who believes in a flat Earth.
You
And
can
you're
come
wrong.
on. We
Yes,
can
there
talk
you go,
about it.
spiritual gangster. There you go. You can be a Muslim and believe in flat Earth, no problem.
I don't know, but I do know that I'm gonna do a little. I want to look into lunar eclipses. I'm gonna go myself because I'm gonna sit down and chill with my wife for the rest of the night. But y'all hop on here again, man. It was fun. It was fun jumping on here.
Yeah, Tony, before you leave, bro. So what Khalil was trying to do with you, and this is what I was kind of.
Yeah, sorry, we've been all over the place, man. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all good. That when we talk about these things, we need to come up with things that we can agree on, and we need to be able to like what Khalil was saying was agree on things that what were we saying about the logical contradictions or the laws of contradiction or non-contradiction rather, right?
Well, yeah, no, just as a foundation of critiquing any claim that's made, regardless if it is a claim about religion or God or the size of toothpicks. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you have to be able to have some type of objective criteria by which you're using to judge all claims that are brought to the table. And if one belief says that God is infinite, and then the infinite can enter and be encapsulated in a finite vessel, that's a logical contradiction. And like that's just an idea of like Jesus. If you believe that Jesus is God and came down in the flesh, and you believe that God is unlimited, well, how does the unlimited enter the limited? It's like saying, how can I pour an unlimited amount of water into a water bottle? It's just logically impossible. And that's the criteria that I use to say God cannot enter his creation. So when you said that God is within all of us, I can't believe that, because God is infinite. He's unlimited. And he's not made of parts, so part of God can also not be in me. And that goes into modal logic. That talks about how things are either contingent or dependent because they're composite sources. And like we can go into philosophy all day long. Like Oscar is the one who goes into scripture, and he argues scripture all day long. I'll grant you anything that you believe, and then I'll do an internal critique. That's why I stayed silent for so long and kind of just listened in, because I can't argue with you unless I understand you. And that's what I want to do, is understand you first, and then I can try and poke holes in the belief using that criteria.
Can a particle be a wave?
Say that again.
Can a particle be a wave and a wave be a particle?
Not at the same time. No. So you're talking about the double slit experiment. Mm-hmm. So with the double slit experiment, it depends on if on what mode of observation you're using. So once they exit the room, it looks as if it's a particle, and then
when it's observed though. But when it's not observed, it goes through all points. So when they had the slit, it went through everything. So it was everywhere at once until it was observed, and then it was in one location. Correct?
Yes, but that doesn't mean that it was a wave and also a particle. It's either one or the other.
But it can be in many places but it could be in many places at once.
Correct, but a particle itself is finite. It's not something that's unlimited.
Why can't God be everywhere at once?
Because if
including
his creation, If his creation is limited and finite, and God is unlimited, the wholeness of God, the fullness of God could never fully fit into something that's finite. It's something that's infinite cannot do that, just by definition.
I have another question.
Sure.
How much of your DNA do you share with your mother?
I don't know. I have a 23andMe, but I don't know.
Well, what would you say? 99%? 97, 98%?
Close.
So if we're able to share that much of our being, of our who we are with our mother or father who is clearly separate from us, how is it not possible that we still have some piece of God in us as well?
I don't believe that I share any of who I am with my mother. My soul is mine. My mother has nothing to do with my soul.
I know.
I don't
I'm not
believe
talking
that
about your
flesh
soul.
is who I am.
I'm talking about your the reason why I'm bringing up these examples is because you're saying that God is, if he's infinite, then he can't be finite. You're talking about the creator. How do you know what he's capable of? Like, I don't understand how you can make a claim that he is not capable of being like or have given me some sort of similarity in the ability to be a creator and have a piece of him within me. Like, I don't know how you can say that he's not capable of that.
Sure. So if a piece of him is in you, then God is necessarily made of parts, because part of God is in you. And by definition, something that is made of parts, you can take the entirety of the set of the parts of God and put them into a set. And I can isolate one part of that God and take it out and just annihilate it, right? And then you would still have the set of all that God is, the fullness of God. But
I feel like the way that when I say that, though, you automatically just break down. Like, let me give you another example. Look at atoms, right? Atoms are in everything. Atoms are in everything. We are all, the air, the molecule have atoms. My fingers have atoms. This napkin has atoms. You know, this guacamole thing has atoms. We're all made up of atoms. It's in everything. And I'm saying, if God is more than that, and God is everything, how does that not make sense that he could be in me and in you? That's what I'm saying. And when I say a piece, you break it down like he's some mechanical. I mean, the way that you're saying it makes it seem like, you know, that he's these parts, but he's everything. He's the creator. He is in everything.
So do you think that everything is the creator?
I wouldn't say is. The thing is that it's very complex. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. That's my point, though, is like God, to me, the way that I view God is like the almighty creator. And I don't know. I look at it this way, right? When I say, like, I think he's in me, based on the things that I've read in the Bible, when God says we'll create man in our image, which I find it interesting that he says our image, but we can have that discussion later. So I
can explain that to you in like 30 seconds, bro.
I'm made in the image of God, and I'm made in his likeness. God says, let us create man in our image and in our likeness. So I am therefore made in the image of God and made in his likeness. So I am like God, and we are creators. We can use our imagination to be creators.
Right.
And God says that he dwells in temples not made by hand, and that the body is the temple. So therefore God, the Spirit of God, can dwell within me. So I believe that there's truth to that.
Okay. So we believe that God hears, right?
Hears?
Yeah, he hears.
Yeah.
Hears. God speaks, God can see, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Much more than we can.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly. So God created us in his image, right? However, his attributes are perfect, Tony. His attributes are perfect. So there's nothing that can obstruct his vision or his hearing or his speech, things like this, right? God has justice. We also have justice, but our justice is imperfect. His is perfect. So he created us in his image to his likeness. It just means whatever he preferred us to look like, that's what we look like. Doesn't mean that we're God. Doesn't mean God is in us or something like this. Now, okay, I'm a believer. If someone said to, like, let's say, you know, I'm doing something spiritual or whatever, and someone says, you know what? Look at that, Tony. Look at that guy over there. He has the spirit of God within him. Doesn't mean that I have the spirit of God in me. This is just a metaphor for saying that he believes in God and he's doing the things that God would command him to do. He is a spiritual person. So I am in the spirit. The spirit of God is within me. Not that he's actually within me. It's just a metaphor, bro.
I mean, maybe you think so.
Well, Jesus said, you know, and this is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus whom you have sent. So God is, why didn't he say, you know, this is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God within us.
And the part of it, the part of him that's in us. Yeah.
He didn't say anything like this because God is not like his creation. We have similar attributes, but his are perfect. It's different. We are not like God.
Yeah, I hear you, but it doesn't take away. I mean, he's still. Do you agree that we're made in the image of God?
I've already told you what that means. I explained it to you.
I'm asking you, do you believe that we're made in the image of God and of his life? Do you believe yourself to be a creator?
We match the thought or idea of what God wanted to create us as. So we match the idea in which God says, I'm going to create these human beings to look like this. So the image of God is how
not
God
this, like me, like us.
Not how God looked. Yeah. Not how God looks, but what we look like in God's imagination.
Again, okay, I like that. I actually like that. Do you have an imagination?
I do, yes.
And you're able to act on that imagination?
Correct, as long as it's logically possible.
Well, what we believe is logically possible. I think there's a lot of things that aren't logically possible. Depending,
I think I just explained it because Shah is still saying no, not like God. No, we're not like God. Did I just say that we're like God? This is why I dropped the F-bomb earlier. Okay.
Yeah, Shah. We all.
I think earlier, you know, I was reading comments that he was going back and forth with someone else, but he never added anyone. So I'm thinking he's just speaking to us. And he's saying that we don't know anything and things like that, only what NASA told us. So this is why I got confused. And maybe I thought that he was speaking to us. When you're having a conversation with someone on the live chat, you should at that person. That way I know that you're speaking to somebody else and not us. Yo, I know no one is okay. So I'm the one speaking, saying that, oh, you're talking to this. It's crazy. It's crazy as hell. I'm not understanding. You know what? And maybe because it's the delay. So
hey, real quick.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
Yeah, Tony.
Hey, yo, I wanna keep. It was fun talking to you guys. I'm gonna jump on again next time, sometime soon. I appreciate you. Thank you guys so much for having me, bro.
It was fun.
I'll be like you.
You just gotta let it
go.
Bro.
Next time you come on, I want to see a little bit longer, brother.
I don't know, man. I kind of like it starts to get. I don't know if I like it so much too long. I like it like
let it fight through the itchy stage. Once it get, I think you should be past the itchy stage.
Oh yeah, not past the itchy stage. It's just that then it starts to just give me this big old like just chin.
Yeah, but that's why like when I let my beard grow, if it's coming out like this, that's why I trim it, because it makes my head look weird and like
same. I try to trim it down.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, guys,
trim in, kind of let it go. Yo, do your thing, Tony.
I appreciate
whenever
you
want. Listen, whenever you look, we do this almost every night, bro. So if you
don't you work?
Yo, mind your business, bro. No, this is my job. This is what I do. No. But check it out. We do this almost every night, right? So, if you subscribe to my YouTube channel, it's Issa, not like that.
Yeah.
Just ISA, no underscore, no at, right? Just ISA Dawa, and then just subscribe to Khalil's. His is EA Dawa. Look, just subscribe, and whenever you see us on, you'll see the link in the chat. Just see the link at the top. Hit the link, and then you can join us, and then we'll bring you in. We'll talk to you some more.
All right, fellas. Have a good night.
Tony,
take care, bro. It was nice talking to you, man.
Peace. You too. Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, peace. Yeah.
Like
so okay. So Shah, I apologize for dropping the F-bomb on you earlier, bro. I thought you were talking to us, but you should, everyone should try to at the person you're speaking to, because when you don't, I think that you're talking to us, and I'm trying to read the comments so we can engage also with the comments, right? So if you're like speaking to someone else, and then I'm like replying to something thinking it's for us, then it's like, oh, okay, well, damn, I'm my bad, I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? And you guys are having your own conversation, anyways. But yeah, so if you would have said no, Tony, not like us, then I would have been like, okay, he's talking to Tony, not to us, because I was speaking when the message came up, you know. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, we're Muslims, of course we don't believe that, you know, we're like God.
ولن يكون له كفوا أحد.
Absolutely.
Easy as that.
Yeah. So it's all good, alhamdulillah. You know, if you want to speak to Khalil, brother, you can come up and speak to Khalil, man. There's no hard feelings. Forget about it. It's all good, man. Every once in a while I drop F-bombs. So if that, you know, hurt your delicate sensibilities, I apologize. But it happens.
That was gaslighty as hell.
No.
I'm sorry you feel like that.
No, I am sorry you feel it. I don't want you to feel that way. You just have a little thicker skin, man. It happens, you know. Sometimes things get the best of people, and people say certain things that they probably shouldn't say. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. If you want to come up, bro, just come up, man, and we'll talk, man.
Yeah, and Issa, we need to have a discussion on that's like one of your best friends. Like I didn't know how ham you wanted me to go on him. I tried to like kind of just sit back, because I mean he said a lot of things that I could have just been like, nope, refute.
No,
but I was kind of like, just like,
he's lucky that he's my boy, because you know that he's literally like my brother, you know what I mean? But if it was somebody else, I'd be like, yo, you gotta chill. Like we need to have a conversation back and forth. And you know, I try to tell people all the time, man, like the Quran is that miracle. The people, they don't understand, you know, God tells us that, you know, people, they want these proofs, right? And then, you know, God says, that Allah says in the Quran, you know, you can show them all the proofs and they still won't believe. It doesn't matter to them whether you show them or you don't show them. They will not believe. So what is the best evidence? It's the Quran itself. But they don't understand. They're like, how can a book be my guidance? How? Do you understand what I'm saying, Khalil?
Yeah, totally.
How people literally look at the Quran as if it's just a book? How can this be from God? Because they probably read all kinds of trash books before too, like the Bible. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I mean, bro?
Bless you.
Alhamdulillah. Nah, so because they read the Bible, they might find inconsistencies in there. They're like, well, this is the book of the Christians. There's inconsistencies there. So there must be inconsistencies in the Quran. Well, you wouldn't know until you read it.
Bring one.
I think that's actually, I think a lot of people that become atheist or agnostic are like, or just like, you know, like these crystal, like spiritual, like pseudo spiritual people, right? Like they just become that because it's like they sort of had a fallout with Christianity. And then they're like, oh, well, it looks like, you know, every intellectual, or like the West is like, you know, the only religion is just Christianity. So this one's it. Then all religions must be false, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
it's a deep position to take. You know what I mean? But it's all good. You know, look, there are people that's even further gone than Tony. You know, I'm not saying that Tony's gone. I'm just saying at least Tony believes that there's one God, one creator. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, you got one in the chat right now on TikTok. His name's Clifford.
Man, forget Clifford, bro.
Wait, are you streaming on TikTok as well?
TikTok too, yeah.
Of course, bro. You don't see the camera, son? Come on, man.
I see. Okay, I see that's bro.
Yeah, so people read the Bible, they think, oh, the Quran can't be the word of God. I mean, look at this book. And it's funny. The people who actually take the Bible to be like it, they're like, bro, this is it. And you're talking to him, be like, hold up, brother, but Paul misquotes a prophecy in Isaiah 59 verse 20, and it's actually the opposite. So how is this okay? And they're like, oh no, see, because what happened is, and I'm like, you're really gonna justify this? You're telling me that this is a clear clear, very clear. There's no ambiguity in it. There's no really explaining it, because it says that a redeemer, right? In Isaiah 59 verse 20, it says a redeemer will come to Zion, and that's only the first part of the prophecy. A redeemer will come to Zion, and then Paul says the redeemer. Now it's not a, it's the, right? Or this deliverer will come from Zion. From and to are polar opposites. Okay, so how do you reconcile this? Well, Paul, he, this and that. I'm like, bro, I don't want to hear you, bro. No one cares about that shit.
Why did the angel press his hand into Muhammad's chest?
Somebody actually make that claim.
Oh yeah,
that was jihad mode. That's when he was like a Christian, but alhamdulillah, he came to Islam.
Why did he press his hand in Muhammad's chest? Hilarious.
So, brothers,
wait, can I send you something? Actually, hold on.
Hang on, brother. Hang on. Says, brothers, I'm on your TikTok chat, and your viewers are struggling with what God can and cannot do. Please cover this a little. Khalil, if you want to go over there, I guess, inshallah.
Yeah. God can do anything that's logically possible because logical impossibilities are non-existence. You cannot do non-existence. A squared circle is non-existence. That's a concept that you can't even wrap around in your head. Like right now, whoever you are out there, just think in your head of what a square circle looks like. I guarantee you won't be able to do it because you would have to change the definitions of what a square is and what a circle is to meet that criteria, because a square has 4 right angles and 4 sides, and the circle is the negation of 4 right angles and 4 sides. Please picture a square circle in your head. You won't be able to do it. Why? Because it does not exist. It could not possibly exist. It is a logical contradiction. Logical contradictions cannot exist. Therefore, God cannot be and or do anything that's non-existence. So God can't, become Satan. Like I had a Christian explain to me how he could the other day. Astaghfirullah.
Oh my
like he
God.
explained to me that God can become Satan. Like this is how warped people's minds are, and how much misinformation and willful ignorance has seeped into the minds and brains of so many unbelievers. And also, I'm sure that there's a Muslim out there that says that God can do anything. But once I explain to the brother or sister that can God enter his creation? Well, no. Why? Because it would contradict his nature. Okay, so then God cannot do everything. He can do anything that's logically possible. He cannot do things that equal non-existence. It just doesn't make any sense to even speak it in a sentence. Like,
Yeah,
can God do
you have
non-existence? No.
You have to think that the moment. So let's say, for example, I'm just giving an example of this contradiction that Khalil's talking about. Let's say, for example, God, Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala, he comes into his creation. The moment he does that, he is literally no longer God. No longer God. That's why it's contradictory, because you're taking a finite and now he's becoming finite, right? In this realm, in this creation, we can die. We experience things that God does not experience at all. Do you see? So God cannot become a man. God cannot lie, because the moment he lies, then he is no longer Allah.
He's non-existence.
You're not understanding how impossible and how much of a blasphemy you're committing by saying that God can lie, or that God can, come, or that he did
Sin.
come into his creation, or that he becomes the devil or something like this. The moment he does that, he ceases to be God. Let that shit sink in for a minute and you'll understand what I mean. Maybe. Because even then they'll try to explain it away. No, but he's still out there. Basically, it was like you know what kind of like how I think of this thing. You remember the movie
Yeah, I remember that one.
No, the one with Denzel Washington when he was in submarine.
Denzel Washington submarine.
Yeah, he was
Battleship. I don't know.
He was a submarine like captain, and then he had a I'll look it up real quick.
Inshallah.
Crimson
Yeah, like
Tide.
somebody said in your
Crimson Tide.
Okay, I haven't seen
So
it.
you know Crimson. So you know the submarines, they have a buoy, right? And on the buoy, it's for communications buoy. So they send the buoy, and it has like an umbilical, right? So this is how I see it. So like, let's just for an example, the submarine is God, and then the umbilical is like his connection or his tether, right, to his spirit, which would be Jesus, right, which is the communication buoy. This is how I picture it. And I'm like, this is the dumbest thing ever, because I know that this is how they're explaining it. Like in their mind, this is what they're thinking, that Jesus is a part of God. But then they say, no, he's a part of God, but he is 100% God. But if he's a part of God, then a part means a portion. It doesn't mean the whole. So therefore, he can't be 100% God. He is 33% in this 33.3 actually, right? Of this or
Continuing,
33.3333333. You know what I'm saying? So he is simply a part, but then he's not a part. He is the whole. I'm like, bro, please stop. Because if you just stop thinking that God became a human, all your problems will be solved. Every single one of them. Very simple.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can I send you something?
Multi-dimensional tesseracts. Yeah, I've looked those up before. That doesn't explain how you can have a square circle, bud. Sorry.
What did it say?
He's bringing up this guy on TikTok is bringing up his Alex PZ83. Says that logical according to our limited concepts. So okay, so let's provide that logic, that same logic that you're using, to your own belief. Okay, so you have a limited experience of what God reveals to you. So can I just say that you can't be sure about your beliefs based off of the limited? What?
Is that you?
Oh, no, that's him. That's
yeah,
improvised.
that's me. That's me.
I was about to say, bro.
The
dog, you lucky. I was about to block you, cuz like so quick, bro. You was about to get out of here.
No, I just wanted to be put in the back so I can send you a link in the private. There's actually that. Okay, so if you click on that video, right, it's supposed to be a like rendition of like the Christian concept of like angels in the Bible, right? And read the comments. What you'll actually notice something very funny, because you know how Christians say like, oh, you know, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he met a devil or something, right? And you know that like that's why he was scared of an angel. But then you look at like Christians and like you look at that video and you look at the comments, and the Christians are like, man, I would be scared if I saw this. And you just see like hundreds of those comments. Like you scroll down and it's like they're all just like scared. You know? And it's just like the hypocrisy. Like if you scroll down, right? You keep going down, it says, wait. Keep going down a little bit. These are the big ones, but
this is gorgeous. What an amazing animation.
Wait, do not afraid. There you go. So it says, do not afraid suddenly makes a lot more sense. Like, you know what I mean?
That's funny as hell.
And then it says, if you keep going down, there's like a few of them, but there's like dozens of them just being like, oh yeah, this is like extremely scary and this and that, you know? It's like, do not be afraid. The one who is visited, this is the most terrifying moment of my life. You know, like,
yeah, I saw that.
You see what I mean? And it's just like, just the hypocrisy.
That's some crazy stuff, though. Let me put the quality up. Oh, they got this in 4K. Stop it.
Do they?
Yeah, it's in 4K. Let me see. It's still loading for me. I got shitty internet also.
No, you're streaming, so it's like obviously.
Yeah, that's true too. Okay, here we go. Oh, come on, you angel.
Wow.
Why in the hell? Why would like? I wish they had like Bible verses that would So this is what they believe an angel is.
So I believe like one of the verses was like they have like an X amount of eyes or something because like the devil, like they're like staying on watch of the devil. It's just I don't know. Like for us, like our version of the angels is a lot more like
Beautiful.
I would say that, to be honest. I
Look,
would
it's an
say,
angel. He has 3 heads here. You see that? A lion head and a cow
does he?
head. Yeah. Look,
Wait,
you'll see.
yeah.
Has a
Is that a
look,
lion? The right one?
Here's a
Because I see the
lion right
left one's a
here.
bull.
There's a lion and a bull, and then a human head. You got wings, an eye in the middle. This is weird. This is nightmare fuel. That's funny as hell. Yeah, this look like some Dajjal, bro.
Wait.
This is crazy as hell.
That's a little crazy now that you bring it up.
Is that like the size of a human?
Wait, is that a snake in the back, bro? Nah.
Where?
In
the front?
back,
Oh,
like,
no.
directly in the back, or is that just like part of the wing or something? Like
Where do you
back
see
here.
that? Oh, I
Right
think
here.
that's the wing. Yeah, I think that's the wing.
That doesn't look like a wing, bro. Look at it again.
Well, in that next
Can't,
one that you were looking
we
at.
can't hear you, Khalil, because of your mic. You're far away from your mic.
Oh, that next one you're looking at where it looks like the spirals, like the eye with all the stuff. It looks like a bathroom wall where somebody wrote all over it. Look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, why does it have all these
What
writings?
the hell?
Yeah,
Like, Tommy was here.
Hmm.
I'm
If
not
you're looking
sure.
for fun, dial 1-800-29.
I don't know where they
Oh
got
my
the verses for that though. Like, do you guys remember any verses where it says
But
like
that's what I'm saying. I
I
don't
feel like I'm watching Monsters Inc.
this one's scary? I can't even lie to you. But like honestly, like when we look at the this Islamic like paradigm, when it talks about angels, it's always talking about how like Angel Gabriel, you know, sometimes he came to the Sahaba, you know, and you know around the Prophet, and so you find that you know the angel can take many different forms, right? He can take the form of a human being, you know. But this, I don't understand this. I don't know what that is. By the way, you can put my other guy in the back. By the way, like in the back seat, yeah.
All right. Who's trying to come up? Inshallah.
It's been a long time, guys. I missed this.
Yo, Emprise, where you been, bro?
Yeah, where you been?
Just been working, so I just been getting that done, and I'm also just working on a little bit of self-teaching for school. Like, well, it's school related, but like career related in a sense. Just been learning a bunch of stuff, but yeah, man. What are you guys saying? How's life?
I got some new information for you. I mean, I can catch you up on everything. I ain't gonna do it right now, but
yeah.
Catch me outside. How about that?
How about that? Do the laws of logic exist in the quantum world? Fantastic question. Anything that exists follows the classical laws of logic. If you bring me quantum fluctuation, it still doesn't violate the classical laws. It's not existing and not existing at the same time. If a particle pops in and out of existence, it's either in existence or it's not at any given state of affairs. Quantum indeterminacy, same thing. It's either random or it's not. And I think random is just a cop-out for, you know, a determinist to say. I think it's actually self-refuting for a determinist to believe in quantum indeterminacy, because determinism is the negation of indeterminism. You can't have both. If you believe in indeterminacy, then you're not a determinist. But yeah, no, to answer the question, yeah, they do. They quarks are quarks, and also they can't be quarks and not quarks, and it's true that they're quarks. Like gluons, same thing. You know, you can do it for anything within the quantum world.
Yo, I'm about to get out of here, bro. I got an early morning, bro.
You want me
I
to?
got stuff to deal with the family, inshallah. But I'll probably watch for a little bit, inshallah. It was good
Stay with
talking
me.
to you, brothers.
Be getting out.
Yeah, I'm out.
All right, brother. It's been
all right, brother.
Good ride.
Yes, sir. I'll talk to you guys later, maybe tomorrow, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All right. Is anybody want to come up? Yeah, we can just chit chat. So I've got some new arguments. I'm not sure if you've brought any new arguments up.
Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna refuel upstairs. I can hear you if you want to run it down, but I won't be able to talk for a little bit.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So like, I've used. I'm not sure if you saw my debate that I had with J Rob on my YouTube channel. What is this again? Free naturalist, come up and speak with me, bro. You said something earlier. Just come up here. Yeah, so no, I had 3 arguments against the Trinitarian view. And obviously one of them was the LPT, which you already know that one, or to where identity is violated. But there's also the argument of aseity, which you've heard me argue that before. But I also have another argument that I've used with atheists to show that God has to be unlimited. And it's an argument by Josh Rasmussen, basically saying that the necessary being cannot be limited in any way, because if it was, there would be an external explanation for how it's limited the way it does. And God doesn't have any arbitrary limitations or anything that depends on giving some type of explanation for how he exists, how and why he exists the way that he does. So then the question is, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So then the question is, if that's the case, then the Trinitarian God, right? They would say it's possible, if not necessary, for God to be a multiplicity of persons. Okay. Can God in another possible world, if he is all powerful and he can so choose to, he could exist as 5 persons in another possible world, or 742 persons in another possible world, where all these persons share the divine nature, but have their own functions, right? So if that's the case, then it would seem like you would have to ask, if it is possible, then he's by definition a contingent being. If he's a contingent being, then it would seem like he can't be God, because God's necessary. God could not possibly be any other way in any possible world. So if he could be different, you've already admitted that he's a contingent being. If you say it's impossible and God can only be 3 persons, and you've already admitted that God can be a multiplicity of persons, it seems as if God is arbitrarily limited to 3 persons. So then that would beg for the explanation on why is he limited. If God's limited, then he's not God.
And you could, like, I think I've heard of that one before. And I think it's the, like, even for, like, say, partialists as well, like, they would also run into the problem. Like, why is it, some say, he's 33% God, 33% God, 33% God. And it's just like, why is that the case? Why doesn't the Father have, 66, and then the rest are split between the Son and the Holy Spirit? And that calls into question for that. And it's just like, that's why, I don't know, it's just very, I'm still trying to, like, come up with a good, because I feel like a lot of people, though, like, I feel like this obviously academic discussions, like philosophical, like arguments and that. I feel like a lot of people don't actually become Muslim because of those arguments. But I feel like, for me, the reason why I chose to learn these arguments, and the reason why I use them against, so-called academics, you know what I mean? Like, the people that try to say, oh, I'm logical. Exactly. Like, these sort of people. It's just not because I'm trying to convert them. But because like I'm trying to make sure I know that academically, right, and just rationally, that my beliefs are, grounded. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And obviously there's some people right now, there's obviously a lot of people that are like what are your thoughts on the Muslims that are saying that we don't need philosophy? Like, I don't know.
I think that they have to use philosophy to tell me that I don't need philosophy.
That's true.
I think it's a self-refuting position. I mean, tell me how you believe what you do without using logic. You can't. You have to. It's a necessity to even speak a sentence. You need philosophy, and you need the classical laws of logic to even speak a gosh darn sentence, right?
Can I ask you? Wait, do you want to react to a video? I saw this amazing video. I watched the first little bit.
Sorry, I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
Oh, sorry.
It looks like there's an issue with the router and echo device. So try restarting them.
I hate this.
Unplug both of them.
Oh my.
Then plug in the router. Wait 30 seconds.
Alexa, shut up.
Alexa, I can't say that name because it's going to go off again.
Oh, yeah. No, I just said it, and my tablet next to me lit up.
I don't know where in that sentence it heard Alexa, but I'll say it again. But anyway, like I was saying though, like there's this video, you have to react to it. You are just going to.
What's the video?
Here, we can watch it. Do you want to watch it right now? I have time if we don't have anyone coming up.
Yeah, if someone wants to come up, you can. But
let me find out.
Are you just going to share your screen?
Yeah.
I can look it up and share my screen if you can't.
I can share. I think it's best to bring that other guy up. The don't bring me up guy. Give me a second. Where is it? You'll never actually believe this part. Hold on. Where is it? Okay, wait. StreamYard. Okay. Wait, is the other guy up? Am I up on the other one? Oh no, you're backstage. Okay, I think you can bring me up. Okay, there we go.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, brother.
How are you guys, brothers?
Alaikum salam.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. I'm gonna turn off my camera because I'm smoking a cigarette. I don't want to be rude.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
So yeah, brother, I just wanted to join you guys, and since nobody else was joining, I was like, all right, I'll join in. Why not?
We appreciate it. We
right
appreciate
before
it.
I did.
The Christians and atheists, they seem to be a little light tonight.
Yeah. I would love to, hear some of these arguments that they constantly always bring up. So I was actually, I actually came in here for the first time today. So I love you guys' work. I'm actually a great fan of EF Dawas, and yours is EA Dawa, right?
Yeah, mine's EA
Salu?
Dawa. Yeah.
Yeah. So pretty much this is my first day here. So I didn't mean to come in here and start a whole bunch of
No, I think that was just a miscommunication in the comments.
Yeah,
we get a lot of
heated
jackasses in
conversation.
here
Yeah, I didn't mean for
that
any of
talk
that,
all
which
kinds
I
of crap. So
apologize.
no, don't worry about it, brother. No skin off our back. We're not like so if you like EF Dawa, like we're similar to that, to where like we're gonna respond like a mirror. If you come in here and you're respectful, that's fine. But we get a lot of people coming in here acting like total knuckleheads,
absolutely.
and we're gonna respond in kind. Like I'll be a
Absolutely.
complete jackass right back to you.
Absolutely.
But no, you were fine. I didn't really see what was going on, but I think Issa saw eventually what was happening. He was like, "Oh, my bad." Like he thought you were, talking to him. But yeah, like we don't even need to worry about it, brother.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Are you gonna share your screen or not?
Oh,
yeah, we were waiting for a reaction.
yes.
I think.
Give me 1 second here. Okay. Can you guys see it?
The real Muslim skeptic.
Yeah.
Is this about Pikachu?
It's related. So he's critique. So have you heard like Daniel Hakikachu debate?
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, would you say that he uses philosophy at all?
Yeah, a little bit.
Not well. Okay. Like to our extent,
No,
let's say,
not in a like studying metaphysics or anything like that. No.
yeah. So he's more of like liberalism and like that.
Yeah,
sort of
he's
thing,
more
right?
political than
Exactly.
we are. Yeah.
Like political philosophy rather than like
Yeah.
our type of philosophy, right?
Yep.
Anyway, this guy. So I was wandering the web, and this guy. I mean, may Allah bless him. MashaAllah, he does amazing dawah. But I just his thing on philosophy. I mean,
is this guy somebody who's saying that we shouldn't have philosophy?
He negated philosophy, right?
No. It's not just that though. Hold on, I'm having a brain fart. Why do you spell philosophy? Anyway, there's. Oh my god! This is the one. This is the one. It's not. This is the one. Okay. All right. Let's watch it. So this is now. When I tell you, like, just watch it, and then it's short, right? MashaAllah, this brother is amazing in his dawah, but it's just this part. To me, I just found it hilarious. Okay, we'll just watch it. Okay, I'll start it.
Yep.
Let me know if you guys can hear it. Can you hear it?
No.
No, I can't hear it. I'm not sure if the other brothers can hear it or not.
No, if we can't hear it, nobody can hear it.
Default. Wait, can you play sound in this?
Yeah, you have when you share your screen, you have to hit the little box at the bottom that says share audio.
Huh. Okay, wait. How do I'm gonna do share screen. Share screen.
Yep, and down at the very left hand side, it should say share audio.
It says sharing screen works best on a good monitor. Some screens let you share audio. Look for share audio checkbox on the next window.
It might be the platform we're using.
Oh, share system audio. Okay, there we go. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. Wait. All right, we're good. All right. Can you guys hear?
Not like those
Yeah.
people.
Yes.
Where do I get this guy? Allah, ya Sheikh. I need to find this funny guy. Wallah, we get some funny people. I'm gonna take some time out to reply to this genie. Where is he? Right there.
Is it a bit low?
Yeah, it's a little
Just
low.
a bit.
Okay, I think it's the system sounds. Okay, this is better.
Muhsin
Oh, yeah.
Lala.
Yeah, much better.
Look at this.
Muhsin Lala. He left a comment on my video about the atheists. He said a few words. Add hominin, straw man, and non sequitur. Ooh. And so I'm like, man, those are some fancy words. Yadi, can you make it a little bit
No,
more
they're actually
complicated?
quite
Because it's
basic.
not complicated enough. Oh, you're too daft to use Google? It's too complicated for you. No wonder you don't understand the atheist position. And then ironically, you
Hey, real quick, pause that real quick, brother.
great, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, born again atheist. If you want to come up here and speak with us, the link's up in the chat, up in the side chat. Yep. If you go to the chat at the top, you'll see a blue link with a StreamYard link. Come up here and talk to us. Go ahead and continue.
See, if any one of you right now did not understand this, you are not intelligent, you're not wise, and you don't know how to give da'wah, and you don't know Islam, and you don't know atheism, you don't know anything. if you don't know this ad hominem straw man non sequitur, you are an ignoramus. But our Maulana Muhsin Lala, Jazahullah khairan, educated us on our own channel. This is the world we're living in. So what do you prefer? If you want to know about your creator, if you want to know about Islam, if you want to know about da'wah, what do you think would be more beneficial? To be able to understand Subhana Rabbika Rabbil Izzati Amma Yasifun wa Salamun ala al-Mursaleen walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, or ad hominem strawman non sequitur?
Oh my God.
Ya Sheikh. Ya
punch
Sheikh,
my damn
spare us,
screen.
Yarham Abook. Wallah, we don't need this zugugu gaga. Wallah, we don't need it. We've never needed it. We will never need it. Ya Sheikh, I bet if you bring any of these zubalulu that they are nya all day, tell him to even explain to you Qul huwa Allahu ahad, he will drown. He will drown in nothingness, in thin air. Blow on him and he's gone.
What do you mean by nothingness?
But they want to study the ideologies and the philosophies and the arguments and the logical arguments and dara, wara, mara. And then the atheists be playing ping pong with them. Oh yeah? But yeah, take this. Take that. You answer this one. Take this one. Oh, this one. Bam, slam, damn. And then you're like, hello? Like, you want to become Muslim? No. Because that's not how the prophets operated, Habibi.
Oh my gosh.
That's why Allah says, Salamun ala al-Mursaleen. Peace be upon the messengers, because they conveyed to the people.
This guy is self-refuting as can
exactly
be.
what Allah willed to be conveyed.
Hey, pause it real quick. Pause it real quick, brother.
And be comp-
We're halfway.
So should we not be on YouTube and TikTok giving dawah because the Prophet, peace be upon him, didn't do that either?
To think that they didn't convey the message and didn't even try to explain it is just ridiculous.
I can go into the Quran right now and show, like, do the disbelievers think that they created themselves? Is that not a philosophical question? Like, do they think that do they not believe that Allah created the heavens and the earth as one piece and then they expanded them? Like, what is that? Not a cosmological question? Like, subhanallah, like, dude, like these types of people. Like, here's the thing: this guy comes to me and I'm an atheist. When I was an atheist, if this guy came to me with his dawah, I'd laugh him off. I'd literally laugh him out of sight because I didn't take the Quran seriously.
No, wait until you hear what he says. It's gonna, like, if this isn't triggering you enough.
It's funny so far.
Yeah, I don't know how much more this dude I can take.
I promise you. Look, I love all Muslim brothers, but listen, it's
if
just
if I'm understanding it correctly, I think he's trying to say, like, why are the people that are out there giving dawah, even bringing science and philosophy into the dawah? Is that what his point is?
No, so
yeah,
so he's just saying, yeah, pretty much, yeah. But like, I think the guy, like with this guy, it's just like the one thing I hate the most, right? Like the worst thing I hate, like, you can call me names, I won't get angry, but the one thing I sort of dislike the most is when somebody misrepresents you.
Right,
you know what I mean?
True, very,
and it's just like it's like
very
before you even
distasteful.
have like before and like, obviously sometimes people do it like you could tell, like, they're not doing it as like they're trying to offend you or like they did it by accident. It's like that's okay, but when they're trying to purposely do it, it's like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like, this is like, I love this brother though, but let's continue watching. I promise you, what he says next, Khalilullah, will actually surprise you. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Preemptive, efficient way. Any other way is a fail. Anybody who wants to study the matters of philosophies in order to give da'wah to Islam without knowing this stuff, and even if he knew this stuff, if he's still going to use this as the methodology of giving da'wah, shall fail.
Wow.
Because it is not the way of the prophets. They didn't play gymnastics with words, and they didn't get philosophical, and they made it very clear. Read any surah of the Quran. After the people will make their arguments who thought they were elite, the intellectual, the smart, you're nothing but one of us. And why would God choose you among us? And God could have chosen one of us and want to see God. Then they would tell them, worship Allah, you have no other gods besides Him. That's it. Because they know that in the fitrah, they know La ilaha illallah. Ya Sheikh, they know La ilaha illallah, but they don't want it. And when you play games with them, they will play games with you. So don't let them play games with you.
Yeah, you see what's on his mind.
You've been warned. If you don't want to listen, I've done the job. Hey,
you haven't done anything,
I'm not telling
dude.
you this is Abu Mus'ab Wajdi Akkari's ideology. If you really want to be guided, then I, with my one way to paradise, is the only way for you to go to heaven. If you don't follow me and subscribe, you are doomed to misguidance. Nope. Never. We're just saying we're one of those channels that is guiding you to the way of the prophets and the way of the Sahaba and the way of the Salaf, which we proudly adhere to, while bearing witness and testifying to our mistakes and shortcomings.
Yes,
What else do I want, man?
What if the fitrah is
This
clouded?
channel, just go away, man. That's like me going on some cooking channel and then the guy is making pizza and I tell him, I hate pizza. Then get the heck out of here, bro. What are you doing on my channel commenting on hating pizza? I'm making pizza. My people like pizza. You don't like pizza? Go to a hamburger channel. Y'all come to my channel.
That's probably the only realist true respect he made so far.
I'm not trying to make money out of y'all. I'm not trying to get more subscribers. This is what it is. If you don't like it, wallah, we will put you on this bald head that I shaved just a few hours ago. Still fresh. You will slide right off. You will fall in my lap. I will give you a pepperoni. I'll let you drink my coffee. Of course, I will get you off my lap. Who are you to sit on my lap? It's a hypothetical figurative language.
Yeah, he's gonna fix it. He's like, uh-oh.
If you don't like it, no problem. Don't push me to leave some nasty comments and replies to you.
Yeah, that's pretty much it of that one. But I think it was I believe it was this one. Hold on.
You're gonna make me sit through this guy again.
He's okay. He's honestly like most of his dawah. I like watching a lot of his videos, but this one.
This is ridiculous. And this is a refutation to Brother Daniel, who tried to take a swipe that supposedly debates are beneficial because a person almost became a Muslim. La ya habibi, la habibi.
This is about debates, pretty much.
Over here, nor are we boomers. If we're gonna go tit for tat, habibi, as Allah says, all these arguments and all this nonsense, and then this whole campaign of du'at whose whole da'wah is philosophy. Everything is philosophy. Yeah, Sheikh, you get a headache from the amount of information going back and forth. Allah Azza wa Jal refuted all of these people because we already know we have the Quran. And believe me,
bro, this is Christian vibes.
Good enough for them. Wallahi, there's no goodness in them.
Do you hear this? This is exactly the part. This is exactly the part. I'm gonna replay it. Okay, listen to this part.
Because we already know we have the Quran.
Listen to it.
And believe me, if the Quran is not good enough for them, wallahi, there's no goodness in them.
Wow.
How does, to me, it's like, that doesn't make any sense.
Like, how does that differ from any Christian who says, well, I have my Bible and my Bible is true enough for me?
And Jesus died for your sins. Take the free gift or perish. Like, come on, subhanAllah.
You, before you became Muslim, right? You were an atheist. I'm pretty sure you read the Quran.
Yeah.
At that moment in time, you weren't convinced, correct?
No, that guy would be sitting in my lap.
Oh, for some reason,
it's just like
people
to say at that moment in time, just because you didn't accept the Quran to be true, that there was you just had no goodness in you.
I was just lost. I had no goodness in me, and I'm just destined for
I
hellfire.
don't understand why people say that, man.
That's why I said, dude. That's Christian
Assalamu alaikum.
vibes.
Can I say
Wa
something?
alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh,
Alaikum
brother. How are
salam,
you?
uncle. Fine, thanks. You know, first of all, I listened to this brother a long time ago, but the history is Muslim history because I'm Muslim also, boy born. So they warned us the reason is because Western philosophy, Greek philosophy, when they enter into the Islam, so we got divided into different sect. Mu'tazilite, if you look at the history of the Ashari, then they start thinking about the attributes of Allah. And it's beyond comprehension, the attributes of Allah. It's impossible. So the Muslim divided into this, and the Christianity start giving new ideas to Muslim because they got the Western philosophy and the Greek philosophy with them. So this basically become a big problem with the Muslim Ummah, like Imam Ghazali. We got the great people in Islamic heritage, but it's not that everybody should jump into that because you might deviate too much philosophy, Western philosophy, because what he's trying to say that we got everything in the Quran. Allah is all wise and all hakim, and he mentioned everything. And that's why if you're going to use philosophy, I would suggest that use the argument from the Quran. So you will be stay from the Quran, just like Am khulikum min ghayri shay'in. You know, those are the verses are there. Even Qul Wallahu Ahad. We got the foundation for the cosmological argument in the Quran. We got the foundation for contingency argument in the Quran. We got, everything is within the Quran. So when we quote something, we just goes those foundation inside. Do not go beyond that to the Greek philosophy or Western philosophy because
No, I totally hear you, brother. And that's what I do is when I speak with atheists, I come at them with a stage one contingency argument. There is some type of necessary existence.
Exactly.
This necessary existence has a mind is the grounding for all truth. That's in the Quran.
Exactly.
You said this necessary thing is not arbitrarily limited. Its attributes are unlimited. This thing is not contained.
Exactly.
Like
exactly.
These arguments that I bring are from the Quran, and then from there, that's when you bring the dawah
that's correct.
That's the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam brought.
No, that's the correct position. Yeah, but that's why always keep your grounding in the Quran. If you have keep your grounding in the Quran, then you are right on a path. You know, no problem. But most people,
and in Brother Khalil's defense, I'm sorry to cut you off, Uncle. I'm sorry if you were saying something. In Brother Khalil's defense, if the argument was made that you clearly only need the Quran to explain away the entire religion, I think that's kind of ridiculous. I think would be safe to say.
Thing is, your foundation should be inside. You don't necessarily
absolutely fundamentals, right? The basic fundamentals.
Exactly.
It can be found in the Quran, but then you have the science of the Hadith,
of
which
course.
would totally negate everything that the other brother was saying earlier in his videos.
Yeah, and I understand what Brother Dawa Dude is saying because, like for example, I have discussions with an academic. His name is Dr. Khalil Andani. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of Khalil Andani before. He's in the Smiley. He's in the Smiley philosopher.
Cosmology,
and he argues for this Neoplatonist view that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala is divinely simple, and he actualizes this thing called the divine intellect, and the divine intellect then creates the divine soul, and then the divine soul creates all of the creation and all of the existence below. And like there's so many it dives and gets into so many different problems, and I'm like, where are you rooting this in the Quran?
Exactly. This is where you go. That's why the Imam Ghazali is a great Imam. That's where the cosmological argument came from him, actually, which is the William Lane Craig actually uses that argument also.
And he adds a couple premises to the ending, and I'm like, why?
But if you study the history of Muslim, like Asharis and the Mu'tazilite and all those group actually, then you will know where they definitely go beyond outside the Quran, and they lost, and some of them left the religion. Then that happens.
Allah guide us all.
Yeah. So that's why these people know, because they are sincere people, but they do not know how today's in time how we are using this, because now East and West is on the social media. We got the Western philosophers, we got the classical thing, we got the Greek philosophy. Everything is right there, and it's very difficult for people to, like I said, the newcomers. They do not know what to. So first, you build your foundation in the Quran. Check all those verses where you can then reflect on those, and that's where you always. And it's not that difficult. Once you have a good grounding on the Quran, you have no problem. You can deal any argument with the people.
That's what I'm trying to do, especially with like my wife. Like I've only been a Muslim for a year and a half, maybe. Like I said, I was a hard atheist prior to that. SubhanAllah. I'm a Muslim now, alhamdulillah. But like I have been studying this for a while now, so I have the knowledge and I have the backing to it. I know the atheist arguments. I know what the atheists are convinced of and what they're not convinced of. Like, and I'm not going to generalize. Everybody has their own criteria by which they're convinced. It's more subjective than anything. But like after you get into it and you ground yourself in these Quranic verses, then you can start looking at the works of Ibn Taymiyyah, the works of Ibn Sina, and you know everything that they have to say.
Yeah,
so,
they also got from the Quran too. Definitely, you know, what they're gonna get something. There's a powerful statement in the Quran also. So if you explore all the entire Quran, you will find so many things unbelievable actually. So that's like I said, Muhammad Hijab, he was warned, but Muhammad Hijab uses actually all those arguments. Okay. And again, the Hamza Zortis, you know, he uses all those arguments he started, you know. So idea is but their grounding is in the Quran, because whenever they explain where they're getting their foundation actually. So which is good actually. So as a Muslim, we should keep a more philosophical argument grounding in the Quran. Then we don't have any problem. We can also use their argument, but criteria must be from the Quran actually. And that's basically it. Yeah.
Correct.
Jazakallah khair. So I just wanted to share just my thoughts actually on it, just because you guys are doing excellent dawah every day. I watch you guys, and I like your TPL. You had some debate with the guy actually. You made a very great opening statement on those Trinity.
Barakallah feek, brother.
Yeah, that was beautiful actually. I like it actually. Okay, Jazakallah khair.
MashaAllah. Okay. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. Yeah. Improvise. Did you see any of that? Did you see that opening?
I don't think I did. I didn't watch the debate. No.
Oh, okay.
Who was it against?
Wait a second. A guy on TikTok named J Rob. So I'll let you watch the openings.
J Robin?
No, not J Robin. His name's J Rob.
I think I might.
But hold on, wait a second. Let me I put up a TikTok of basically the ending of my opening statement and then the beginning of his, and I just want you to Brother Shah, have you seen that debate yet?
I have not, brother. No, I haven't.
Okay. Yeah, so the opening statement I believe is a bulletproof one, so I've challenged any Christian that would like to debate me on the topic. I'd be more than happy to debate them, and I will not change a single word out of my opening statement except replacing J Rob's name with their name, and I will give them all of my ammunition, and they still will not be able to answer the question. So let me just pull this up real quick. This is the opening or the ending of my opening statement, and so I asked this guy, I said, he was up on stage on a TikTok live, and he's very aggressive. Like he comes at people, he comes at Muslims with the age of Aisha and with the splitting of the moon, and the typical stuff, right? And I was like, all right, brother, well, you come here as like a strong Christian, academic, right? So let me do this. Let me go ahead. I want to challenge you on your belief, since you're always attacking everybody else's. How about we debate the Trinity? And he's like, sure, fine. I was like, when do you want to do the debate? And he said, well, I'll be free Thursday night. And I'm like, that's 2 days from now. Are you sure you'll be prepared? And he goes, yeah, I got this. No worries. I'm like, well, okay. I mean, normally I ask for like a couple weeks, at least a month, maybe even 2 months, depending on the topic, but you're confident. Cool. That's fine. I'm assuming that he's going to go do some research, take a look at my videos, take a look at my interactions and see how I argue, and then formulate an argument and come to the table with that argument. But this is in fact what happened instead. Let me know if you can hear it. J-Rob holds to, i.e. social, Latin,
Yeah.
material, or relative identity Trinitarianism. When that is put on the table, I would be able to bring out even more issues with his view on the Trinity within the specific schools of thought. Many of these views can entail inconsistencies when we attempt to align this view with the incarnation of Jesus Christ. Also, I would be interested which of the 7 theories of atonement he holds to, and do a mirror image back on his view of the Trinity. Problems on problems will arise further when we open the bag of J-Rob's belief system, and we will end up with more questions and inconsistencies than answers. If you don't believe me, just stick around for the rest of the debate, inshallah. If J-Rob is to show the possibility of the Trinity, he must resolve each of these problems while simultaneously not contradicting his own scripture. He must not have issues that spill over to the incarnation or the atonement theory he holds to. Inshallah, we'll have some answers by the end of the debate. Thank you very much, and I'll concede the last minute and a half of my time.
Okay, J-Rob. So he had about 1:45 left. If you are ready, we can then switch it around and have you start your 10 minutes. All right.
All right.
Yeah. I'm gonna drop down, and then as soon as you start talking, I'll go ahead and start the time. All right.
All right, man.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, man, I appreciate y'all having me on here, and I guess I did not come prepared for this debate. I kind of feel like it was a bait and switch. I thought we were going to really talk about, whether or not the Trinity is biblical. I guess that's my fault. I didn't really understand the confinements of this debate, but I was literally going to start up with great is the mystery of godliness.
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Walaikum salam. So yeah, he starts off by saying, "Yep, I wasn't prepared for this debate, right?" and then he says this was a bait and switch. To which I spoke to him the next day, and I said, what did you mean by bait and switch?" And he goes, "Well, I thought we were going to argue is the Trinity biblical." I said, "I just asked you if you wanted to argue the Trinity. When did I specifically say it was about the Bible and then I switched it up and did something else?" He goes, "Well, okay, I guess it wasn't a bait and switch." I was like, "So then you just didn't do your proper investigation onto what arguments I might possibly bring
the
to the
classic
table."
victim role.
Exactly, yeah. And then he just finishes the beginning of his opening off with greatness. Great is the mystery of godliness. Just throws the mystery card up. When in the very beginning, in my opening statement, I said, I'm not going to accept, you're taking it out of context.
Right.
I'm not going to accept mystery card, and I'm not going to accept you won't understand because you're not filled with the Holy Spirit. Like I already told, I will not accept those things.
No,
those
great
are all
points,
cop-outs.
Great points. And
But
you can clearly
I-
see he wasn't even prepared for it, honestly. And
No, because
he
he
should've-
wasn't ready for the philosophy of it.
Yeah, he should have really just thought about that and be like, okay, give me a week or two, so.
Just watch his face in the opening statement when I say, I will grant you everything that you think the Bible is saying. And then let's see if it's logically possible. You could just see his soul just left his body. He was like, oh, okay.
I guess the Holy Spirit just left him.
I was like, man, like, subhanAllah.
So yeah, one of
But
the
yeah.
questions I always wanted to ask. I'm so sorry if you wanted to say something.
No, you go ahead, brother.
Yeah, one of the questions I always wanted to ask Trinitarians or Christians in general was if everybody does have the Holy Spirit as far as the Gospels were concerned, why are they all kind of like spewing out different messages about who Jesus was and what Jesus was doing? That's kind of like a question I always wanted to ask them. And I guess EF Dawa, they break it down pretty good. And Hamza's Den, I believe they do a great job on that too, on some of the historicity on John. And, I'm sorry, I kind of mumbling on over here. But yeah, they do a great job on explaining that. But yeah, I've always wanted to ask the Christians, but they never give me a clear answer. Just like you just said, they always go into this like other preaching mysterious mode where like they always end up just telling you, well, you don't understand the Bible because you don't have the Holy Spirit in you or whatever, that kind of nonsense.
Yeah. So how do I get this? How do I get this poltergeist to happen to me? How can I get this thing to come and possess my body for me to have the proper understanding? Please help me out with
their
that.
argument, I guess, is until you fully understand or until you fully let Jesus, into your heart, then you'll finally understand. But I guess that's the gist of it, maybe. Like that you really have to accept it first, and then you'll understand what's being written or whatnot. And so I was like, okay, sure.
Hey, so born again atheist brother, like I used to be an atheist, and I've been watching the comments and some of your arguments or your claims that you're making. Brother, your arguments are you know, with all due respect, you said your microphone is garbage. That's why you can't come up. Your arguments are just as garbage as you say your mic is. Please come with some better arguments. Please come with something logical, not something emotional. Okay, I would appreciate it. And I think if you have a computer or a phone, you'd be more than you're. It's so possible for you to come up.
I'm on my
you
phone
can just
right now.
come up on your phone.
Yeah, I'm using my phone.
Yeah, so come up. God Logic Apologetics. Yeah, I'm going to be debating him soon. Bring him up for a debate. Yeah, I've already talked to him. I'm going to be debating him on it if Jesus knew the hour. He thinks that Jesus actually knew the hour when in the Bible it says it doesn't. So
That's a new.
I'm going to bring him early church father quotes. Yeah,
That's
I'll
a
bring
new
him
one.
early church father quotes that specifically state that if you say that Jesus did know the hour, you're a heretic and you should be anathematized from the. Yeah, you should be anathematized from the church. And that's early church father. So I want to see this guy from Clubhouse or old God Logic from YouTube throw his scholars under the bus. I can't wait.
And that should be interesting.
I'll try the laptop. My phone sucks. Okay, cool. Yeah, get on your laptop. Just join the link and come up and give us your arguments. Just know that I was an atheist less than 2 years ago, so I know everything that you're going to bring.
Brother Khalil, if you don't mind me asking.
Wait, is an atheist coming?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Finally.
Inshallah. Yep. What's up, Brother Shah?
I was going to ask you, what state are you from?
I'm in Ohio.
Oh, okay. Nice. Nice to see Muslim brothers up over there. MashaAllah. I'm over here in California.
Yep. Oh, you're in Cali. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
No, I'm in Ohio. I met my wife on TikTok. She took her shahada on Christmas Day last year. Yeah. She watched some of my dawah on TikTok and like a week or two later she ended up taking shahada. Yep. And then she asked me, she was like, "Hey, is there a mosque around here?" And she actually lived like an hour away from me. So I was going to connect her with some sisters, and then basically we got to talking, and a week later we had our nikah.
Alhamdulillah, mashallah. And they say miracles don't happen, right?
Exactly, right? Subhanallah. Yep.
Hopefully mine. I don't know. For me, I got 2 years of uni left, and then after those 2 years, I think I'm gonna start looking, and then hopefully I'll be 24.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Yep. You know what I found out? I found out that the single Muslim brothers are on TikTok looking for wives.
Oh wow!
And the single Muslim sisters are on Facebook looking for husbands.
Looking for brothers, huh?
We need to have some way to connect the two to be like, well, there you go, y'all are good now. Like, yeah,
that is actually. I think I might make an app for that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but the thing is that the apps that I like when I got on one of the apps, so it was an app called Hawaya, Hiwaya, Hawaya. And I'm not sure if that's supposed to be like a pun on how are you with like a Boston accent. I'm not sure, but yeah, I went on
Sounds
there
like
and I saw walking contradictions. Like it was the one time to where I questioned if true contradictions actually existed, because I saw women on there that were walking around as hijabis, but are sitting there saying they'll openly have sex. They openly, smoke cigarettes and drink alcohol, and they don't pray. And
wait. Wait, they said that on their profile, or like when you
because when you fill out your profile, it asks questions. Do you drink alcohol? No, sometimes, frequently, yes,
right?
Yeah. And there's multiple questions that you have to ask. So when you go through their profile, you see pictures of them, and then before you further engage with them, you can kind of see some of the main things that they do and don't do.
Oh,
and a lot of them are like,
okay, yeah.
don't pray, don't do this, drink alcohol, smoke weed, and they're walking around in a hijab. Like, subhanallah. Like,
that's crazy. That's actually crazy. What?
yeah. So I was like, I was on that app for maybe about 5 minutes, and I was like, this is garbage. Like, I'm gone.
Which also kind of brings me to the question, dare I ask, halal dating, is that even something we even promote? I don't think we should. I'm not
No,
sure.
I don't promote any type of
Right.
dating or courtship. I
Right.
promote an investigatory process to where it's very professional. You have the wali there,
Mhm.
and you sit down and you say, this is what I need in life.
Exactly.
This is what I require. This is what I have to offer. They present the same things. You kind of look at them back and forth, give an objective view. Can this work? Are we truly committed to submitting ourselves to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala before anything else? And if that's the case, and you think it's a good idea, then go through with the nikah. Because I'll tell you right now, brother, when I went through the week of investigatory process with my now wife, you know, it says that the shaitan whisper in our ears.
What was that?
Those mugs were screaming at me like I come from an atheist background. Subhanallah, like wallahi, brother, I've been active prior to being a Muslim with over 200 women in my past, like you know, premarital sex and all that stuff is just a common thing for me. Like, so going through that week process with my wife, who I'm highly attracted to physically, having to not even hold her hand or touch her whatsoever, like the temptation was there. And I went to my imam and I talked to him about it. I said, Habibi, I said, this is like it's a temptation, and I haven't acted upon it yet, but subhanallah, like I'm having this temptation, and so is she. And he says, have you guys already gotten your wali? I was like, yeah. And he's already taken a look at everything, and we pretty much agree. And he was so why don't you get married? Just get married.
Right.
I'm like, well, halas, let's do it then.
Let's do it. Bismillah, right.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, comment here says, Khalil, have you been an atheist? You've been an atheist for 12 years. I'm wondering what arguments that propelled you closer to a theistic position that you didn't previously know of when you were an atheist. So I knew of the arguments, but I did not have an open mind at first. And then when I had the open mind, I looked at them presented to me in a very specific way. If you are familiar with Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, I've known that brother. He's one of my closest friends. You can ask Imperaz. I speak with Jake in every single day, just about. Yeah, I knew him before he even had a YouTube channel, before anybody else really knew him. So him and the other Tap brothers, Abdul Rahman, Sharif, there's Hatim, there's Yusuf Ponders, and Jake the Muslim metaphysician. All those brothers I spent over a year with in private Facebook groups every single day on videos just like this, not broadcasting or streaming, but I literally went through the contingency arguments, the cosmological arguments with them, and they had helped, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala obviously was the one that did it, but used them as a tool to bring me closer to the idea of Islam. And then I started studying Islam and tried to debunk it, tried to find the contradictions in the Quran and all these things. And I failed at every single point. And eventually I was doing so much hand waving that I had to be honest with myself. And it's like, dude, what are you running from? Just take your shahada and become a Muslim, because you know it's the truth.
MashaAllah.
You can't prove this wrong. So those were some of the arguments. Contingency, kalam, presented to me in the right way. And when I brought my objections, the objections were put to rest within a matter of minutes every single time.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Being brought up as a Muslim and being born into a Muslim family, it's always so, it's such a blessing, and at the same time for us it's such a shame, to be born into a Muslim family and then grow up, say, in a Western-like country, and then deviate from your deen, start questioning your own beliefs, start questioning your deen, until later on, obviously, you get the answers that you're looking for, or at least some of the convictions that you needed or whatnot. But to us, it's such a blessing to watch reverts. I wouldn't call them converts because initially you were a Muslim. You know that. You know the story. But I'm at the same time, it's a bad thing for me to be jealous and kind of envious of the reverse, mashallah, because why? They're so pure, and the promise of every sin of theirs being wiped away, as if they were reborn as a baby again. That's just mashallah, such a blessing. And for me, it's always so refreshing and so heartwarming to meet a new brother or a sister, it might be whatnot. It's such a blessing.
In my past has just been like a roller coaster. Like when I was younger, I was a neo-Nazi. I was a white supremacist. I was like walking around screaming white power at people, and I was racist as could be. And then I found humanism and left that. And I was a pastor at one point in my life, or not a pastor, but going to seminary to become a pastor. And that's honestly my reading of the Bible, which was what made me leave the Christian faith. Like that's what pushed me away. So I became an agnostic, and then I was an atheist, hard atheist for 12 years, arguing against the existence of God. Not some of these atheists that sit in their little safe space and say, I don't know, therefore I don't believe, so you're the only one with the burden of proof. Like, no, I was like presenting arguments like the omniscience paradox and things like this, logical arguments. So I had already valued logic and the classical laws. So when the brothers came at me and said, hey, we value that too, let's talk about it. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So you're not going to come at me with like, read the Quran and the prophet split the moon and this and that. Like, you're not going to bring your book to me right off the bat. And they're like, no, we're not even close to being ready to talk to you about God. We don't, he doesn't, and I hold the same view. I don't talk to atheists about Islam. Why? Why should I talk to them about Islam when they don't even believe in a God yet? It's like me saying if I was to have a magical unicorn come into my house and take a poop on my couch and then rub its hooves into my couch, why are we going to talk about why this unicorn rubbed its hooves into my couch if we haven't established that there's a unicorn
here in the first place?
Yeah, we need to establish there's a magical unicorn before we can talk about what it does.
Right.
So I'm not going to talk to an atheist about Islam.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So subhanallah, like that's how I go about it. If you want to
And
talk to me,
alhamdulillah
and you're
for
an
Islam,
atheist,
it actually does explain away everything almost, even without having to convince somebody of a God or of who God is first. What I meant to say.
Yep. It answers the question of, does something come from nothing? Can something come from nothing? The contingency argument, like the brother Dawa dude who was up here.
Right.
The contingency argument is mentioned in there. The kalam cosmological arguments mentioned in the Quran. The arbitrary limitations, the mind and the unlimitedness of God. I mean, something like that video. He did say one thing that I liked in that video, that guy who was giving Dawa, right? He said, Kul hu Allahu ahad. Like, there can be an entire book written about that one ayat.
Mashallah, yes.
It's
absolutely.
true, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's subhanallah. Like the non-Muslim and the non-person, non-Arab speaker, right? He's not going to understand the importance of the word ahad. Like, they don't get the importance and, no pun intended, but uniqueness of that word and how it's used in that sense.
That's the beautiful part, man.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
And I think, like, I don't know, man, Islam is just, like, to me, it's just like, innately, I know it's the truth. You know what I mean?
And then you have people like this. What next? So just because I've been open-minded and changed my position doesn't mean that it means that I cannot come to a conclusion. Like, no, I'm still open-minded. Anybody that thinks that they have a refutation for Islam, the link's right up there. Come up here. I should be easy to take down. I've only been a Muslim for a year and a half. So I should be low-hanging fruit to you. So I challenge you, show me one issue with Islam, not an emotional issue, a logical argument. I don't care what you think is icky or not. Come up here with a logical argument to refute Islam, and I will take my kufi off and leave Islam on this live right here, right now. I challenge you. SubhanAllah.
Yeah. Look, so he
No.
says, but sadly,
I'm having trouble connecting to the
No,
internet.
alhamdulillah for
It looks
Islam. I
like
think
there's an issue with
Hamza
the router.
explains it away pretty good with his argument. There is no logical reason for anybody to leave Islam, really.
there really isn't. But I think
You know,
this guy, born again atheist, said, but sadly, there's no proof God exists, and evolution and the fact that animals change from land animals to sea, vice versa, disproves all religion.
I'm
That
glad you
see,
would have to.
This is the
Khalil,
guy.
Khalil,
This is
Khalil,
this is the type of
Khalil.
guy that sits here and just watches Matt Dillahunty ad nauseum.
Khalil,
And
like,
here's
do you remember what I said? Like, this is what pisses me off the most. You can come in and say my mom's this, my parents are this, even insult anybody I love. You can insult me. I don't care. Like, I frankly do not care, right? But then it's like when you do this, it's just like the little solid little gaslighting. You know what I mean? It's just like either come up or shut up. Like that's all it is.
You know what? You know what the funny part is? In Born Again Atheists, we're still waiting for you to come up. But I'm a Muslim, and I believe in abiogenesis, and I believe in evolution. I'm what's called an Adamic exceptionalist. I can argue for both of those things while not contradicting my own aqidah.
And respectfully speaking, you and I can differ on that. You know, we can still see
Exactly. Yeah.
different
The
opinions on
whole
that. And we can still
evolution debate
respectfully
is
still
not
be Muslim.
yeah, it's not a hill that anybody's really willing to die on because it's not a
Right.
creedal issue.
Right.
It's not a salvational issue. You can argue one way or the
Exactly.
other.
That's not going to change the fact that you know what? I still gotta pray. All that stuff
Exactly.
as a Muslim.
Truly, it like it's not like one of those things where when you die and you're in the grave, you know, the only 3 or 4 questions that you're going to be asked is, you know, who's your Lord, right? What was your religion, right? And who was sent to you, right? No one's going to ask you, were you an Adamic exceptionist or a humanist?
Right. Did
You know what I
you
mean?
did you accept
Like,
these
no one's gonna
dinosaurs or whatnot? Right. Absolutely.
like no one's going to ask that, you know.
I think some of the information that we're getting, and especially since we're getting a lot of information nowadays, since it's the age of information, that's the only thing that could mislead people. Other than
Most
that,
of it's bad information.
Right, it's just bad information or misleading information that they're actually just opening up to, or it's flat out lies. We can all agree that, and to some level and to some degree, governments lie. Man, that's their job, just because of the fact that governments need to control people. That's what governments do. It's control people. Just with that said, there are some things that we all probably have been lied to about, and we all know about, or what we've been misled to think as true. So.
Subhanallah. Like,
I
okay,
think
born
it's
again
more
atheist.
politics, to be honest. I don't think it's
Born again
anything
atheist.
too crazy.
I am not going to use fear mongering to try and bring you to Islam. So don't try and provoke me into fear mongering. Like, I'm not gonna bring you, well, you better believe because you might die tomorrow and you're gonna go to hellfire. Like, you don't even know what the Islamic position is. If you're saying this right here, that tells me that you have no information and no intelligence when it comes to Islam. Like, please come up and learn, watch videos, listen to what people have to say, and go check it out, test it, make sure that what they're saying is actually like consistent and correct.
Amen,
but
brother.
this is
Amen.
Christian vibes. This tells me that you do nothing but yell at Christians all day long.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's crazy though? He just said if I go to hell, then so be it. I don't care, bro. I think
He
you're
won't
gonna
be saying
caring.
that there.
You would not be saying that in hell.
I think you're gonna care, pal. Like, I don't know.
I'm almost curious if he even has a slightest idea of what hell actually is, and what hell actually includes, for him to make such a bold statement.
You're gonna ask for a glass of water, and you know what? You're gonna get a glass of water. It's gonna be boiling.
You cannot even.
Boiling
I get, what was it? You can't swallow it or spit it back out.
Nope. Yep.
That reminded me of Elon Musk when he said on Twitter
Astaghfirullah,
that he doesn't care if he
Yeah, it's people like that, bro. I think there's actually a verse on those people.
And there's the claim. See now, brother, now you have a burden of proof.
You can't substantiate that claim, man.
I'm kidding because hell doesn't exist. It's
Right.
false.
You keep
That is a
jumping back and
positive
forth.
claim.
Yeah, atheists always
Now
do
you
that.
have
They
a
keep
burden of
jumping
proof.
back and forth between what they believe and what they
Shifting
don't.
goalposts, man.
Born again atheist.
Atheists.
When you come up here, I will be completely respectful to you. But what I'll say right now is please stop focusing on writing comments and start focusing on getting on your laptop to come up here.
Yeah, where's his laptop, man? Is it? It was.
Might be
I don't know. Is it in
2008?
storage? Like,
I think it's really slow. I think it's booting up. He's got to rile us up till it gets, warmed up.
yeah. I don't know if it might be like an Amish laptop to where you gotta spin a crankshaft or something like that to get it started.
You know what I've noticed? A lot of atheists actually, and I say like hardcore atheists, like something. I think it's mainly it's like they have their own personal vendetta.
Vendetta against God, right?
Against God, where it's
Yeah,
like real,
absolutely. Absolutely.
I have atheist friends. Like I know tons of atheists that just don't believe in God, but it's like they never are the type to name themselves what is it? What the guy's name himself? Like the born again atheist, or like they're just like, oh yeah, I just don't believe in God really, but yeah, it's
Yeah, they're the
cool
apatheist.
people, Exactly.
Now that
Yeah,
you
the
mention
apatheist, the person that just doesn't care. I don't know if God exists or not. I'm just living my life, dude.
Oh, right. Majority of them are not like that. They always have something against God emotionally that either happened to them in their past or they've lost somebody is the cause of them now believing, I think.
Yeah.
Or they saw something.
And a lot of
really
people say like they're an ex-Muslim or an ex-Christian. Like I don't claim to be an ex-Christian. One, the book says that I was never a true Christian to begin with. And secondly, I don't care to have the label as an ex-Christian or former Christian. I don't want to be associated with that group of people to begin with. So, okay, say that I wasn't really a true Christian. I'm perfectly fine with that. But here's the thing. When you call yourself an ex-Christian or an atheist, right? Or you call yourself an ex-Muslim, that means that, yes, I don't believe in this, but I'm still so drastically tied to the concept that I can't give it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're caught in this little
Wait, I mean, realistically,
twilight zone, I guess.
Wait, no, but
believing in that.
even atheists though, they say that that God doesn't exist, but He has to exist. Like at least within mentally, because how are you going to talk about something, right? And that thing doesn't exist either conceptually or physically.
Yeah.
Explain that. Like, is it it has to, at least the concept of it must exist in your mind. Therefore, it exists. It's just a self-refuting, is it not?
Yeah.
Or am I like?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I totally agree with you.
A lot of atheists
Khalil,
are,
you were go ahead.
yeah, a lot of atheists are mesotheists, which is the hatred of God.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're emotionally
anti-theist
hatred towards God.
Yeah.
Or
it says here,
hateful.
Khalil, you are a pastor. How can you say you're not an ex-Christian? Because by the standards of the Bible itself, it says that we know them by their fruits. And if they leave the faith, we knew that they were never one of us to begin with. So by their standards, I was never a true Christian. Cool. I'm cool with that.
Right. Same argument they always bring forth when, this Bible doesn't make sense to you because you don't believe it. Or like, you don't believe in Jesus and you don't accept him as your savior. That's why you don't understand. Like, what?
Yeah, exactly. I accepted him as my savior and I still didn't understand. Well, you were doing something wrong in your... How do you know that? Did you know me?
I think that's just arrogant.
That's like somebody saying, hey, I don't understand what, Shakespeare was saying in a certain poetry. Well, you never met Shakespeare. That's why you don't understand. Well, or
I hate this
like that,
person right here, man. This guy boils my brains. He said, let's talk about morality. So question, do you depend on do you have to depend on religion to be a good person? Like this in and of itself, man. Like it just shows your ignorance as to the academic discussions of theism. Like literally,
maybe it's better you don't come up here, Born.
I just know that he's intellectually bankrupt. Like literally intellectually bankrupt with these questions. No,
I'm sorry, that
no,
question did
no
not make
theist makes
sense.
that claim. Like no
Yeah, that
theist makes that claim. Like no, like actual theist who understands philosophy and theology makes that claim. That somehow atheists and Gnostics and whatever life they come from don't have morals or can't be moral, like etc. Like nobody makes that.
I'll debate that. I'll debate that. In the Bible, it says that our works are like dirty rags. So unless you take Jesus as your Christ and Lord and Savior, that no work you do, nothing that we do is good. No man does good. No man seeks God. So within the Christian faith, yeah, if you're not a professing Christian, then all of your works are evil works because you're not doing it within reference to God.
Uh-huh.
But see, we don't say that in Islam. We say, yeah, you can be a good person, but you're not following what the Creator has told us we need to do. You're not praying 5 times a day. You're not making dua.
It's actually a good question. I think what should have been a good like a better question is, let's say a person lived a holy life. Okay, they did everything that they could, right? In the sense that they helped everybody that they saw. They donated all their money to charity every year, right? Like they did the most amount of good, but they read the Quran, right? They heard the Prophet's message, and they said, "I don't believe in this," right? Do they go to heaven, right? Now, in the case where in this case, like they would essentially deserve hellfire, and it's like the atheist could ask that question: how is that fair? Right, but the way that I would answer something like this is this, right? Now I just sort of steel manned your question, right? Because obviously it wasn't a like it was just a nonsensical question you asked. But like, look, this is the way. Imagine I paid you, right? And I was like, I'm gonna pay you to move these boxes in the barn, right, to the other side of the barn. Okay, I'm gonna pay you for this. Instead of doing that job, right? You clean the entire barn, you feed the animals, you pretty much do every single thing I asked, or sorry, every single task that was supposedly good and like helpful, but you didn't do the task I hired you for. Do I pay you?
No.
Exactly.
No.
And similarly, like I might pay you, I might pay you like, let's say I was supposed to pay you 1,000, but I only paid you, like, let's say for instance, I only paid you, $5 because you just did that other task, right? Allah says that the good that these, that the kuffar essentially do in this world, they will be rewarded in this world. Right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's like unless they do the task that they were, and the whole purpose of this life is to submit to God, and it's so they didn't submit to this God, they're not going to get the reward that would come with this task of submitting to God.
I'd like to
And that's
ask.
the easiest way to explain that. Yeah.
I'd like to ask a free naturalist exactly what he thinks a good life is. Because that could be very subjective, as many of our brothers brought up in other channels or whatnot. So I've heard this debate many times, and it's been answered pretty beautifully by most of the people on those EF Dawa channels. If you wanted to ever wanted to know, what a good life versus a bad life, prospectively could mean to one person versus another person. So if you mean like subjectively a good life, that's very dependent on a person. But if you mean objectively what is a good life, then objectively speaking, you would have to kind of like question where does that objective morality come from, and it would have to have a source, which would be like God or something.
Mm-hmm. Wa alaikum salam. What's up, brother? How are you?
Alhamdulillah, brother. I just I wanted to join in. I tried joining in when you guys brought up evolution, and I seen a debate. I forgot who was. It was between, I think, Richard Dawkins and one other person. I forget. But this one dude had Richard Dawkins by the neck when he brought up the whole agency claim. He's like, okay, then you want to believe in evolution. That's fine, but you still got to give us the agency. Where's the agency for evolution? And Mr. Old Dawkins didn't have an answer to it. Like,
No.
Which
Because
is
genome frequency ever changed, it's completely random. It's not like there is no agency or intentionality when it comes to traits changing within a species, because there is no agency to it. The ones that get the traits that cause them to survive more survive, and the traits that cause them to their life to be harder and for it's harder for them to survive, those are the ones that become extinct and die out. There is no agency there. But the thing is that the agency doesn't come along with the evolution itself. It comes along with the states of affairs. Do states of affairs, are they true? Are those states of affairs in existence, and are they true that they are the way that they are? If it is true, then truth is conceptual. It is not something that's physical. The states of affairs is physical, but the states of affairs has a proposition to it that holds a truth value, and that truth value is conceptual. And concepts are mental things, and mental things are grounded in minds. So if everything in existence has always followed these classical laws, which are necessary truths, that means that even at the beginning of whatever they think the universe was, or if they think the universe is infinite, there's always been necessary truths. And if truth is conceptual and concepts are mental things, and mental things are grounded in minds, you have to admit that there was a mind to ground all true propositions of any states of affairs that's existed. And if you don't believe in that, please provide me an example of a state of affairs or a state of reality that is not true that exists. You can't.
Very well said. Very well said.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, brother. Yeah, there's
You know what?
Richard
I deny
Dawkins.
truth exists,
You deny truth exists. Is that true?
No, bro. Is that true? Is that true?
It's a self-refuting position. Just like the empiricist, the one who says that the only rational, reasonable beliefs that you can hold is with empirical evidence. Okay, so what's your empirical evidence for that statement? I'm sure you believe in the statement that you just spoke to us. What's the empirical evidence? Show me the demonstrable evidence that supports that statement itself.
That you just made.
You don't have one. Mm-hmm. You don't have one. And these are the things that was just knocking my atheism down to the ground when I was speaking to the Tap Brothers. Like every single time, there's no answer to it. It's just divert to a different topic. That's all that it is. Hand waving. Well, I don't need to worry about that. Yeah, you do, because it's fundamental to how you investigate claims.
And another thing a lot of atheists, I believe, like to cling on to is they want proof for something that's metaphysical. And that's another mind-boggling question. It's like, it's like, how do you want proof for something that, you can't tangibly touch or see or whatnot, or, try to investigate under a microscope or a telescope?
Yep. Completely inconsistent, because then you could ask them the question, okay, do you believe that reality is real?
Right.
Okay, then prove that to me.
Your consciousness.
Tangibly prove that reality is real. Prove that you're actually on this live speaking with other minds right now. I'll wait.
Yeah, and the West has this proposition which they got from René Descartes, which is I think, therefore I am. They can't prove that empirically. So it's contradictory to their worldview. They believe it, even though it doesn't have empirical evidence.
Yeah. This is the response we got, brothers, to everything that we've said so far. This is the response.
Dude, I just
know
know
you guys are living in a fantasy and not a reality. Yeah, you see. Yeah, I would actually suggest against coming up here, Born, because with all due respect, you will be intellectually crucified like the Christians believe that Jesus was.
It's like the biggest argument that I've always heard, like, atheists, and I always want to pound this onto atheists because they're the ones that make the most ridiculous claims, claiming that, religious people have ridiculous claims. But I mean, like, atheists always have this supposition that God is going to punish you for something, or God, must, throw you into hell for disobeying or not believing. Well, I mean, first of all, for you to even believe that God either punishes you or rewards you, where did you get that idea from? It's like, so are you saying that there is a God who rewards and punishes? Is that your presupposition already for your question?
Yep. Well, I'm just going to grant that for argument's sake. Okay. And then once you get into the argument, they revert back and be like, but I don't believe in God. Okay, so then why did you grant it for argument's sake if now you're going to go
Then
back to reject it?
why is that a problem for you, whether God punishes or rewards? Then
Exactly. It goes back to, well, let's talk about why the unicorn pooped on my couch, right? and then eventually in the conversation, he's like, yeah, but I get it, but unicorns don't exist. So why did you grant it in the first place? Let's talk about that.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's mind-boggling.
You can prove reality. How do you prove reality? Please show me how. Please prove to me that the universe didn't start 5 minutes ago, and all of the information that we have of our experiences wasn't just programmed into our head.
The lack of evidence is evidence of absence, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say, man. Where's the evidence that it did?
Hey, I just want to thank you, panelists, for letting me on the stream, brothers. It's been very fruitful. It is getting kind of late, and I do have work in the morning. It's been very fruitful talking to all you guys, brothers. You guys have a wonderful night. And
you too, brother.
Brother.
Absolutely. Come back whenever you'd like.
Inshallah, we'll do. You guys have a great night, man. Have a great weekend too. Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Born again atheist, he apologized for being emotional. So how about bringing logical arguments?
Yeah, no problem, brother. No hard feelings here. I'm simply just saying, like, if you're like the way that I deal, I can't speak for the other brothers here, but the way that I deal with things is not on an emotional basis. I'm not going to come to you and tell you that you're, because you're an atheist, you don't believe in anything and that you can just do whatever you want. No, I can bring up logical arguments, and that's what I'm asking. I'm asking for the same respect in return. If you're going to tell me that my belief is false, bring a contradiction. Show me how my theology is logically contradictory. Not show me arguments that show that you don't like how, my God says things should be. Don't bring me those, because that's just subjective. That's your opinion versus my opinion, right? So I really could care less about morality until you come to me with some type of objective standard on how we're going to show morality. If you're an atheist, there is no objective standard. You appeal to ad populum. You appeal to the popularity. A society comes together. They come together as a group, and they figure out what laws they should pass and what laws they shouldn't. And it's all about the popularity. It's all about the consensus. That's why you have multiple different societies with different types of rules. In some societies, like I'll say the Sharia, like, okay, I have a subjective opinion that I believe in a God that has an objective standard, right?
Wait, what's this guy talking about? First he's saying, this other guy said, you can't even believe reality exists. No wonder you're a Muslim. You're just gullible. And then he goes on to say, wrong. Good and evil is not subjective. Interesting. Go on.
What?
I don't know, man.
We never said.
Okay, dirty varmint, please come up here. Like, please, guys, stop trying to be keyboard warriors and click the link. There's people on here that are on their phone. Come on.
I'm playing a video game right now. Like, I think you guys can beat me at the moment.
They don't even have to show their faces if that's a concern. I mean,
like, I'll literally show you what's going on right now. Like, I'm playing a video game, waiting for Fedra, right? So if they want to come on, by all means. I don't have my notes.
And this is truth right here. Atheists think they're the smartest people on earth until they meet a Muslim, because what they do is they bring all of their prior Christian baggage with them and try and push it on the Islamic narrative, to where all it does is show you that they don't know anything about Islam. They just listen to David Wood and they listen to all these Islamophobic people, and they don't actually put any time into study, which is very, very offensive to me personally, because when I speak with Christians, I don't bring an article that I read 15 minutes prior. I've done years of research on church father history, on Christology, read books on systematic theology to understand the positions to begin with. So when you come here with some argument of some article that you read or some YouTube video you watched 20 minutes ago, I find it extremely offensive, because I work hard to properly represent your position correctly and steel man what you have to say and what your position is, and then poke holes in it. Stop coming here with all this stuff that you don't know about, acting as if you do know.
I must say, Dirty Varmint, man, your username fits you.
David Wood, exactly. Yeah. Oh, we got a frequent flyer.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. Yeah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam.
Oh, bro. Alaikum salam. I thought you were an atheist. I was like, get ready. I was like, let me put my controller down.
They pray for my atheism, brother. They pray for my atheisms. They hope. They ask me on a daily basis, friendly Muslim, become an atheist.
Why? Like, I don't understand what you have to gain from being an atheist.
That's what I tell them. I said, just there's nothing. I'm like, what? You want to tell me that I'm related to an amoeba? Is that it? That I'm related to? I came from an amoeba. Like, it's just there's nothing spiritually or mentally at times to gain. Like, like Amy Newman, that was fun. She actually came through with a whole nipple argument. Like, that was her foundation of coming at us. And she
subhanallah.
All right, and
give me a second.
Emperor, yeah, what's going on with your mic?
And apostate Ridwan, he posted that he posted that argument also, and then I thought, there is no one that's going to try that argument on a Muslim for sure, right? And but lo and behold, Amy tried to pull the argument on me. Like, the argument is that if why do men? Okay, yeah. So if there's a creator, why do men have nipples? Because nipples came from a woman, basically. So women have nipples for a particular reason and a function, and men, there's no need for men to have nipples at all, basically. And there was me and this Christian guy, and he is a proper creationist. So he's like, yeah, let me look at my scientific doctrines and papers, and is there any research on this and da 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 da. And I was like, oh man, I hope they don't ask me about this whole thing. But I was like, man, I love my nipples, man. What you talking about? And so I looked up, and someone said, like a doctor said, yeah, they're part of an erogenous zone. So like people, it's got a function. So this Christian guy, he was just like, no, I can't do it. I got nothing. I have no idea why men have nipples. Whoa. I'm like, are you kidding me? I was like, brother, stop. You're just wiping out your whole religion over the nipple argument. Yeah. I was just like, listen, my friend, right? And be honest. Right now, if I took away your nipples, would you be happy in life? And he was like, hell no. I was like, exactly, my brother. Okay, that's fine. God wants you to be happy. So just relax. Men need nipples. It brings pleasure. That's it. We have a function. That's it. You atheists are not going to defeat us or destroy Islam with a nipple argument. But that's it. It is so ridiculous. And I never actually thought they would try and pull that one. But yeah, that was one of the strongest arguments they've got going at the moment. Nipples,
Yo, dirty. How about if instead of talking crap, you come up here instead of being keyboard warrior?
Who's that?
Come on,
or else you're a coward.
Talking about.
I just he's talking about beards. Like, I want to see this guy show his face. I mean,
what's with that Christian spirit though? Like, I don't understand what the. Like, is that how Christians act, really? Like, by using profane language and just profanity?
Hold on.
Wait, how did you know he's a Christian?
You were talking.
Yeah.
You were talking about. You were talking about what is it? Nipples. A friendly atheist. I'm not sure if you've seen this before, but hold on, give me just a sec.
Bro, Isa, bro.
If you will answer the question, I will continue along with my argument, and you will come to understand. What don't you understand about that?
Well, firstly, you have made multiple claims, so you are the one who is possibly not listening to my arguments.
Yeah, I don't listen to bullshit, bro. Like, oh, God is loving and he loves himself, and oh my God, my nipples tickled. No one cares about that shit, man.
Oh my God, he kills me, man.
I love you so much. I think retweeting that one for sure.
Oh my God, my nipples tickle. He wants to make a soundboard so he can make some of these things, like his Yeehaw buddy that he does.
I think if he goes to Voice Pro or something, there's like a free one that he could use. My friend had it.
No one cares about that shit, bro.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, hey, Emporize, you see who's in the chat?
Oh my days. Interesting person.
Yeah, that's fitting on a stick right there.
Bro, I just never understood that movement.
Oh man, yeah. How isn't that a meme yet? Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, no, you atheists in here, Christians in here, just hit the link. Like, we're not gonna I won't allow any dog piling in here. It's gonna be a fruitful conversation. It seems like the more and more we do streams, the less and less atheists and Christians come up to talk to us or debate us. SubhanAllah, I think there's a reason why. Is because they have nothing to stand on when it comes to like people who are grounded in their belief, and they will use the same criteria that the other person cares about to show them that they're wrong. And now they're just like, I'm not coming up anymore.
Yeah, born again. Where's your laptop, man? Where's his laptop at? Like, he's saying right now, the fact that we need to depend on God for happiness is questionable, if you ask me. Like, okay, how is it questionable? We can look at one aspect, one metric, suicide rates, right? Atheistic Europe, right? The Baltics. What about that? Sweden, Norway, these countries have insane high amounts, right? World leading amounts of, suicide rates, and they're majority atheists, right? And then compare that to Islamic, or even say, majority Orthodox, Russian, right next door, right? Or you compare that to, say, America's a mixed bunch, because people say they're Christian, but like they're technically not Christian. But look, America's an outlier. But like any other country, look at South America, even, right? Religious, communities, etc.
There was I want to try and find the chart, but it showed the more godless America became, the higher the suicide rates like skyrocketed, literally. When Christianity lost its hold on America and it became way more atheistic, the suicide rates were like through the chart. The line on the chart was just up in the air. Like I'm gonna try and go find it real quick. But brother, I know you mentioned Sweden. I don't know if it's Sweden or Denmark. One of them recently passed a law where citizens can have I forgot what the medical term is, but assisted suicide. They have this machine. It's a machine they go into, and it painlessly ends their life. And I heard
there's a company actually making this. They're making a profit on people committing suicide. I actually have the article. I'll share my screen.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, but here's the funny part about what Born Again just said. But seriously, the fact that we need to depend on God for happiness is questionable if you ask me. Well, if you don't believe in God, obviously it's going to be questionable. No shit, Sherlock. Come on.
Yeah. Look at this. What a sad world, man. You just go into one of these pods.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
That's it.
super fancy too.
Yeah. Yep, that's it.
It's like I want to see one with like a Ferrari symbol on it.
Look at this. Assisted suicide in which someone is giving the means to end their own life is legal in Switzerland. About 1,300 people died there this way in 2020. And this is it, man. Like,
what exactly does it do?
You receive you essentially like you essentially know, like, the harder the drug, like the more high that you get. So like you'll receive a high from weed, but like compare that to like heroin or like meth. It's like meth is like crazy. I don't know this by experience. I just I know a lot of like I just read a lot of books, right? And so like this is supposed to give you like the I think it was like 2 or 3 times higher than you know, heroin and like these hard drugs. And like you get to a point where like you black out and then you just never come back.
Oh, so you overdose.
It's like you receive the biggest high, but it's like just imagine the company though, like there's a company behind this. They're profiting millions from it. Like people pay to die. Like you're profiting off death, pretty much. Like that's crazy.
Well, and here's the thing: we were talking about Daniel Hakikachu earlier, right? He actually makes good arguments when it comes to like the liberalistic lifestyle of how families just get disconnected and family's not important. And there's companies literally making so much money off of you know, people dying because you have a guy that's in his 60s and he doesn't speak with his family anymore, and he's literally sitting there dead in his recliner for a week or two before anybody actually gets in touch with him. And then there's companies that are getting paid massive amounts of money to go in and clean up the mess. Like they're literally making bank off of the neglect of family members. Subhanallah, like you don't see this in a Islamic culture.
Yeah, the old people who are neglected, they die there. That's what Daniel Hakikachu said. And then they just sit there until they stink so hard that the neighbors smell it.
Yep.
These companies get cold and they'll get their bodies cleaned. I mean, the place cleaned and put them in a bag and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's this,
and at that point, the maggots have eaten so much of their bodies that, you know, that you can't have a proper funeral.
There's this. I actually want to show you this. There's this Twitter page, right? It has 1.2 million followers. It's called, what is it called? The Libs of TikTok, right? And if you look at it, it's some of the most degenerate things that you're ever going to like. Obviously, I'm not going to show too much of it. There's this post that I was looking at, right? I'm not going to play the video, but pretty much, like it says, like this is from family-friendly, all-ages drag brunch in Iowa, where the children essentially dressed up in drag and like performing, like pretty much like as strippers, pretty much in front of like adult audiences, and like they were collecting dollar bills and stuff. There's this other one. There's this other one, right? There's this other one where it's like a 16-year-old boy, his son was taken. So this is the father. His son was taken to a drag show with his teacher. His son has photographs and videos of the event. One of the drag queens is a convicted pedophile for sexual assault on an 8-year-old. And it's like, you think about this stuff and it's like, just go down this page. I promise you, you will see the most degenerate, like just the things that are happening in America. And it's just like, what is going on? You know, like just Western society in general. Like Daniel Hakikachu, like the more that like he drops knowledge bombs, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna when I have kids, inshallah, like I'm not gonna bring them to public school. There's just no way.
Yeah, no, and I totally agree with that. Like, the thing is that we need to be objective too. Like, especially when it comes to like there's people that say, you know, we don't need to be teaching our kids, you know, schools need to be teaching them about sex and you know, in when they're 10 years old. I agree with that. But we also need to stop sexualizing children. Like, and I don't think this happens in an Islamic culture, but like the Christians who say this, you know, that when it comes to like sexualizing kids, that you shouldn't be teaching them these things when they're so young. But here's the thing. When your kids are 4 years old, are you going to say that your little boy's going to be a heartbreaker, that he's going to have to batting the girls off of him when he gets older? Like, you're sexualizing him by saying something like that, right? Like it seems as if they're okay with it, as long as it's not a homosexual or somebody else coming at them, right? Like if it's in a heterosexual way, then it's fine to sexualize them. But if like two homosexuals come in and start sexualizing them, then it's off the table. Like, it's not about sexualizing your kid. Then it's about you being against, you know, homosexuality. If you're going to be against sexualizing your kid, then just be consistent. Don't tell them that, you know, she's going to be a heartbreaker, or the girls are going to he's going to have to bat the girls off of them. Like be consistent.
That's ridiculous, man.
The other problem
God.
It's escalated to the point that even people in the LGBT community are also saying we don't even understand what it is anymore. Like, there was an interview, and I think this person was transgender, and they were going to other people in a pride environment, or, you know, some sort of
Amber Eyes, your mic. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and so this person was interviewing people, and they were like, "Well, can you tell us what is it? Is it still LGBTQ?" And they were like, "No, you've got it wrong. It's LGBTQ plus something. Add some more letters." And they were like, "Well, how many genders are there?" And they couldn't answer. Like, literally,
they think there's an infinite amount of genders.
Yeah, they were like, there were so many different answers, and they were even saying it's gone beyond what we actually are even understanding of it now. You know, and so someone identified there's a movement where people there's two movements where people have started to identify as cakes, and also cats. I think that's a big thing in America. But people identify as cats. I mean, meow.
I know he's a Christian, but Matt Walsh brings up a lot of good points, and he destroys LGBT activists left and right. Like his thing with what is a woman? None of them can answer what a woman is. He's had to find somebody from the LGBT community answer to what a woman is.
Yep,
it's hilarious. And he brought up another good point. He was like, this community makes up less than 2% of the world, yet now they've become the most protected group, and for them we've changed the definitions of words, we've added new laws, this, that, and the other. You know, teachers can lose their jobs if they don't accept their student identifying as a cat. If you don't bake a gay cake, you lose your bakery. This, that. He was like, can you name another group in the world that's gotten this much privilege? Even the majority, the 98% of us, don't have these privileges.
Nope.
And it's interesting. It's who's behind all this, really.
Yeah. Real quick, Claire Call, no Christian or atheist is going to join this badly titled stream. Suggestion: why do Christians pretend to worship and executed blasphemy as their co-equal of the God of Israel, who is also Allah? Let me answer the last part, and then I'll answer the first part. Why would I make a title that is that long? That's like, you know, it's almost like a pun. Like, if you ever seen the movie Menace to Society, they made a parody movie called "Don't Be a Menace while drinking to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood." Like, I'm not gonna make a title that's that long. Oh, and by the way, if you didn't know, Claire Call, that you say no atheist or Christian is going to join this badly titled stream. Do you see this as episode 79 of Looking for Trouble? Don't you think that if no one would come up that we wouldn't be doing this still and we would have changed it? I appreciate that. If you could keep your secular Muslim, whatever you call your beliefs, keep yourself in your lane, please. Do you guys know Claire Call?
I know.
Yeah, I've come across her a couple of streams where she's pulled in, and she's interesting.
She's an atheist that follows Sharia.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, she's a supporter of Sharia. Oh,
she supports Sharia law, but does not believe in the Quran.
She believes in some of the Quran and disbelieves in others, and that is mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah, the 2nd chapter, and that people who do that will have a painful torment.
Mm-hmm.
There was I want to try and find it, but there was a study done about zakah, charity in the Muslim faith, and this study concludes that if everyone gave charity the way that it's prescribed in Islam, that there would be literally no homeless people, no poor people. It would literally end poverty. And I found it very interesting. I want to try and find it. It was an article from like a few years ago. It was made by a non-Muslim too, which, I mean, I don't know if that bears any weight.
Stream is preaching to the converted.
Claire, I know it might sound like an echo chamber, but what else are we going to do while we're waiting for...
Yeah, we're waiting for somebody to come up that disagrees with Islam. And you kind of disagree, but you don't. And I'm not really interested at 3:46 in the morning to talk to somebody that just cherry picks what they want to believe. Words are hard right now. Like I said, almost 4 o'clock in the morning. So Buddhism is the love for yourself and the teaching that Buddha and the bubbles, not God. Yeah. So, I mean, if you want something that is like emotionally appealing to you, go for it, bro. Well, nobody's telling you need to come to Islam. Nobody's telling you that at all. But if you come up here and go through philosophical arguments with me, you'll see how Buddhism is incorrect. I can debunk Buddhism. I can debunk Hinduism. I can debunk Judaism. I can debunk Christianity. I can debunk all of that except for Islam, because I tried to debunk Islam when I was an atheist and I failed horribly. So I'm still waiting for you to find that laptop. It's been like almost an hour now.
I always wonder when people say I can't find my laptop, but how they're commenting. Like, what are they commenting on?
He's probably on his phone, and he says that his microphone on his phone is broken. So he's probably on his phone. Yeah.
But how does he use his phone without microphone? Is it still a phone if it doesn't have a microphone? Does it still identify
that's what is
as
the
a phone?
sufficient and necessary criteria to call something a phone? Good question. Like while dissecting a phone, at what point is the phone no longer a phone? What piece has to be removed to make it not a phone anymore?
I would say the microphone. For sure.
Yeah.
You know, not to make this deep, but we really take things for granted, nowadays. Like cell phone has come a long way. I mean, the thing has GPS on it. It has a camera. It has the internet. It has a calculator. It has, like, you could do so much. You can edit videos. You can CGI. Like,
yep.
Yeah, but those are secondary functions to the phone, to be fair. Really, yeah. If we, I mean that. Yeah, I need to talk to my phone and see what it identifies as. This is causing me concerns.
Yeah, I said earlier today we were talking about like identity and stuff like that, like gender identity, and I was like, I identify as an attack helicopter. Prove me wrong. Like, please show me how I'm wrong about that. Well, but a helicopter has this, and this. Yeah, well, a dude has this, and this. Here's the problem when it comes to the LGBTQ. And like I said, I was an atheist and I was a supporter of the LGBTQ community, right? No longer am I that. Not just because I am I'm a theist now, but for the simple fact that if you ask any LGBTQ these simple questions, is gender a social construct? They will say yes. They say is gender what is it, non-binary? They will say yes, it's non-binary. And then you ask them, so when it comes to gender, because it's a social construct and it's non-binary, should it be accepted by the population due to the fact that it's a social construct and non-binary? They will say yes. Then I will ask them, is age non-binary? Yes. Is age a social construct? And that's going to be something you're going to have to like philosophically get into it with them and let them know that, you know, a second and a minute and an hour are things that human beings came up with to measure time with. And your age is dependent on how many days you've been alive or how many minutes you've been alive, how many years you've been alive. These things are social constructs. And if these are social constructs that are also non-binary, then and when it comes to these two criteria, that the general population should accept people identifying as they'd like because these things are non-binary in a social construct, then what is wrong with somebody within their belief? What is wrong with somebody identifying? What is wrong with a 40-year-old man identifying as a 4-year-old and finding himself a girlfriend? It opens up the doors to so much disgusting crap.
Yeah, no, there was a guy. He wants to identify as a 6-year-old now.
Yeah.
He's 64 years old or something like that. I've read an article somewhere. And he wants to identify as a 6-year-old. And he's going to say no.
There's so much you can throw at them. There's literally an endless amount of things you could throw at them. But
I have the perfect thing for you to watch. Oh my goodness. Where is it?
They just lack consistency. They'll end the argument and walk away. I mean, there's so much videos on YouTube with Muslims that debate these people, and it literally just ends up with the LGBT person just running away from the argument. I mean,
yeah. Yo, like this is true. This is facts right here. I remember Khalil used to hang an LGBT flag on his wall. I did. You can go on my YouTube channel. There's a video to where I have a pride flag, American flag that has the pride colors for the stripes on my walls. Have I visited Randolph Richardson? Yeah, he used to be a follower of mine when I was an atheist. Randolph Richardson, I don't know if you guys know, but Randolph Richardson, when it comes to, he is okay with abortion all the way up until cutting the umbilical cord. So even if the child is born, as long as the umbilical cord has not been cut, you can still perform an abortion.
See what I mean, man? This is just crazy, man.
Mic test.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, I found it. Please,
Inshallah.
If you can, are you able to stream this one? I'm going to put it in the private chat. The last one after brother said hi.
Okay.
Stream that one. I promise you. You're actually gonna feel sad for humanity. I think this one's gonna like it's just gonna make you just give up. You're just like, you know what, this is it. End times.
There's a lot of talk about identity, but how far does it go? And is it possible to be wrong? We went to the University of Washington to find out.
Are you aware of the debate happening in Washington State around the ability to access bathrooms, locker rooms, spas based on gender identity and gender expression?
I think people should be able to have access to the facility.
I think bathrooms could and potentially should be gender neutral because there doesn't need to be a classification for differences.
I think people definitely should have the ability to go to whichever locker room they want.
I feel like at least public universities should do their best to accommodate for those who do not have a specific gender identity.
You know, whether you identify as male or female and whether your sex at birth is matching to that, you should be able to utilize the resources.
So if I told you that I was a woman, what would your response be?
Good for you. Okay. Like, yeah.
Nice to meet you. I'd be like, what? Really?
I don't have a problem with it.
I'd ask you how you came to that conclusion.
If I told you that I was Chinese, what would your response be?
I mean, I might be a little surprised, but I would say, good for you. Like, yeah, be who you are.
I would maybe think you had some Chinese ancestor.
I would ask you how you similarly came to that conclusion and why you came to that conclusion.
I would have a lot of questions just because on the outside, I would assume that you're a white man.
If I told you that I was 7 years old, what would your response be?
I wouldn't believe that immediately.
I probably wouldn't believe it, but I mean, it wouldn't really bother me that much to go out of my way and tell you no, you're wrong. I'd just be like, oh, okay, he wants to.
If you feel 7 at heart, then so be it. Yeah, good for you.
So if I wanted to enroll in a first grade class, do you think I should be allowed to?
Probably not, I guess. I mean, unless you haven't completed first grade up to this point and for some reason need to do that now.
If that's where you feel like mentally you should be, then I feel like there are communities that would accept you for that.
I would say so long as you're not hindering society and you're not causing harm to other people, I feel like that should be an okay thing.
If I told you I'm 6 feet 5 inches, what would you say?
That I would question.
Why?
Because you're not. No, I don't think you're 6'5".
If you truly believed you're 6'5", I don't think it's harmful. I think it's fine if you believe that. It doesn't matter to me if you think you're taller than you are.
So you'd be willing to tell me I'm wrong?
I wouldn't tell you you're wrong.
No, but I say that I don't think that you are.
I feel like that's not my place as like another human to say someone is wrong or to draw lines or boundaries.
No, I mean, I wouldn't just go like, oh, you're wrong. Like, that's wrong to believe in it. Because, I mean, again, it doesn't really bother me what you want to think about your height or anything.
So I can be a Chinese woman.
See, she's laughing because she knows that's
But
hilarious.
I can't be a 6'5" Chinese woman.
Yes.
If you thoroughly debated me or explained why you felt that you were 6'5", I feel like I would be very open to saying that you were 6'5", or Chinese, or a woman.
Why would it need to be up for debate?
It shouldn't be hard to tell a 5'9" white guy that he's not a 6'5" Chinese woman. But clearly he is. Why? What does that say about our culture? And what does that say about our ability to answer the questions that actually are difficult?
Good question. So what do you think, Khalil?
You stand for nothing, he'll fall for anything.
Bro, do you like the new generation, man? The leaders of society. There we go, man. The educated bunch.
That has had such a profound effect on me. And I need you guys to refer to me as my full name now.
It's
You know what kind of doors that opens up to if you let men use the women's restroom?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just people don't actually have any like. This is why democracy.
Do I need to get into it?
This is why democracy isn't it, man. Because people like this.
It's
vote.
absolutely obvious.
People like this vote.
I'm gonna Ralph. Ugh, that's.
I mean,
that's
changing rooms
that's-
as well. Changing rooms, locker rooms. I heard an ex-Muslim atheist actually say, like, don't I have the right to go in a locker room as a woman and not have someone else in there?
Yeah, that's crazy. Some people are just. What do you even say to stuff like this? Like seriously, like how do you tell these people they're wrong? You just gotta give them that one.
You gotta prove objective reality.
I mean, there's no limits to it.
And
now.
here's my thing. Here's my thing. As a Muslim, we're supposed to be honest, right? So if somebody comes and says that they want to age, age is just a number. That's crazy. But if someone comes and says that they want to identify as a female, well, obviously I have the obligation to not lie to them, right? I'm not going to play their game with them to say, okay, yeah, you say that you're a female. I don't believe that, so I'm not going to lie and say that you are when I know that you're not. Like, and it goes to the whole, well, sex and gender are two different things. The farthest I will go is I will refer to them as a they, a gender neutral pronoun. That's as far as I'll go, because I can refer to a man as a they, and I can refer to a woman as a they. I'm not lying when I say they. So I'm respecting them, while at the same time not playing their game with them. How do you guys feel about that?
But are they a they?
I'm not gonna
Well, if
lie
you were
to you,
talking-
man. If I see a woman, right, and if I see, like, how like some women look like men and some men look like women, I'm just gonna ask them, like, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna guess what they are. Then they say something like, "Oh no, I'm not that." Then I'm gonna be like, "What were you born with?" What genitalia? They tell me which one. I'm like, "Okay, hey, what's up, man?" Or, "Hey, sorry, lady." That's not like, I'm not gonna. I'm the person that's like, I don't care if you're upset. I'm not gonna like hold some like crazy view in which, like, look, I understand people have different sexual preferences, but you're still a man that probably, like, let's say you're gay, you're a man that likes another man. I'm not gonna be like, you're a woman that likes a man. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Like, you don't automatically just change your biology. Like, I'm not gonna say, like, I even refrain from saying they. I'm like, if someone says they're non-binary, I'm like, no, you're a man or a woman, man. Like you're a man and woman, but you like X, Y, Z. I don't care what you like. You are what you are. You know what I mean? Like, there's no amount of voodoo you can do to convince me otherwise.
The problem I have is if you don't know, how you don't inquire. So I just go either call them by their name, essentially, which resolves the problem of identifying as a she, he, they scenario. Because then I was like, yeah, you might suspect, but then are we being rude by going, well, what are you and do you need to prove it? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you met someone and you suspect that they might be transitioning or whichever situation they're in, the safest way is just by saying their name. Because I was like, it's not. I don't think it's my right to ask them, what were you born with? Like, is that like what were you born with?
Yeah.
And where are you going with it? You know what I mean? So I was like, well, then the safest route as a Muslim is to just like, okay, just call them, use their name that they have identified themselves with, and that's the safest option.
You know the funny thing, when it comes to like the atheist community that used to follow me, is that they are all for the LGBTQ community and gender, identity and all that stuff, but they refuse to call me Khalil. They will continue to call me Justin. They will continue to call me by my legal name instead of the name that I prefer to be called, right? So it's hilarious how the double standards come out.
Bias. It's that hypocrisy, man. It's absolute hypocrisy.
Are you taking a shower?
Nah, I'm washing dishes.
Okay, does anyone dare to say my new identification?
Friendly Muslim Chinese rainbow penguin. Oh
And
my god!
Dare anyone not to call me that from now on. I dare you. I double dare you.
I feel like Khalil or Justin still has a secular mindset.
What?
What do you mean by what makes my mindset secular? I don't understand what that means. What do you mean by secular? Prove to me Buddhism is false. When you find your laptop, I'd be more than happy to.
I think he's still cranking it up.
Maybe he's on dial-up. Who knows?
The simple answer for that is just, let's say he said Buddhism, prove to me Buddhism is false. You just have to prove Islam is true. Which then, by logical reasonings, that just disproves Buddhism, Christianity, everything else.
Yep.
Buddhism is the sense that everything is God. Like everything is just God. God is just oneness, right? But the issue is that if we are contingent beings and God is the necessary being, is the necessary thing, right? How can the necessary thing be also contingent? That's a logical contradiction. You can't have them both. Here's a crazy question for you guys. And I've been thinking about this lately. How do we tie in Mandela effect with Islam? You guys know what the Mandela effect is?
Nah, what is it?
Yes,
Isn't
so
it
the
something
Mandela.
that's supposed to like that didn't exist, but we all think it did?
Yeah, like for example,
Is that deja vu? Deja vu?
Not deja vu, not having visions of things and like actual actions happening. You think that it's happened before. That's deja vu. What the Mandela effect is like, for example, like I'll ask you, Asaad, does the Monopoly guy have a monocle?
What's that?
The monocle is like that one little eyepiece that is on a chain that they put in between their eye socket.
I don't even know that guy.
So have you ever played Monopoly before?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, so the answer is yes.
Yeah, so we all think that the Monopoly guy has had a monocle, but never has he ever had a monocle. If you guys have ever heard of, and Asaad, you may be too young for this, but there used to be this thing called the Publishers Clearinghouse, and there used to be this guy named something McMahon, I forget his first name, Ed McMahon or something like that, to where he's gone to like people's front doors with these huge checks and just given people hundreds of thousands of dollars to just basically they won a jackpot that they didn't even enter into. Right. And people all across the world, even on like sitcoms like the Golden Girls, they've had this idea of this guy Ed McMahon with Publishers Clearinghouse showing up to people's doorsteps to hand them these huge ginormous checks. But it's never happened before. Nobody can find any actual evidence of Ed McMahon ever showing up at someone's door with these huge checks. But yet it's believed by the entire world that it happened.
Yeah, I want to say something about this.
They're like alternate realities.
So what do you think?
Go ahead.
I mean, I think the way that relates to Islam, sorry, I'm just in the kitchen, but I think the way that relates to Islam is just obviously the crucifixion, right?
Yeah.
Because what does it say? It says it was made to appear. So exactly, and so what people believed was, everybody just has this Mandela effect, or like this hallucination, or like this sort of mirage that happened, in which the person that was crucified wasn't really Jesus.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum, by the way.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
Yeah, I have something way more like clear, not vague. Like it's not about appear to them or nothing like that, because this is like a reoccurring theme in many things, whether it be like brains. But this is something that we could easily miss, right? But recently something just happened. I'm Egyptian, right? And have you heard about what happened with the Sphinx in Egypt?
Ooh, no.
All right, so how do you think the Sphinx looks like? Just a line body, right, and a head with the eyes open and nose missing. Right.
Yes.
Recently, the eyes have been closed. And
what?
People, when they pull up their old pictures with the Sphinx, the eyes are open. But now when they visited, the eyes are closed. And in ancient Egyptian scriptures, it says after Pharaoh closes his eyes, when that time comes, there will be chaos in the world, which is just crazy. That's what I heard. But yeah, that's what's happening in Egypt right now, though.
I'm looking here at the Sphinx. No, I'm looking at pictures of the eyes open.
The most
Right,
common
that's-
Mandela effect I see is like company logos. When like, oh, it used to look like this, now it looks like this.
I mean, yeah, but these are like pretty vague. But the Sphinx one, I don't know, because many people have been speaking about this.
Wait, what is it? Their eyes are open?
So the Sphinx, right? The Sphinx of Egypt, the eyes have always been open, right? But recently, people when they visit it, the eyes have been closed. The eyes of the Sphinx. But when they pull up pictures, they see clearly that back then the eyes are open. Which makes no sense.
Hold on.
Maybe someone.
Couldn't it just be construction?
How do you even do that? What? You see that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't it just be construction though? Like people did that.
Yeah.
Like just search up if there's been work done on it.
That's a possible existence.
Right, but I mean that would be something that's been talked about. If people that live, because there's people that live in there, in like next to the pyramids, they live there for the tourists. You know, these people live there, they know what's going on. So for them to know what's going on, that oh yeah, it's been rebuilt or whatever, they would have said something, but I don't think so. And the fact that I've heard, I haven't seen it myself, obviously, but many people have been saying this that, like, people who study Egyptology in their scripture, it says that when the Sphinx closes its eyes, like chaos will happen in the world. And if you think about
crazy.
The end times for us is low key close to us for like according to the signs that we see. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Pretty crazy.
MashaAllah. It says Khalil, I lean on the idea that time is the source for all existence. If you disagree, are you able to demonstrate succession without the existence of time? I would just ask if you say that time is the source of all existence, why would I have to hold the position that time doesn't exist? I don't get how that necessarily logically follows. I believe that time has always existed in one state unexpressed, and then it was expressed. Maybe since we don't have any atheists or Christians coming up, I could propose an argument that I think some Muslims would disagree with, and we could talk about it. I've talked about it with Asaad before, and I've talked about it with Emporize before. What are you guys' views on time itself? Is time a creation?
Emprise, you give your opinion first.
Sorry, what was the thing?
Time. Remember how we used to talk about time?
Oh yeah.
Do you still hold the same view as I do?
A little modified view, but yeah, pretty much we hold to the same principles.
So what was your view, so we can just recap? Because I remember you speaking on that stream, but just for like everyone.
Yeah, so I don't believe that time is a creation of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There's a hadith that specifically talks about it says do not reject time, or something to that effect. Do not reject time, for Allah is time. So I believe that Wait a second. Start questioning rather than assuming. What do you think I'm doing right now? Bro, go to bed. You need some milk. So I believe that that time is an attribute of God, to where prior to creation, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala existed as the lonely object. He was the only thing in existence. It was him, the Quran, the Kalam Allah, and the in his attributes. In his attributes, one of them is time. What's called absolute time. So it's time unexpressed. Just like you can have the attribute of anger, which none of us are angry on the stream right now. We're not expressing our attribute, but yet anger is still an attribute of our person. So time was an attribute of God prior to him choosing to express that time. Once he expressed time, which time would be a measurement of change, that time is now in a revelatory sense, like in a relational sense. So now we have a measurement of two states of affairs. So there was one state of affair that God just existed unchanging, right? And then he expressed time and then stepped into that attribute and started to create one thing after another, which is a causal succession. And that means that he had to have a reference point within time. If you're saying that time is is a creation of God, then he must have gone through some type of change in his actions to go from not creating time to creating time before he created time, which would entail that you need time to create time, which doesn't make any sense to me. What are you guys' views on that?
Yeah, I would.
Wait, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, when you ask the question, do you think time is a creation? First, you have to ask, what is a creation? A creation, you would say it's something either physical or metaphysical, right? Something metaphysical is something that exists, but you can't see or touch because of your physicality in the way you exist in the current world. Or it could be something that you could physically touch and see and all of that, and it would still be creation. But when it comes to time, time is none of that. Time is just simply just events happening because of us, doing different things, and the sun and the moon just passed, and this is how we conclude it. You know what I mean? So if that was never happening at one point, then obviously, yeah, like you said, it wouldn't be expressed at one point, and then it begins to be expressed. Therefore, it always existed in a different way.
Correct. So you would agree with me that time is not something that began to exist. It was something that began to be expressed, but it didn't begin to exist itself.
Yeah, because it doesn't even follow the criteria of what a creation is. That's one thing. But yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So he says, Khalil, if you believe it's existing, how can anything be possible without it? If there is a creator, he depends on time as a source for succession. If the creator prior to creation went through changes or had different thoughts, I would agree with you. There's somebody has some background noise. It's echoing. But yeah, so if I believe that God had thoughts that changed prior to one thing happening, if there was a succession of thoughts or a succession of anything, then God would be dependent on time wholeheartedly. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that he was, I don't believe that he was changing prior to the first creation. And when I say change, I don't mean a change in nature. God's perfect. He doesn't need to change in his nature, but his attribute was expressed. And then he stepped into that attribute, which is internal to him. So he's still unconditionally non-dependent on anything else. He doesn't depend on anything else. You're acting as if time is this external thing that is separate from God. It's not. It's an internal attribute.
I personally have a similar view as you. Believe that in the beginning, when God was alone, and there was no actions happening, time was a potential. of God, and it's basically a byproduct of God's actions, like creation, torment, all of the actions, to put it simply.
Mm-hmm.
I put that hadith in the private chat, bro.
Oh, the hadith.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
Reported Allah's messenger, may be peace be upon him, as saying, none of you should say, woe be upon the time, for verily Allah is the time. Book 27, number 5584. Abu Hurairah reported Allah's apostle, may peace be upon him, as saying, do not abuse time, for Allah is who is the time. SubhanAllah. Barakallah feek, brother. Thank you.
There is a sheikh called Salih al-Uthaymeen. He explained this hadith as it means that he has control of time and is the source of change.
Mm-hmm. All right, it's about to get spicy.
Khalilullah, do you know who Abu Huraira is?
No.
His name pretty much says, or like the meaning of his name is the father of kittens, right?
The father of kittens.
Because at the time, right, every time he used to walk, right, he had this like big robe, right, and he was a scholar, right, and like he used to feed the local cats, right, and like the kittens, and like he would, every time he would, like, there would be like a flock of like kittens that would follow him everywhere. Just
SubhanAllah. Yeah, no problem, bro. No problem. Hope that gave you a little different view. What's up, Claire?
Hi, I was listening to your stream, sort of half asleep, and I think it was for about 2 hours, and I don't think any Christians or atheists joined, did they? Or maybe I slept through it.
Well, so when we first started the stream, we specifically made the stream tonight for a guy who believes in God, but yet he was a flat earther. That's why we have the flat earth background. But since you've been listening, we haven't had any atheists or Christians join. But then again, it is almost 5 o'clock in the morning where I'm at.
I understand. But what is this about flat earthers? I don't really understand how this phenomenon of flat earthers debating stuff appeared. Do you know where they came from and why they do what they do?
I personally believe it's a troll community. I think they're just trolling people. That's what I believe.
I believe that a lot of them are trolls, but I have met, and I think the guy that was on earlier today, if you guys go back and watch the stream, he truly believes in flat earth. Now, I brought up some things that he wasn't able to answer, like for example, like how do lunar eclipses work? Because a lunar eclipse is when the earth gets in between the sun and the moon. On a flat earth model, you just have this disk sitting there and you have the sun and the moon just rotating around, on opposite ends. How is it ever possible that the earth gets in between that, especially if they believe that there's some type of dome or firmament to where the sun and moon exist within, hovering over this big disk called the earth, because the sun and the moon are both smaller than the disk itself. I just don't understand how that works.
Is the flat earth argument kind of pre-sub thing? It's like, I'm going to say this stupid thing, you prove me wrong. Is that the basis of their argument?
Well, no, they have problems with like refraction, and they have problems with the heliocentric model, and they try and poke holes in that, and they try and come up with other ways to try and fix the problem. But what it does, it's almost like a bug. If you have a program, and Improvise, since you're a software engineer, or studying for that, you would understand what I'm saying, is that when you have a bug in a software system and you fix that bug, it can create 5 bugs somewhere else. And then when you try to fix that, it can create more bugs in other places.
Mm-hmm. So basically what they're doing is relying on some empirical argument, like, we know flat earth is a case, and this is our information to support our case, and they're inviting you to say that they're wrong. I mean, is that how the argument is framed? Is this kind of what I'm trying to ask you? Because I've noticed with I think it's Darth Dawkins, he's a pre-sup, isn't it? So he's basically saying, Jesus is God, prove me wrong kind of position. And I don't know if have you debated with him, Khalil?
Yeah, I've debated with him multiple times, and he no longer, every time I enter his room now, for example, he's on Clubhouse, and I will enter Clubhouse and sit down in the audience. I won't say anything in the chat. I'll just be there. I'll be present, and he stops what he's doing to throw me out of the room. Like he cannot deal with me. He literally stops me from even being present to listen to his, shenanigans. Like he won't even let me be there anymore. It's subhanAllah. It's hilarious.
Well, for me with him, I basically questioned the Trinity, and okay, from what I can remember of our argument, he was saying, you don't even believe in God, so you have no right to ask me about the Trinity, which I didn't think was a valid argument as far as I'm concerned. It wouldn't matter even if I didn't exist. I mean, the question of the Trinity still exists for others to question him on. But then he kicked me out of the room, and that was the end of the discussion.
Of course. This is what they do. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a Darth Dawkins quote. Sorry. But no, when it comes to flat Earth, like here's something that they do, and I'll put this up on the screen. So if you guys ever watched the documentary, it's called Beyond the Curve, right? And there was an experiment that they did at the very end of the documentary to prove that flat Earth was actually true. So they had somebody on one end with a camera that you'll see on the left hand side, the camera, and then there's two boards put up with holes in them. Each of those holes are at 17 feet. The camera's at 17 feet, and then they go down. They go down the ways a little bit, and then they have somebody that has a flashlight at 17 feet. Now, if this is all 17 feet above the water level, so it's not like they were just on different elevations. They found elevations to where every point where the camera was, both of the boards and the guy with the flashlight, they were all at 17. All of these lined up with 17 feet above water level. And if the Earth is flat, they said they were going to prove that by looking into the camera, and once you lift the flashlight up to 17 feet, you should be able to see the light coming through both of the holes, right? So, but the issue is when they actually did the experiment itself, they said if it's not a flat Earth and it is a globe Earth, then we're going to have to raise up the flashlight higher to go through the holes so the camera can actually see the light. And what ended up happening was they had to lift the flashlight to 23 feet high from the place that they were standing for them to be able to see through the holes. And then the camera had to be lifted up also to 23 feet, which proved that the Earth was curved and not flat. So at the end of this documentary, they completely disproved their entire position, which was absolutely hilarious.
I wouldn't even bother arguing with them. I suppose what we want to argue about is whether Trump had the election stolen from him, but we're not even trying to mention it. Because I guess there was a time when everybody thought the Earth was flat, and nobody argued about it because it never affected their lives.
Yo. I don't think we could be talking about that sort of stuff, like YouTube sensitive and stuff. Like stuff about like Corona and like this topic.
I'm not talking about it now.
Election, like let's not, yeah.
No, I would say, but it was just an example. I was thinking about live issues where people actually disagreed about, rather than kind of technical scientific knowledge arguments for you to disprove the flat Earth argument. But I thought the pre-sup thing was quite useful in that you can say this thing and then the burden of proof is on the other side to prove the person saying the ridiculous thing wrong, and it can be quite difficult to do that sometimes, because I know somebody who was a graduate in physics, and apparently she didn't win the argument against flat earthers, and she was being mocked for it because, it's actually quite hard to prove that the Earth goes round the sun rather than the other way around, because, even if you ask physicists, they don't actually, they didn't learn how it was proven that the Earth goes around the sun rather than the other way around, and how it was discovered, and and they explain it in a way that a layman can understand. So, I think winning arguments against people who are kind of determined to misunderstand you is can be hard, unless you take quite an aggressive stance on it. Because otherwise people will get bored, and I was basically saying, for Christians it's quite easy because you can say, well, you're an idolater and you're supposed to know about the Ten Commandments, so why you be worshipping a man? And I don't think they have anywhere to run with that, do they? I mean, Khalil, you must have raised this point with Darth when you were talking to him. Does he? Or didn't you? I don't know.
Yeah, so I told him I think that presuppositional apologetics is absolute garbage, because I told him that he starts with a top-down method. What he does is he shoots his arrow at a wall, and then he draws the target around it, instead of starting from a bottom-up method and arguing to the existence of that God from a fundamental level. He starts with the conclusion, and then post hoc adds all of his arguments into it just to try and substantiate that thing, right? So I think that's a garbage way of going about it, because he already starts with the presupposition that God is triune, right? And he says that anything that doesn't represent the triune God is just non-existent on a presuppositional level. So there's no way to argue against him, because he already has his parameters set that if you disagree with my conclusion, then it's not worth even debating you. So why have debates in the first place then?
Well, because he rigs the argument so he can kick people out. But that one I had with him was, well, how do you know that Jesus is God? This kind, and that puts him into difficulty. And he talks about hypostasis and stuff that people don't really understand, because it's this sort of weird word that nobody has heard of. And
well, that's why he kicks me out, because I do understand when he talks about the hypostatic union. He talks about the divine nature of God and how it cannot fall into Eutychianism, and how I believe that the Council of Chalcedon falls into the heresy of Nestorianism. Like, I've studied church history, and I've studied the councils, the Council of Chalcedon, the Council of Nicaea. So everything that all these buzzwords that he tries to use to confuse people, and then be like, well, you don't know what I'm talking about, so you're not even worthy of speaking to me. I know everything that he's saying. I've studied everything that he's saying. All the big jargon that he uses, I understand it all. And I'm able to point out how half the time when he uses this big jargon, it actually doesn't make any logical sense. And he's just using big words to make people think that he's smart. And then when I call him out on it, then he just wants to kick me. He doesn't want me around anymore, because I'll expose that when he talks about certain things, about the ultimacy of reality, and he adds all these other buzzwords to it, he's actually refuting himself while he's saying these things. And now that I've pointed that out and tried to expose him for it, he doesn't even let me in his rooms anymore.
But isn't it an easier way? I mean, I was thinking, prove that Christianity isn't idolatry, because that would be quite difficult. Because because the argument they immediately go back to is, it's not idolatry to worship Jesus if Jesus is God. And the next question is, well, how is Jesus God? Who said? When did it happen? Blah blah blah. And I think they will be in difficulties. But the other thing is that I've forgotten what I was going to say now. Is that the people who are listening to the debate, they don't seem to really know the terms of the debate. They just think that the person who says it louder and better than them, what wins the argument, and it doesn't really, matter. I don't think they even remember what the argument was about. It's like, of course, my guy won the argument, and I think the way to get them is to say, oh, so what with what argument did your guy win the argument? What was the argument about? And most of them won't be able to say, what it was about. They can only say, well, my guy won because I agree with him, and that's it. And
yeah, and then you just ask him, steel man his argument, give me his argument, properly represent him. And in fact, if you're able to, try and get them to represent their buddy's argument right in front of him. And then if he's biased and he just agrees with them, even though you're able to catch how he actually strawmanned his argument, now you can go back and start questioning the first guy again that you talked to. So that's what I specialize in, is internal critique. So I'm going to understand what your position is, and I'm not going to tell you what you believe so you can tell me that I'm misrepresenting you and that it's, a straw man. I'm going to take the words that come out of your mouth and I'm going to show you how they're contradictory. And there's nowhere to go from there. That is the proper way to investigate a claim, is to do an internal critique on that claim, not bring your own presuppositions with you, and don't let them bring their own presuppositions with them. Either way, you're going to find contradictions in what they believe when it comes to the triune nature of God. Like I was talking to a guy the other day, actually in my debate, I asked him, I said, okay, you're a Trinitarian, right? And you believe, I said, do you believe that each person has their own center of consciousness? He goes, yeah, they have their own center of consciousness, but they share a divine nature. I'm like, okay, they share a divine nature. What does that mean? He goes, well, they're all God, so they share the omni properties. I'm like, okay, so they all share the omni properties, right? That divine nature, but they all have their own center of consciousness. And then I asked, do they each have their own will? And he goes, well, no. And I'm like, well, but in Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane said, may your will be done, not mine. And he's like, okay, well, yeah, they do have their own will. So they each have their own will. Do they have the same goals and aspirations? Is the end game still the same for all three persons? And he said, yeah, they all have the same, they have different wills that all have the same end game and the same goals. And I'm like, okay, so there is three persons that you say is monotheism in one being. And those persons have their own center of consciousness, their own will, share a divine nature, and share functionality in the end game. And he goes, yeah. And I was like, okay, so let's look at some type of Greek mythology. And I'm going to tell you in Greek mythology that there's these three gods, right? And they each have the divine nature, that or their own center of consciousness, their own will. They all share the divine nature of being divine, and they all have the same functionality. Is that polytheism? And he goes, yeah. And I'm like, what's the difference between what they believe in and what you believe in, other than you just claiming that they have three gods and you have one? What's the distinction? He wasn't able to show me any distinction between what he calls one God and what he calls three gods. There's no distinction.
Well, I suppose this is an argument that, the casual listener will be unable to follow it because it's really technical. And therefore, I think to win the argument, you have to put it in very simple terms. And one of the ways of doing it is like, well, you're an idolater. You obviously worship Jesus because the Trinity says Jesus is God. And how is Jesus God? You can't explain. When did it happen? You can never tell us, and this is stuff that people can remember rather than these, complicated philosophical terms. But one of the best constructions to prove God, I mean, I heard it from a Muslim when I was having a debate as an atheist with him, was, is this. We are here having this debate because there was a creation. Because there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and that creator was God. It's quite simple. I mean, okay, they can argue against it by saying we weren't created because the universe was always there, because I believe, I'm a pantheist, but they're already, their narrative is clearly weaker. And people can't remember the reasoning, and yours is clearer, and they can remember your reasoning, and they can easily repeat it. And this may be the way to go. I mean, okay, so if I were to have a debate, I would say we should obey the laws of God in the Quran, even if we don't believe, because it is obviously good for us, and it will allow us to defeat the evil and lunacy of intersectionality, which seeks to confuse our gender identity so we don't even think of marrying, and we won't be good parents because we'll be messed up in the head, and our children will be, well, degenerates with mental health issues, and well, our society will get worse and worse and stupider until, we decline and fall as the Romans did. And I think it's actually quite easy to make out support any of the laws that they will object to, about, fornication, extramarital sex, and all the things that clearly these atheists hate and fear, because their conceptual idol is that it is their right to have sex with another consenting adult, and they don't care about, fatherless homes and, child abuse and, crazy things that are being taught at school that most people don't seem to care about, because most people don't have children, in primary school. And you can't really get concerned about that unless you have grandchildren and children who's going through the mill at the moment. So I'm just saying that there are political and moral reasons to obey the laws of God, even if we don't really believe. And chapter 2, verse 256 already guarantees your freedom of belief, which I'm going to say, which I do say, is what the First Amendment was based on. I mean, there is a White House Quran. It did belong to Thomas Jefferson, who must have read it. I mean, we can, I made this point to a few Orthodox Christians and in America, and they can't even cope with it. They'll say things like, "Oh, yeah, all of us have books, so we never read," and crap like that. But really, they can't. Okay, so they can't disprove the fact that the First Amendment may have been based on chapter 2, verse 256, and there is a White House Quran. It did belong to Thomas Jefferson, and he bought 2 copies because his library burnt down, and I guess his first Quran, was destroyed, so he bought another one, so it meant something to him, and this is a narrative that people can understand and remember, even if they hate it, and then eventually, something, some change of mind might happen, a few years later, rather than these complicated arguments that I've noticed a lot of people make, which is almost impossible to understand, if you didn't do philosophy at university, I think.
I've never stepped foot inside of a college before.
Oh, right. Well, you know the lingo.
Yeah. It's because I've self-studied it. Because here's the thing. My issue is when we have these simplistic arguments, that holes can be poked in them all over the place. When somebody makes an argument that we're here having this debate, therefore there must have been a creator. You know how much baggage?
Because there was a creation.
Yeah, there's a creation, there's a creator. Exactly. You know how much baggage and presuppositions get brought to the table when that claim is made? That's not actually an argument. It's just a claim that's made. So now, me as a skeptic, I have to question the validity of that claim that's being made. And for me to do that, I'm going to try and poke holes in it. If I can't poke holes in it, then it's reasonable to believe. If I can poke holes in it, it needs to be resolved, or else it's not reasonable to believe. So I do believe that I personally struggle, and this is a weakness. May Allah, give me the ability to articulate better. But I have a hard time taking my arguments and simplifying them down. For one, I don't want to be condescending in any way, shape, or form. But I have a hard time trying to break things down to a certain level that holes cannot be poked in it. It almost seems as if you have to be very nuanced to make sure that there are no, there's no spots for your ship to sink. There's no holes for you to go underwater. And you have to be nuanced when doing that.
Yeah, I mean, the argument I made in that debate, which actually is full, online, but the sound is terrible. But I think, I said, well, there may have been a creation, but maybe he's dead, he's left, the building, something like that. But I found it, difficult to break that chain of causation that the Muslim put to me, because I was on the other side of the debate, does God exist? And I was saying no at the time, and which was about 7 years ago. So I mean, so I was left with saying, well, it's not the God you say it is. It's not Allah. The God is the created the universe and died. Something like that, which upset them. But anyway, I was backed into that corner. But the point is really that a lot of people do want to believe, but because mainstream opinion is against it, and religious people are treated as retards and people who don't have fun and party poopers and that kind of thing. I guess we're put on the back foot. Have you debated with T-Jump, Khalil?
Yes.
What do you think of his methods?
So T-Jump does almost the same thing as Darth Dawkins. He uses a lot of very high jargon lingo, and when he gets into a discussion with somebody, basically all you have to do is ask him to break his argument down into simplistic terms, and then you can poke holes in it. But the issue is when you get somebody that is in like on the same intellectual level, like has studied the same articles and categories, you'll see that when he uses certain words, he uses them out of place. He doesn't actually use, proper jargon. He uses jargon to make himself sound smart. And he takes $50 for each debate. Like I debated him on, he believes as an atheist, he believes in an objective morality, which I was intrigued about.
Mm-hmm.
And he holds this view that everyone, like the best objective moral system is the system where your will, your least imposition of will, right? And the way that he's going to solve this is that each person that begins to exist has their own universe, to where literally the laws of physics are manipulated in such a way to where if a little kid runs out to the street to get his ball, if there's a bus coming right for him, if he does not will for himself to get hit by the bus, it is literally physically impossible for the bus to hit him. So he somehow creates this one universe for each person. They get their own entire universe to where everything goes exactly their way and how they want it to go, and their will cannot be impeded on. And this is where I cornered him. I said, what if my will in my universe was to be the only universe? Well, then either my will be impeded on because I'm not able to have the only universe as mine, or everybody else is going to just have to be in my universe and their will be impeded on. It runs smack into a wall at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I had this debate with him, and I checked back later. Everybody was very rude, but I didn't think anybody even understood his arguments. They were just cheering him on because he's the poster boy of atheism. But his arguments didn't make sense. But what I can remember of them is God thinks this, and God is just another opinion. Which is completely crazy, because the whole idea of saying, objective truth comes from God is because God knows everything, and he of all people would know, and T-Jump was treating him as just another opinion, which maybe I didn't get round to, because he basically wouldn't even let me. Okay, I questioned everything he made. Like, I don't understand. I don't know what you mean. And Tom, what do you mean by? And so it never really got further. Very far, but I think I managed to make him say silly things such as Neanderthals were secular. Because I mean, in the end, that was what he was saying, that Neanderthals were secular, and I thought, well, the Neanderthals no longer exist, and I was saying that the Jews are the world's most ancient and powerful tribe because they believe in the most powerful God conceivable, and that God protects them, or something about their religion makes them remain in existence, he just said something crazy about Jews are like Actually, I can't remember because it's so ridiculous. But I suppose the only triumph I can claim is that I made him say silly things, even though I didn't actually get to make my point.
Yeah.
And then he mistitles.
The only thing
he
you have to do with
mistitles his debates.
with T-Jump, exactly. I've seen him do that multiple times. He will say, hey, let's just come on and have a discussion, and then he will call it a debate, like in his title of his video, to where it wasn't meant to be a debate whatsoever. But here's the other thing is that if any of you brothers or sisters get in touch with T-Jump and have a discussion with him, ask him what reality is. There's a meme that he created. Reality is reality. He just answers it with a tautological statement. Reality is reality. It's just what it is. It's a brute fact. Okay, so then are you completely dismissing the principle of sufficient reason? Like there needs to be an explanation. And all you have to do is ask him that. And that's a conversation that he's not ready for, even though he claims to be this highly philosophically minded atheist. You actually bring real philosophy and argumentation to him, and he will have no clue how to answer the questions.
I think what he proposed to you was solipsism.
What do you mean?
Solipsism is the belief that all that can be known is the mind of the subject and its content.
No, I don't believe he's a solipsist. But when he was presenting that model for objective morality, it was basically just we each have our own universe, and others can exist within the universe if we want them to, and they will be the way that we want them to. So it's almost like there's like robots or avatars that are pretending to be the people that we want them to be. And like if a baby goes into a universe and the baby has the want to be an adult, they're automatically just an adult. Like it's completely bonkers. Like it's a sci-fi film. That is basically his idea of an objective morality. Is completely out of this world. I have a question, and I want to let the other brothers chime in if they want to, but I have a question, Claire. Have you ever had a discussion with Richard Mattson?
I'm afraid I haven't heard of him. Who is he?
You need to look him up. Actually, he was on my stream earlier today. He is a Bible believer. He's basically an atheist who believes in the Bible. Just like you are basically an atheist who believes in the Quran, in the Sharia.
Oh, so what is his argument?
Well, his argument is that the Genesis story is the only thing that's in the past, and everything from past Genesis all the way to Revelations is prophesied future events. And he actually goes into the Strong's Concordance for each and every word that he states and shows the definitions for that word. Like, for example, the Exodus story with Pharaoh is there was an alien civilization that was making slaves, and these slaves eventually they messed up and made one that was called Adam, which Adam means red face. And red face means that, like, when we get emotional, we get embarrassed, we get angry, we get confused. There are many different ways that our face can turn red. And that's what Adam means in its original language, red face. So Adam was the first one to have the intellect to look around and see what was going on. And he took some of his people with him and put them on this spaceship, aka heaven. Right. And he escaped from these aliens, aka Pharaoh, and went and terraformed the first earth. And I say the first earth because there's 24 elders, and I'll get to that in a minute. So they terraformed the first earth, and Adam goes on the spaceship. He finds stem cell research on there to be able to extract stem cells from his rib to create Eve. Because that's the best place whenever you, like, if you were to go get stem cells taken out of your body, they would take it from your rib because it's the most easily accessible place. So he took stem cells from his rib, there's Eve, and then they terraformed the planet and made this thing called the Bible. And then when Pharaoh was 40 days behind, chasing them, this spaceship, aka heaven, comes out of the sky to where these different levels and explained in great detail, and whoever wants to get on and be saved can get on the spaceship, and then they get on the spaceship, and there's stem cell research that makes you immortal, so you'll never die and you'll have everlasting life, and then you go and terraform the next Earth. But the person who was on that earth, it says in the Bible, for the one who overcomes, you'll have a seat at my side, like my Father did for me, which means that the person who overcomes is the Jesus of that planet, who becomes the father of the next planet. And on that planet, there's going to be one who overcomes sin and becomes the Jesus of that planet, and then gets promoted to the father of the third planet. And in the Bible, it talks about 24 elders. That means that we are currently on the 24th earth right now. Like it. And you can go into the story of David and Goliath, about how David and Goliath is actually, there's a comet that's on its way here, or an asteroid. It's called 2017 K2 Pan-STARRS. You can look it up. NASA has found it. It's on its way to us. Around 2024, this asteroid is going to orbit. It's going to orbit around the sun, around the backside of the sun, and then pierce the solar system a second time, and then go off into deep space. But the off-gassing is record-breaking on this asteroid, which means it's never been by a star before. It's never been near a star, which means it has a lot of ice and a lot of water. So when it goes behind the sun, Richard is making the claim that it's going to break off into 6 specific pieces. One of those pieces will be like in Revelation, when it talks about the mountain that falls from the sky that's on fire, the mountain of fire that falls from the sky. That's going to be one of the 6 pieces. The other piece is going to knock Mercury out of its current orbit. Mercury is going to collide with Europa and Titan, the moon, 2 of the moons of another planet, and it's going to create this solar ejecta, to where we're all going to look up in the sky, and we're going to see it's the mark of the beginning of end times. That's the story of David and Goliath. And he has stories like this for every single story in the Bible, to where he will go back to the Strong's Concordance and show you the definitions of what the word Philistine means, or what the word waters means. Philistine means rolling migratory, and it talks about that's a planet that it's talking about. And he will do this. A very intelligent man. I think you might have a good conversation with him.
Oh, I'm going to avoid him like the plague, because I can see enormous amounts of time, being sucked in. Well, I'm basically a political activist, and I think the best way of persuading people to adopt Sharia is to say, well, all these problems you have now, if you had Sharia, it would be solved. Which I think, even people who hate Islam would have to admit, you're only like this because, well, you're gender confused, because you're ignoring chapter 49 of verse 3, which a verse in the Quran that says, God created a man and a woman and tribes and nations, which means he acknowledges the nationhood and national identity of all the world, and everybody's mad, and that being part of Globo Homo. And fear for the future because they can't, have children, or can't bring them up properly without their the minds of their children being poisoned at public school. So
real quick, snake juice. I just want to mention this real quick. Snake juice. Yes, they've already mapped the trajectory, assuming that it's not going to break off into multiple pieces.
What's it called?
If it does break off into it's called 2017 K2 Pan-STARRS. You can read all about it. It's on NASA's website. It's going to come down, pierce our solar system, go behind the sun, orbit around the sun, pierce the solar system again, and then leave. But if Richard's correct, and there's a lot of off-gassing on this, a record-breaking amount of off-gassing, and it gets close enough to the sun, the first star that it's been around, there's a good possibility that it might break off into pieces, which if it does break off, then each piece is going to have a separate trajectory. And that's what he's arguing. So yeah, if it stays in one piece, then NASA has already mapped out its trajectory. But if it breaks off into 6 different pieces, they haven't made any predictions on that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, I love everything that's just about space, man.
He dives a lot into like electric universe. If you ever dealt with that before,
what does he mean by that?
Have you ever heard of electric universe? EU?
I may have heard the theory, but like so just explain it to me, and I think I might understand what.
Everything is electricity. Gravity is electricity. The orbits is electric. It's all electromagnetism and
Energy, or like
yeah.
or are we talking electromagnet? Because I don't think
electromagnetism. Yeah, everything is colors. It's like you have to dive into it. There's actually a website, electric universe theory or something like that. Let me look it up. Electric universe theory. Yeah. Magnetism, gravity, and the nuclear forces are all different manifestations of the electric force at vastly different scales. So let's see. Electric universe. Yeah, so there's multiple videos you can watch on it. I'm trying to find the actual website.
You know what's crazy to me? How gravity bends time, man. Like if you are standing next to a big object, like let's say like the pyramids, right, and you're standing next to it, time moves slower next to the pyramids than say if you were out in like the middle of like just bare land, like farmland for like thousands of miles. Like the person standing next to the pyramids, like something with like a bunch of mass would be aging less than the other person, and they would experience time like slower than the other person. And I think there was an experiment done where 4 people, they had like the same brand, same clock set to go at a specific time, and they traveled around the world, and they came back like a week later to each other, right? And they all had different times, and none of them like took it off or anything. Isn't that crazy?
But how does that?
It's insane.
What's that?
So that's crazy. What were you saying, brother?
Right?
Yeah, no, but how does it happen? Like, where is it the reality of time that affects the actual time that they perceive?
So time is relative, right? So like if you look up, like the reason, like I'm so into this, man, but if you look up in like space, right? You know how they say like this star is 1,000 light years away. That means it took light 1,000 years to travel to us. So we're essentially seeing, when we look up at the sky, we're seeing things 1,000 years ago, right? And if you look at it, time is like flat, right? And then imagine let's say you have a paper, right? And then you place like something on this paper, and like you're holding it up. It's essentially going to have a dent in it, right? That dent, right? Time moves slower in that dent. And Einstein talked about this. It's the time is relative, right? So it's not always moving at the same, like it's not ticking at the same time. So if I'm
twin paradox.
Yep. So let's say for me, if I am on a planet next to a black hole, right, something that has the most amount of like density, right, the most amount of mass in the universe, a black hole, a super black hole, and our planet orbits a super black hole, like really close to it, but not enough to get sucked in, I would be, every second that I'm on that planet would be like 1,000 years for you guys. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. What's that one Matt Damon
Interstellar?
movie? Interstellar. Well, there's Interstellar, but no, there's the Matt Damon movie. Is
Martian.
What is it? Martian. Yeah, The Martian.
I love those movies, man. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Interstellar, The Martian. That blows my mind. Like those are the movies that I like watching. Butterfly Effect. That one's crazy.
They're so good, man. They're so good. But yeah, like that's just so crazy to me. And it's just like, and you think about this stuff, right? And it's just like, how will we experience time in Jannah? You know what I mean? How does that work? Time is just gonna be infinite. Like we're just gonna, that's it, man. Like we're just gonna live forever. That's so crazy to me. That's why it's like, I'm sitting right now. I just prayed Fajr. I'm lying in bed, talking with you guys, and it's like, but there'll come a time where like I'll forget about all of this. You know what I mean? It's like we'll think back when we're in Jannah. Hopefully, we're gonna think back to like this time, and it's like, damn, like it felt like an afternoon. You know, like our entire life felt like a distant memory. You know?
Yeah, yeah, and hopefully, inshallah, Clara will be there with us.
Is she not Muslim?
No.
I'm really a political activist and an agnostic, saying that the West should adopt Sharia because that would be a better way of regulating the morals of our ruling classes, who at the moment think they can do anything to us because they can pass any law they want and repeal any law that was good, to be substituted by some stupid, pointless law that makes society a worse place. And they do it either because they're stupid or because they're evil. We don't know, but we want them to stop. And the only way of stopping them from doing it is to have a book of rules that they can't mess with.
Yeah, so she's doesn't believe in God, but she believes in that the Sharia is the best method to implement the perfect society, or at least the best society.
Agnostic, believing in a God.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm just saying I don't want to argue with anybody about whether God exists or not, because the evidence is 50-50. I know when people believe in God say it's so obvious, that God exists, and blind watchmaker, and the
No, you won't find any of those arguments here, Claire. You won't find any of those. The intelligent design is a garbage argument. I promise you. Like we well, at least I don't make the intelligent design argument. I don't think it's a good argument at all. The blind watchmaker.
I think
problematic.
I don't think using the intelligent design argument to convince someone that a God exists is a good thing. But for me, especially like with my fascination of just nature and just the universe in general, and like how perfect Earth is, I just think about it as like it strengthens my faith, but I don't use it as an argument to convince someone else that God is real. You know what I mean? Like I like it just like the design argument and just seeing like the perfection of Earth in comparison to like the trillions of stars and like the trillions on trillions of planets, how perfect we are. It's like it just adds a little bit more to my intuition, right? It gives me
sure. No, and I
intuition.
totally agree with that. I agree with that. But the minute you bring up an intelligent design argument, the secular person or the naturalist will say there's a natural explanation for how and why this exists, which then it takes you right to the contingency argument. So why not just start with contingency and work from there?
Yeah, true. Yeah, absolutely would agree. I wouldn't even bring it up, to be honest, like an actual like debate or anything. Like it's not convincing, but if you already believe, it just adds on to your intuitions, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with that.
Claire, do you believe that Sharia is divine then? A divine law?
Well, okay, my position is that whoever wrote it, and whether or not we believe in God, the Quran is the best available guide to humanity. And you can, I've challenged all these Islamophobes to find a better book, a better guide to humanity than the Quran. And all I got was really stupid answers. T-Jump said Harry Potter. Others have said, my little sister's coloring book. But they haven't got a serious answer. They're completely silent when you ask them this question. question, and then you can walk away, and you kind of won the argument, haven't you? If you ask them to find a better guide to humanity than the Quran, when they're reduced to silence. I mean, what are they going to say? The Communist Manifesto, Mein Kampf? I mean, what?
Hello, somebody said this penguin guy is starting to trigger me.
What's he doing?
What
he
did I
doing
even
that's triggering?
What did I even say that was wrong?
Uh-oh. Prayer time.
What did I even say that was wrong? I don't think I said anything that was wrong.
But basically what I'm saying is that, for somebody who's an atheist, they don't see the intelligent design argument. They just feel that the universe was always there and it evolved into what it is now, and whatever it is that they feel. But if you say that there are social, moral, political reasons for obeying these laws, because they bring about, all these benefits, like, well, the abolition of usury would mean that we could default on our debts, including governments, and property prices would become affordable again, and we don't have to make crazy gambles with any savings we might have, worried that it would be eroded by inflation. A more stable currency, a more stable society, stable marriages, stable families. You can say that, if you follow these laws, this would be the society you would get. And I think the political argument is far more persuasive than, trying to argue that God exists, and just say, okay, we accept that most people don't believe in God. We're not going to try and change your mind. But how about these, this life, political, social, and economic benefits? And that, I think, would be the best kind of dawah to give people, particularly the people who hate Islam, the white nationalists, all those people. And I think, well, anyway, that's what I think.
So their first argument against that would be the punishments. So where do you stand on arguments against the punishments, or are you for the punishments, or what's your position?
What, the manual amputation one? Is that what you mean? Of cutting the hands of thieves? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm basically saying this would only apply to violent robbers. Anyone caught stealing would be made to pay back, twice, 4 times what they stole, and they won't do it again, because they would be disgraced. But if they're violent robbers, muggers, anyone who uses violence to rob people, then cut off their hands, maybe on a 3 strikes and you're out basis. So they can't say, ooh, that's a bit, barbaric. And anyway, that there's a verse after that one talking about manual amputation, saying if they, if they beg for mercy, or if they express, remorse, forgive them. So there's always the option anyway of being merciful to first-time offenders. But if they're bank robbers and they've robbed 3 banks and hurt people and stuff, then I don't see why they shouldn't have their hands cut off.
Fair play. I mean, you put some strong arguments for Sharia. I mean,
Claire, are you a fan of Daniel Hakikachu?
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't agree with everything he says about women shouldn't be educated and apostates should be executed, but he makes the point so well, and he does refer to life in the West. You guys were talking earlier about people dying in their own living alone, and nobody notices until the neighbors notice a bad smell, and these firms that go around cleaning up flats where people died in them and weren't discovered for weeks. Yes, I mean, this is a terrifying image. And you can say, well, this is what Westerners used to not to, because the thing that made the West great was because they exercised moral restraint. They didn't screw everything in sight and pump and dump women who were left with the offspring that they never really wanted, that they couldn't parent properly, and then they get fed into the school system, and the state schools are just a glorified babysitting service that never teach them anything, and because they're unemployable, you get cheap labor from abroad, and that upsets everybody. There's a
Claire, can I ask you something? How old are you?
I'm middle-aged. How old do you think I sound?
28.
Oh, that's so nice. That really is so nice. But I am middle-aged. I'm glad I give a young impression. But yeah, it's better for me not to say exactly how old I am, because people having these ideas and a whole range of
No, I just wanted to ask because it's like, I mean, look, we all got an expiry date, right?
Yeah.
Like we're all gonna die someday.
Yeah.
I don't know if you already believe, the Sharia. I just think you're pretty much Muslim, to be honest, but I don't know.
Well, thanks for saying that, but I feel I have to take this position because I want to make the point that it is possible to arrive at the conclusion that theocracy must be the way forward to regulate the morals of our incompetent and corrupt politicians, whether we believe in God or not. And by the way, I got Stefan Molyneux, who's known for his Islamophobia and his atheism, to agree with me, because he said he saw that Sharia would actually stop there from being so many crazy, stupid laws, and stop the laws from changing so often until people no longer respect the law. So if we have eternal and universal laws that everybody can more or less agree with and think is fair enough, then more people are more likely to follow it for longer because they think it's fair enough. It's the laws that they disagree with, like, well, I guess parking penalties, traffic, that motorists feel that the government put in there just to get an income from them, as if they weren't already taxed, highly enough. But yeah, and talking about taxation, I would say there's an argument for a 20% flat rate income tax. That you can say that the Quran supports, under the principle of points.
So you support, like zakat and jizya and everything like that, correct?
I mean, jizya is okay. I do interpret it a bit differently from other people. So jizya is a tribute that one country that has defeated another can extract from that defeated country. It's never for your own citizens.
No,
already be paying a flat rate tax.
All jizya is look, in every society, right? For us, in secular society, people pay tax. Everybody pays tax. The rich have a different tax that they pay than we do, right? They have a different tax bracket. They pay more, right? We pay less, right? Similarly, in Islam, everybody pays tax. In Islam, the Muslims, it's not based on income. However, it's based on belief. So a rich Muslim and a poor Muslim will pay the same amount, in the sense that they will pay 2.5% of their net worth or their income, right? And the disbelievers, or like the non-Muslims, right, they will essentially be paying their own tax, because they're not going to live in a Muslim society being protected, being cared for, this and that, without paying any tax. Like no one's ever lived in a society where there's no tax of some kind. And so the other form of tax is jizya, which is proposed onto the non-Muslims, and the non-Muslims, they pay equal to the Muslims, which is usually 2.5%, or throughout history it's been less, right? So less than the Muslims. So if these Christians and so the people that complain about jizya, oh my God, jizya, like the disbelievers have to pay tax. Like, yes, obviously you have to pay tax. You're not going to be protected for no transaction or nothing, right, for free. So yes, would you like to pay more than the Muslims pay, or would you like to pay more and to the amount that the Muslims pay? Because throughout history, jizya has always been less, except for a few times in history where it's been a little bit more or even the same amount. So like all it is it's just a tax. It's not, oh, we defeated you in battle, so you must pay this embarrassing tax. No, it's not. That's not how it works.
I mean, the zakat, the 2.5% isn't specified in the Quran. So I think, Muslims can pay it. But I think it's also divisive.
Well, it's a hadith, though, right? Because we're Muslim, we believe in the prophetic hadith.
I know, but secular Quranism is a different interpretation, which is intended to be more, non-Muslim friendly, because it's intended for currently non-Muslim countries to, adopt, because they haven't really got a religion. They think it's Christianity, they think it's liberalism, but none of it works anymore, which is why, unofficially we have intersectionality that's telling they're telling us about, crazy pronouns that we can change, if the, when one day we feel more male and the next day we feel female, and then we don't know the next day. I want to end this craziness now, and I think the Quran will just sort of settle everyone down again, so they are prepared to marry each other and have children and stay together for the sake of the children. Because if the laws keep changing, people will be confused, they will be frightened, they won't be thinking about the future, they won't be saving, they won't, they'll just be they will only be focused on short-term pleasures, which is their next sexual encounter, their next fix of drugs. And that has to be stopped, right now. And I guess, the way Muslims have been interpreting the Quran in their own countries didn't exactly succeed, which is why they are now, despised minorities in the West, treated with suspicion. So, maybe their book can be interpreted in a slightly different way that would be more attractive to non-Muslim Westerners. And I think to make, if you make a formal distinction between Muslims and non-Muslims too much, it will put people off, and that's what I don't want to do. And that's my reasoning anyway. I know you don't agree.
Would you agree that there's some parts of the Quran that you have to cancel out, that you have to reject because of your because of your stance on the existence of God?
No, because secular Quranism is basically, I don't care about the stories. You can believe anything about Jesus or God, because your freedom of belief is absolutely guaranteed. So, I mean, I know that there's some, versions of story like, was Mary a virgin, or the Jews don't think that, and I don't care about the stories or the promises and threats of God. I only just deal with the commandments and prohibitions, and that's all I deal with. I'm not going to argue with you about the truth of any narrative, because I think that's a waste of time, because secular Quranism it's a rule system, it's not a belief system, because it and to the extent that it is a belief system, it believes that everyone should have the right to believe what they like, and I'm not going to interfere with that. I only invite them to think, how their society would be if they adopted the rules, the improvements it would have for economic, social, and family stability.
So what you're saying is throw out, all of the Quran except for 2 pages that talk about prohibitions and deterrence, right?
Yeah. So I mean, I would be, quite hot on treating unmarried parents as sex offenders, because, that is really the thing that is causing degeneracy, just the next generation just being stupider and weaker and more ignorant than the previous generation.
I don't know. You seem a little more extreme than most Muslims, to be honest.
I know. I get it that Muslims in the West don't want to be promoting Sharia because they don't want to be, labeled extremists and whatever. And so I think, I am providing a service for Muslims. I say, hey, I'm not Muslim, but I see the point of Sharia, and I have to be very firm on not being Muslim, just to make the point that it is, that religion of some kind is necessary. We need. I mean, it's like every society has a religion, and all the 5 world religions that we have heard of support marriage and family values, and Christianity failed, ages ago. Because most Westerners are not Christian, they don't really believe in it, and to the extent that they claim to be Christian, it's only because they want to use it to offend Jews and Muslims. Or so that they can reject your dawah, say, no, thank you, we've already got our religion, we don't want your Islam. I mean, what other reason is there? When they don't believe in it, when it's so obviously failed.
So you say you deal with the commandments themselves. I'm sure you're familiar with the commandments of the daily prayers, of the formal prayers that we do every day. But you're not a Muslim. You don't believe in God. So how do you follow the commandments of in the Quran, where it says to pray and how to pray? And how do you follow those commandments without actually believing in God? Do you pray 5 times a day?
No, I don't. But that chapter 2, verse 256 guarantees freedom of belief. So you don't have to pray. So and nobody should force you to pray because.
Wait, what is it? What is it?
Chapter 2, verse 256, that says there is no compulsion in belief. Truth stands clear from error.
That's not what it's
which
talking
I say is the basis of the First Amendment.
That's not what it's talking about, though.
Isn't it? What do you think it's talking about?
No, it just means that we're not supposed to force people to become Muslims.
Yeah, there we go.
They have the freedom of choice, but there's consequences for that, though.
Sorry?
Yeah.
The consequences for what?
Just because you can't force someone to become Muslim, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be consequences for not becoming Muslim.
Well, in the afterlife, and if you do believe in the afterlife,
for
then
eternity,
you will become Muslim. But if you still don't, then you don't become Muslim, and you have to respect that. You have to make sure that you respect their freedom of belief, or they'll reject the whole thing. And I'm saying the American Republic already grasped that principle, and the founding of the American Republic was so revolutionary for this reason, because Christians never had freedom of belief, because in Europe, with these Christian monarchs who were absolute monarchs, all who were the subjects of the monarch had to follow the religion of their monarch, and if they didn't like it and if they questioned it, they would be burnt at the stake. And that was that was the Christian practice until the American Republic.
Someone here said you're a Zionist. Is that true?
The Quran is Zionist.
No, it isn't.
Yes, look at chapter 17, verse 104. Chapter 17, verse 104. It acknowledges the children of Israel. It acknowledges that there will be a mixed multitude living in Israel. So, and thank you for mentioning the Jews. The arguments I have used against rabbis.
Chapter what? Sorry.
Chapter 17. Verse 104.
I'm going to share it.
Yeah, I'll let you read it, sir, because it's quite an interesting verse.
Okay. And it says, and we said after him, i.e. Pharaoh, to the children of Israel, dwell in the land, and where there comes the promise, i.e. appointment of the hereafter, we will bring you forth in one gathering. So what do you think this is attempting to say?
The i.e. Pharaoh in square brackets, that's not actually in the verse.
It doesn't matter. It's okay. So if you read the entire chapter, which I know you haven't, but if you read the entire chapter, This is talking about Pharaoh. Right? We said after him, right? After who? Pharaoh. Right? To the children of Israel, dwell in the land, and when there comes the promise of appointment of the hereafter will bring forth in one gathering. This in no way says that the Jews can use their distorted Bible, right, in the Torah, right, to go to the Palestinians and say, this is our land, and kick them out of their homes, right, commit genocide, right, and stay in their land. Their so-called homes.
Yes, they certainly have the right to impose liberal democracy in Israel because, of all the countries in the world that should be a theocracy, well, Israel should be a theocracy, but they're not. They're part of Globo Homo, and that's why Muslims can't stand it. So it should be put to the Israeli Jews, and they don't like it, that they should be a theocracy. But the thing is, a Torah theocracy would be so horrifying that even rabbis I've spoken to said, no, we don't want rule by rabbi. And, and then also the Torah has 36 capital offenses. And, they're all pretty...
If it's from God, why does it matter?
If what? If the Torah is from God, why does it matter?
Yes.
Was that what you said?
Yes.
Well, the thing is, the argument could be put to the Jews that, the Quran is the second and final and better revelation than the Torah because it doesn't have 36 capital offenses.
If the Jews believe that the Quran is not from God, and they believe their Torah is from God, then anything in there, right, would be a good thing to do, including the punishments.
Yeah, but they don't do it. They don't even dare.
Some people want to.
Yeah,
so again, the question becomes, it's just posed on you. How can you be a Zionist, and how can you believe that, Jews have the right to kick Israeli Zionists, I should say, not Jews, Israeli Zionists can go and kick out Palestinians that have been living there for centuries and even thousands of years.
I don't say that they have the right to do it. I just say, when I say I'm a Zionist, I'm assuming that Jews have the right to live in Israel. However,
why Israel? No. Why Israel?
Well, that's their homeland, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Well, that's what the Bible says.
And why should we trust the Bible?
I'm saying that if Israel operated Sharia, you'd all be happy with it. Muslims would be delighted if the Israelis said, we're going to adopt Sharia now.
Who wrote the Torah?
What?
Who you're saying the Jews, right, should live in Israel. Now, I do believe that Jews, if they want to self-determinate, I believe that they have a right to do that. I think they should go to somewhere like Greenland or Iceland or some part of Antarctica. I don't care, somewhere where it's uninhabited.
Well,
right?
you're not being reasonable, are you?
No. Look, you can't go to a group of people, show up with guns, and say, "Look, my book says this is my home." You can't say that. That just doesn't side with me.
The Quran says it's their home too.
What book?
We just read chapter 17, verse 104.
And we just proved to you that that doesn't say that.
Mixed multitude means Jews and Gentiles, right? That's what mixed multitude means. It said in that. It said
that
in
verse that you brought did not say what you thought it said.
Well, what do you think it said? I mean, it
we
says
just explained it to
you. Jews and non-Jews should live in Israel. Right?
That's not what it says.
Okay, I don't know what you think it says. What do you think it says?
Khalil, did it say that the Jews should go to the Palestinians, right, or Israel today, right, and kick out the Palestinians and say that this book is, telling us that this is it?
I didn't say kick out. The verse didn't say kick out. It just says the mixed multitude should live in Israel. And then say, if you accept that premise, and I think you have to, because, are you going to say no Jews should live in Israel at all? Are you saying that?
Are you familiar with what's been happening at the border for the last 70-something years?
Well, there's a
The border
territorial
keeps getting kicked back. The Israelites are making the Palestinians live in shitholes and then pushing the border back as the Palestinians retreat. That's not people living amongst each other, all singing Kumbaya together. That's not what's going on, Claire.
I understand that they don't quite get along, but I'm saying it would be all right if they followed, if the Israelis followed Sharia, then it would be
So
all
do
right.
you-
I
do
know,
you
I know
support-
it's a big step for them to do that. And they're not even thinking about it, I know. And I think Muslims should put it to them that you, Jews of all people, should be living in a theocracy, and you shouldn't be part of global homo, which they are, because they had a gay pride parade on the 10th of June. They do these things in Tel Aviv now. I mean, if you listen to what goes on, Israel is an American protectorate, and therefore is subject to the global
So wait,
homo policies of
do you support what Israel is doing? Do you support what I had brought up about them causing?
No, I don't take an interest. I know there's a territorial dispute. I don't know the details of it. I understand that there will be, territorial disputes because, the Jews did move in and, into British Palestine, and then they, there's all sorts of stuff that I think ordinary people wouldn't really care about unless they were Muslim. And, but I'm saying I think people can agree that if any country in the world ought to be a theocracy, it is Israel.
I just don't understand. No, 1 second. I still don't understand which verse in the Quran, right, says that the Jews, right, have the right to kick out Palestinians from their
I
land.
don't say
Please
that,
explain
do
to
I?
me.
I don't say that. I don't say that Jews have the right to kick out anybody. The verse doesn't say anything like that. You're just superimposing what you think I've said. I'm saying I understand there is a territorial dispute and it has turned violent, and I'm saying that the only way it can be resolved is if the Israelis adopt Sharia, and then the Muslims.
What are you talking about?
And then they can
No,
live together.
No, you are so wrong. The only way that this works out is that the Jews, the Israelis, right, the Zionists, sorry, I shouldn't say Jews, the Zionist Israelis leave the land that they stole, right, all of the occupying that they've done, all of the home kicking out that they've done, everything. Every single home that they've stole goes back into the hands of the Palestinians, and they can live there in peace after.
But it's not going to happen, is it? Do you know it's not going to happen? This is what you want.
No, not right now. But you're the person saying that. You know what? This should. Happening. Zionism is a good thing. That's what you're saying, and you're saying that somehow the verse.
Yes, it supports Zionism. It's saying Jews have the right to live in Israel. And so
they don't. They don't have that right.
Just
what
my
right
opinion.
do they have?
No, they can point to the Quran and say, look, the Quran says,
Where?
Dwell in the land, we will bring you forth in one gathering.
No, it's clear you haven't even read the entire chapter, right? After the Hebrews became terrorists in Egypt, right? They tried to usurp the state, and Pharaoh, he persecuted them, and they were told to go and dwell and reside there in peace amongst the other people, but not at their cost. Nowhere does it say that. And then it goes on to talk about how the covenant was given to them, and how they don't deny that. And the Jews themselves even admit that they messed it up and rightfully lost it, right? It's something like he giveth and he taketh away, right? And so to say that this verse and somehow in its contextual parameters is talking about how Jews are just told to dwell in the land. I mean, you're brainless. Like where in the world does this come from? Like it just makes no sense.
For a bit of context, we can read verse 103, which says, "So he intended to drive them from the land," referring to Pharaoh, "but we drowned him and those with him all together."
Because why? Because they became terrorists. They were terrorizing the land.
Well, I think that is a
Have you read the
controversial.
entire
Anyway,
story?
he told them. Well, actually, he didn't want them to leave because he would lose his labor force, right?
He persecuted them.
Well, he basically, okay, the Jews after the time of Joseph lived quite well because they were well regarded, but then, you know, things went bad and then they were enslaved and then I guess, you know, Pharaoh put them to work building his pyramids or something. And basically Moses said, we're not standing up, we're not putting up with these terrible working conditions anymore. We're off. And Pharaoh said, no, you can't go. And then, but, you know, because of the, you know, the curses, the pestilence, and whatever.
This
he
has
finally let
nothing
them
to
go.
do.
Yes,
This has
yes,
nothing
but
to do with Israelis deserving to live in the land. This verse has nothing remotely to do with
but the
that.
point is, the verse in 104 says, "Dwell in the land, and when there comes a promise of the hereafter, we will bring you forth in one gathering."
Yes.
So,
what does that mean?
yeah,
What does that
well, this
mean?
is controversial, but it
How?
sounds to
No,
me that
it's
it
not.
means.
Are you dumb? No. 1 second. 1
No,
second.
I'm
I
not,
actually think you have
because
some
it's
sort of mental
controversial.
disability.
You'll say, okay, who does it mean then? When he says, we will bring you forth in one gathering. We shall bring you as a crowd gathered out of
Jews
various nations. There are
dwell
7
in the land.
translations. We gathered you together in a mingled crowd. We will bring you together in judgment. We would then
Oh
gather
my
them all
goodness,
together
man.
on the day of judgment.
Okay, Claire, can I just ask you, what would you define as Zionism?
Bro, she's running away from the point, and nowhere in that place, when it's land, I've explained this to you 3 times. The context, nowhere does it say that the Jews are given a specific piece of land. Right? Pharaoh did not live in modern day Palestine.
But the borders of the Torah are of Israel are defined in the Torah. So that okay, they can just say, oh, well, we don't care about your.
Who wrote the
we
Torah?
care about ours.
No,
And the
Claire,
Torah,
Claire,
yeah,
shut up. They're
and the
not going to go on
Quran
for 30
acknowledges the
minutes. They're
Torah.
not going to go on for 30 minutes. Who wrote the Torah?
They will say God.
No, you're saying that this book that the Jews use is an authority. So I'd like
Well,
to
for the
ask you.
Jews, it would be.
So you believe that God wrote the book?
Well, and God confirms by talking about the children of Israel and talking about
Who?
Israel.
Who confirms?
Are you a theist
God,
now?
according to the Quran, by referring to the children of
No,
Israel.
you're wrong. This is what I mean. You're literally an ignoramus. That's what you are. You think the Quran says.
How so?
You think the Quran says that the Torah that the Jews have today is from God?
Well, the Quran acknowledges the Gospels and the Torah.
Nah,
does
she's
it
low
not?
IQ, man. No, you hear.
Okay, well,
Yo.
which
We're done.
verse? I mean,
We're done.
Let's cool down a little bit.
This friendly Muslim, you can take over, bro.
All right.
I'm losing brain cells.
Okay, deep breath, brothers and sisters. Right. Okay. Can you let's start from the basics. So, what do you define as Zionism? Claire.
The idea that Jews have a right to their homeland.
Okay. Now, as most rabbis even say, that would be based on the Torah you're suggesting.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Has the Torah been changed or manipulated in any way?
Jews would say not. Muslims would say yes.
No, actually, most rabbis have indicated that it has had changes. So I've posted an article on Twitter, I think it was, and something is that most rabbis identify the changes that have happened in the Torah. Now, their right to land or their right to dwell within the land, I think that's the contentious part, essentially, where a land was given. But I don't see the problem is, how can you argue that point when you don't believe in the God that gave them that divine order either?
I don't have to believe in any God. I just have to refer to these verses in the Quran talking about Israel and the children of Israel. I mean, what could God have meant in that verse 104? Dwell in the land You know, dwell in what land? It must
what
be,
do you think
know,
dwelling in a
Israel.
land means?
Well, I'm assuming it means Israel. I mean, what
does
land do you
dwelling
think
in a
it's
man?
referring to?
Well, what does the term dwell? Let's look at that. What does dwelling in a land mean from a societal
Residing,
basis?
inhabiting, living there.
Okay, so that doesn't mean taking then, does it?
Well, you have to take it in order to dwell in it, yes?
Is that a right to take it? See, that's where we fall apart.
Well, I'm saying it's already happened, you know, and you want them to just leave. I'm saying
No,
they're
I
not
think
going
they're
to
separate
just
points. I
leave.
think we need to establish what the dwelling in the land means.
It just means living there. You can dwell there
And what
after
land
you
is the
have
question about,
invaded
friendly
it
Muslim?
and whatever.
Friendly Muslim, can you enlighten us in the chat as to what land it's talking about?
According to Claire, she would say, but I mean, my point is dwelling. That is to live. That is not to take.
No, but where though? I mean, if we look at it, the Jews crossed the Red Sea during the time of Moses, right? When they were being persecuted and chased by Pharaoh. And where did they stay? Oh my goodness, they stayed in the Sinai Peninsula, or current day Egypt. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. That sounds a lot like Palestine. If I'm told to dwell in Egypt, does that mean I can go to Palestine, and just take over their land? Wow. Wow. I mean, this is just a high IQ take. Like I'm feeling so smart with this, you know, like, oh yeah, man, like, I can't, bro. Honestly, I'm sorry.
It's a valid point,
Look,
man. When you broke it down and slow it down.
No. This is actually reached peak like trigger point, man. I'm actually gone, bro. I'm sorry. Yo, Khalilullah, call me tomorrow, okay? Inshallah.
Inshallah.
And, tell me the situation, brother. 'Cause I can't stay here with Claire. I'm sorry. Salam, guys.
It's all good. Salam
Good night.
alaikum.
Salam.
Okay, so I think we've established that a dwelling means to live peacefully, and we've also established that it doesn't mean Israel either. So, you know, I think that's something we can review. I mean, Claire, how do you feel about reviewing that point?
Oh, it doesn't specify any condition about, you know, not having invaded or whatever, you know. There is the problem of, you know, 104, you know, to dwell. You can dwell peacefully after you've kicked everyone out, yes. You can dwell peacefully after you've made peace with the people there without killing anyone. You know, all sorts of possibilities exist. And you know, I know you feel you have to take a certain point about it, but I mean, to say that, you know, all the Jews have to leave is not exactly going to, well, make them more likely to agree with you, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, they will say, well, our religion was, you know, for yours. And your holy book acknowledges our existence and our land. So what are you going to say to that?
Well, it doesn't, and even Jews. It just out of interest, you should go to Jews for Palestine. They're on Twitter. I just came across them recently, and they actually argue that the Zeds have taken over the religion of Judaism, and Judaism does not support their actions. So, you know, I fully support Jews for Palestine, which again looks for equity amongst people, you know, and not.
I am saying that they should live under Sharia. I've said to Israeli Jews that they should live under Sharia, and if they did, then you lot would get off their case. And of course, it's unthinkable for them, right? You know, they can't bear the idea. But I mean, that's enough to you know, be food for thought. That could be a negotiating point, because actually a lot of Jews, Israelis, don't like Globo Homo. They hate it. Even the Jews in Tel Aviv, the heterosexual ones, complain that the gays in Tel Aviv are getting a bit too much for them, because they're too well, they're too many, they're too bold, they do their thing everywhere. There are lots of conservative Jews who don't agree with globo homo. So you could persuade them if you were being a bit friendlier and not threatening to kick them out. They might see, well, okay, so this is the argument I make with Jews. It's like, you've got 36 capital offenses. God never rescinded those capital offenses. Therefore, if God exists, then any of you Jews who are guilty of any of the 36 capital offenses will presumably be punished in your afterlife. And there are 4 methods of execution, which is strangulation, beheading, stoning, and death by fire. These are not pleasant prospects, and these include, little things like breaking the Sabbath, being a rude and disobedient, a drunken, disobedient son. And the most interesting thing is for being a citizen of a city that has gone astray. And this means a city that has gone over to idolatry. And we also know that Orthodox Jews regard Christianity as idolatry. And half the Jews in existence in the world live in the West. The West is part of Christendom. So, I don't know how many generations of Jews have lived and died as, citizens of a city that has gone astray. So, they had better watch it if they really believe in the afterlife. And if they say they don't care, then, they're just atheists LARPing as Jews. They basically got nowhere to run. They don't want a Torah theocracy because it's too harsh and they can't keep up with it. And basically, all the laws of Israel, what they're trying to do now is well, there is a conflict within Israel because the secular Jews don't want to live like the religious Jews, and basically they kind of want them out of the way, and they just want to be Israeli citizens living under liberal democracy with global homo, and they don't want to live as a theocracy. So the idea that Jews could kind of compromise and go the middle way and live under Sharia will be well, they won't like it, and the argument can be made again and again, and that's more fun than telling them that they have to leave Israel, which of course they will just make them dig their heels in further. So that and if they're suffering from bad stuff, then it must be because of their idolatry, because a lot half the Jews in existence are secular Jews. So I guess if God exists, then he would be plenty mad at them, as well as the Christians who've been practicing idolatry and blasphemy all over the world with their 3 Christian global empires. So, there's a lot of idolatry, all over the world, and maybe Jews and Muslims haven't done enough to challenge it.
But you're not against idolatry, are you?
I'm saying it's a natural inclination. People just want to look at things and worship them and possess them, and it's as I don't know, all the other sins that we might fall into, such as pride, gluttony, sloth, lust, and the 7 deadly sins. So Islam's position against idolatry is quite mild. It just says in the Quran, why worship idols that can neither help nor harm you? It doesn't say execute you for being idolaters. While the Torah actually says, if you're a Jew and you bow before idols, the death is execution, because that's what it says in the Torah.
So how do you define sins?
Well, sin is what you're told by God not to do. But it could be thought crime. But obviously you can't, prosecute thought crime, so it has to manifest itself in, acts of lust that are actually, sexual offences, or, thinking of wanting to kill somebody and actually carrying it out, so you'd be guilty of murder. Sin could be a thought, but in practice we can only prosecute people who've actually committed crimes.
What do you think the characteristics of God is, from an agnostic point of view?
Well, God would just be an idea, I would say God is a hypothetical supreme authority, but even atheists have to acknowledge, because they have to acknowledge that this idea exists for them to say, he doesn't exist. It's not true. It's like saying, you have to conceive of a unicorn, a leprechaun, or ghost, fairies, to say that they don't exist. So the idea has to first exist for you to deny it. And I'm saying, the idea of the Abrahamic God is well, intensely seductive to actually a lot of people who do want to believe in God, but they don't quite dare because the culture is against it. But I think it could easily flip if people who believe in God become more powerful, because there are lots of people who will just go with the most powerful people, just to be mainstream, because they don't want to be on the fringes.
This is why I say you need to talk to Richard Madsen, because he defines God exactly the same as you just did. A set of ideals.
And so is it cherry picking those ideals to manufacture your God from your perspective when you're an agnostic?
I haven't manufactured any God. I'm saying that the concept of the Abrahamic God definitely exists, and I acknowledge the concept, and I refuse to argue about whether he exists or not, because it's a waste of time. I prefer to focus on saying that we should obey his laws, even if we don't believe, because that's the only way to create a stable society with stable laws that most people will think is fair enough, because it supports marriage and family values. Which even if you don't exist, even if God doesn't exist and you don't believe in him, you would agree that your society, your civilization, you'd like it to continue, your nation, whatever. You have some idea of protecting your group, even if you're an atheist, unless you don't care. And if you don't care, your opinion can be dismissed.
Can I ask, Claire, it's a little off topic, but what is the strongest argument that you've heard that would point you more towards, and I don't think there's any one argument that proves the existence of God, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But I would just ask you, what is the most convincing argument that you've heard that made you question the existence of God, or is there one?
Well, I suppose it's called theodicy, isn't it? It's like, if God exists, he wouldn't allow evil. This is so evil. How can God allow such a thing? I hate him. I deny his existence. I mean, that's how atheists think, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. No, I'm not saying against the existence of God. Like, obviously, you do not believe in God. Have you been presented with an argument that got the gears turning, that you were like, maybe this does, amount to something?
Oh, you mean have I been given an argument for God's existence? I said it to you earlier. That this one, we are here because there was a creation, and we are part of creation because there was a creation. There must have been a creator, and that creator was God. That's the most powerful argument, I would say. I mean, you can only dispute it by saying, that God, whoever it was, he created the universe and died, or he isn't the Abrahamic God. He doesn't care about us. You can deny the attributes of the Abrahamic God, and the Abrahamic God is supposed to be perfectly moral. So,
So if I was then, because I think that if you're saying that that's the strongest argument, I would argue that that's an extremely weak argument. And obviously I think that the arguments that I propose are strong arguments. So I'm
not familiar with your arguments.
Exactly. Yeah. And my arguments are, like I said, I was an atheist for 12 years. So my arguments are based a lot differently than what you would say is the strongest argument that's been proposed to you, because that argument did nothing for me when I was an atheist. Right. So, I mean, and I know you say you're not necessarily interested in even arguing or talking about the existence of God, but I truly believe that you're open-minded and you can receive different arguments in a different manner, that you may actually be able to come to the idea that God exists. And once you're at the idea that God exists, if you believe that the Quran itself is the moral pinnacle when it comes to how a society should be run, that you would say, okay, well then if I believe in God and I believe that the Quran is the best way for us to live, then this Quran is from God, and then you would just be a full-fledged Muslim at that point.
Yes, I mean, I'm saying, that is the best religion if you think about it, because, if you think about the most effective religion, you would have to say Judaism, because Jews are the world's most ancient and powerful tribe, and even these powerful Christians and these powerful Muslims who've acquired empire and been around for a while, they're always complaining about Jews, right? So so Jews kind of are this sort of eternal irritant to the Gentile, and then they can't deny that Christianity and Islam are derived from Judaism, or even culturally appropriated from Judaism. I mean, the Jews would say that. And so, the competition between the three Abrahamic faiths is that, the Jews are going to say, we're the original and the best, and the Muslims are going to say, we're the final and, least restrictive. And then I guess the Christians will say, we are the ones with the three global empires. So, we are king. I guess all these arguments can be made.
Okay,
but these are political arguments.
I would love to get into those discussions with you about the existence of God and the arguments that brought me from atheism to Islam, right? And you are already 10 steps ahead of where I was, because you already accept the Quran, right? So I'm pushing right now. It's almost pushing 9 hours of this stream.
Okay.
And it's now 6 o'clock in the morning, and it's starting to be light out, and I have to pray Fajr before it's sunrise.
All right.
So I have to end the stream soon, but I would like to speak with you. Like, if you see these streams, me and Isa do these streams almost every single night, and I stay up till 6 o'clock in the morning all night long on these streams. I would like you, if you are interested, to come back, and I can present you arguments that me as an atheist were convinced by, and I have convinced other atheists by these arguments.
Sure.
If that's
sure,
something
I'd be
that
happy
you
to
would
come
be.
back. Yeah. I'd be very happy to come back. Thank you for asking me.
Inshallah, sounds like a plan.
Yeah, because I mean, she's halfway there.
Yeah, I mean, she's put arguments forward for Sharia better than most Muslims.
Better than most Muslims have, like, subhanallah.
Yeah, so and yeah, I think you should hear Khalil's arguments also. I think they're very solid. I think it'd be very interesting and fruitful for all.
Yeah, basically what I do is I make an argument that there is something that's necessary for all existence, that everything that we have, my headphones here have an explanation for why, how, and why they exist, right? And we go back all the way to saying that there's something fundamental and necessary. And this is very, very summarized. There's, like I said, I bring a lot of nuance to my argument because I don't want to bring baggage as claims without unpacking it first. So I want to unpack everything to justify, once we get to talking about this thing we call God, I already want everything to be laid out prior to that. So I'm not coming to you with all this baggage that then we have to unpack later. So I just argue that there's something fundamental and necessary. Once we get there, we have some type of necessary existence. Then I argue that this necessary existence cannot be limited, because if it was limited in any way, it wouldn't be necessary. So then now you have something that is necessary and that it's not limited with its attributes at all. So then it has omniscience, omnipotence, omnipresence, all these things to not be limited. And then from there, I mean, you're at God, right? Why are you still an atheist is my last question that I ask. And I can make another argument that a mind is necessary to ground all truth. I have an argument for that also. Very nuanced. These are all very summarized points that I'm bringing up. But if we are to go through those, and if we are to go through those arguments, then I think you'd be at the point where you would have to question whether there is some type of necessary being, and then you would just tie that into what you think is the best way for us to live our lives, that this actually came from that necessary being, and then alhamdulillah, I think you would take your shahada right then.
Well, I mean, this made me think about what you just said, proving the existence of God. Is that, it's interesting that the Quran actually describes what sounds like the Big Bang, and scientists, say that the universe was created by a Big Bang. And then I noticed a debate when somebody, this atheist who talked about the Big Bang, and this theist said, well, who caused the Big Bang? And the atheist just couldn't answer. And of course, the correct answer, if you're a theist, is that God caused the Big Bang. And then that's it. It neatly solves this existential problem of attributing the existence of the universe. Okay, we can agree on the Big Bang, who caused the Big Bang, and then the atheists will be silent. The Big Bang caused itself, or something else, something like that. And the theist can say God caused the Big Bang. Of course, who else?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, Claire, I'm going to go ahead and there's one more person in the back. I'm just going to have him come up for a few minutes. Like I said, I got to shut this down real quick.
Okay. Thank you for having me. I'll
Absolutely. Hopefully we can change your mind about this whole Zionist thing, because obviously we're diametrically opposed at that. But inshallah, come on back and we'll have a discussion about God and the existence of God, and we'll move from there. But I appreciate it, Claire.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Nice speaking to you, Claire, as well.
I can't wait for Issa to go back and watch this. He's going to be punching his computer
rest,
monitor. Huh? Yeah, I've been 9 hours now.
9 hours, bro. It's a record.
It's what we do. It's what we do around here. And now I got to go through the whole entire video and try and clip out certain things to put on TikTok to show highlights of the discussions.
Hold on, clip my part out, because the Moroccan girl, she kicked my ass. So clip that part out.
Oh, that was Issa's wife, right?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's his wife.
I didn't get it. I didn't get a chance. I didn't get a chance to really get my argument out there, so I didn't like how that sounded. I watched it back, and then my mic, something happened to my mic, so.
And then you took off.
She kind of got the best of me. I ain't like the playback.
Yeah. She was on Issa's third account, his Yeehaw Buddy account.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, she's Moroccan, but she has an English accent.
Okay. Yeah, she said she was raised in the UK for a little while, I believe. England, she said.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. But I was like sitting here in the back, like, Shah, be careful. Like, things get too heated, you're messing with Issa's wife. Like, but look, right, you know how he can get.
I'm not too familiar with like the difference between Moors and Muslims. That's why I kind of came on. I was really just trying to learn, because I know a lot of guys that wear the fez, and but I'm not too well versed in like Moorish history. That's why I was asking, like, what's the difference? Because I know some brothers will say, like, they'll make a specific distinction in saying I'm a Moor, rather than just a Muslim. I don't know if they're claiming it, like she said, through bloodline, or just the religious aspect, like Noble Drew Ali. I'm not, but
there's a brother called Sadat, the Canadian brother, and he does an interview with a Moor. Sadat, the Canadian brother, he's a YouTuber, Muslim YouTuber, and he actually interviews a Moor, because I wasn't familiar either, and he sort of goes through the differences, and they have quite an open discussion about where they're based at, where the differences are, and where it goes wrong and transgresses, because I think with Moors it's more racially and ethnically based also.
Right.
Yeah. So
yes, that's right.
Yeah. So then, as Muslims, there is no distinction in race, only piety.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where the transgression comes from. Is it Moorism, or is it just called?
I'm not sure. I
don't know anything about it.
where I'm from in New Jersey, like I don't even see a lot. Like I've probably only bumped into like 2 Moors in my life, but I'll see them on like on the internet, like in different places. But a Muslim isn't hard to find, but I don't really know like how Moors practice. I'm not familiar with like their whole system or how they move in the streets or anything like that. So she was kind of like giving me like insight on them because I wasn't sure about that.
Yeah, well, you might be able to catch us tonight if you come back.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the chat shaking the table.
Yeah, of course you are. just
gotta
when
stop
you show up in the
timing me
chat,
out, man.
just keep an eye on Issa's face when he sees you pop into the backstage.
Right,
He's like,
but see, the
oh,
chat gotta
shit, here we
understand.
go.
Like, if know me, I make it exciting for them. They need because the Christians don't come up here. The Christians act like they scared of y'all.
They are.
They never in the chat. So without me, it's like, who you guys gonna, trade shots with? If I'm not shaking the table, it's like, we're the Christians.
Yeah, the Christians. I mean, like this is episode 79 of Looking for Trouble, right? So it's starting to get to the point to where you don't see any atheists coming up here when I'm here, and you don't see a lot of Christians coming up here when Issa or myself are here, because I mean we just run circles around them.
Well, one thing I noticed
they just stop showing up.
One thing I noticed on just YouTube overall, I never really see atheists get into debates or even have like YouTube pages like the Christians do or like the Muslims do. So I doubt you guys will ever have like a bold enough or like a worthy opponent as far as the atheist goes, because I never really see them poking their chest out about anything. Like they may comment, but they don't really engage.
It's because they focus most of their time on Christianity, and when they come to debate a Muslim, they look like a complete fool because they bring all that Christian vibe over to us and try and impose their ideologies on our system. And then we show them, what are you talking about? You're arguing against this, but we don't even believe in what you're arguing against. So what are you even saying?
Okay, so you're saying
Like,
they really
talking about
their energy on the Christians more so than
exactly, yeah. And you don't come, they don't come across Muslims that are ready to argue, that are ready to present arguments. And me, I specialize in that because I was an atheist, a hard atheist for 12 years. Like I know their arguments. I know every response that they're going to have to everything that I have to say. And I present the arguments that I didn't have responses to. That's what I do now as a Muslim, is I present the arguments that I couldn't respond to. And they have
the
nowhere
Christians,
to go.
the only Christian page that I see like where he's talking almost like he is in debate mode is what's the guy, Arabian Prince? That's his name. Man, I think it's Arabian
Christian
Prince. Yeah, Christian Prince. But he doesn't engage. He just talks. He doesn't.
Yeah. No, I've tried to call his Skype. Everybody tells me I need to go debate him, and I've tried to debate him before.
I told him, I said, yo, you need to jump on the Muslim stream. His page, they blocked me. He doesn't debate. He's just like a talker. He just like
he just likes an echo chamber. He likes to flap his gums without anybody objecting to him.
Right. He's not gonna, because I tried to debate him about Christianity, and they blocked me. They kicked me right out there.
Yeah. What do you even hold to, Shah?
I at my age, I don't really, I tell you guys, like I grew up, I went to Catholic school my whole life. My first name is I have a Muslim first name. I'll let you guess what that is. You specifically. And my grandmom, like my family just been in the Christian church my whole life. I really, once I got older, I can't say that I subscribe to a specific religion because I feel like, just through my journey, I've dabbled in all of them, trying to learn them and, find my way. So just now, at this age, I won't say that I don't believe that I have a specific religion. I do believe, even with the atheist thing, I seen you talking like people, I do believe in the energy. I don't know if it's a high power. I don't know if it's a Allah, a God, but I do believe that there's that energy whatever you may call it, runs the world, and most of the time when I'm on these forums and I'm trying to, bring light to the foundation of all three religions or any religion, to me is just I'm basically just saying that we all, we're all kind of like believing in at the base level the same thing, which is a higher power that guides us, and tries to, get us through life in a righteous way. None of us will ever be perfect, but we all striving for that. Now the semantics as far as, surahs or Bible verses, we could argue that all day, but at the end of the day, we all just striving for righteousness and, good over evil, most of us, but I don't really subscribe to anything. I really feel like I'm weird because I'm a millennial. I really feel like I'm everything some days. Like I'm Christian, I'm Muslim, I'm everything, because I feel like with or without an ideology or religion, I'm trying to live righteous. I raised my son. I'm not out here harming anybody. So to me, that's me being on my dean almost. That's me, practicing discipline and,
Sure.
So I can't say that one day I'll let you guys talk me into putting on the kufi, and I'll even post my picture when I was 3 years old with my kufi on for you guys. If you could convince me to become Muslim, I'll post that for you guys. My mom has it. My mom still has it on her wall. It's a picture of me with a whole kufi. And my mom was actually dating a guy that was Muslim when I was probably 3 years old. So she dabbled in it after being in the Christian church her whole life. So, but she never stayed with Islam, She went back to like Christianity, but yeah, that's it. Like I said, later I'll be here to shake the table, but I'm really just gonna tune in for like the atheist talk. I probably won't. I had no intention on shaking the table today, but
gotcha. You missed it. We Issa's best friend came on, like his lifelong best friend came on, who's a avid flat earther.
Okay.
And I sat and debated him for a while. That
the
was
flat
interesting.
Earth, the flat Earth conversation is like, yeah, it's tricky. It's a tricky
Not for me. Not for me. I got one question that nobody can ever answer. So you have a disc, and I'll do this real quick, and then I got to jump off because I got to get some freaking sleep.
Yeah, go ahead. Last couple minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So there's this thing right here. If you can see your screen, like on one side is the sun, the other side is supposed to be the moon. I know this one doesn't show the moon, but the moon's supposed to be directly on the other side, right?
Right.
So do you know what a lunar eclipse is?
No, not fully. I know I've heard of it, but it's been a while.
A lunar eclipse is when the Earth gets in between the sun and the moon.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work with a flat Earth model?
That's the thing. I'm not too sure what they mean by flat Earth. Like, are they saying like?
Well, they believe that
across?
the Earth. No, we're just literally stationary in space. There's a disk that we call Earth, and that disk on the outside, that's Antarctica, right? And it's not a continent, but it's literally basically a wall that keeps all the water inside. And then you have the sun that's up here and the moon on the other side, and they just basically travel in circles, 180 degrees from each other, and they just travel in circles, round and round you go. And that's the model. So
right.
In this model, the sun and the moon are actually smaller than the disk that is the Earth itself.
Right.
How do you get the Earth in between both of those?
Any flat Earth, anybody that believes the Earth is flat, I'm not denying it because I never seen it, but I just tell them, like, if you ever been on a plane, you could kind of like literally see. They have videos on YouTube. You could see the oval, But again, I've watched videos of them. I don't know what they're looking at or what they see, or I don't know what their premise is. I don't want to call them crazy. To each his own, but I'm not seeing the flat. I'm not seeing evidence of a flat Earth. I think
what they do is they try and poke holes in the heliocentric model, and from there they come up with these crazy conspiracies on everything else and try and fill in the gaps from there. But there's so many holes and so many issues. Like I told him, I was in the military. I worked with satellites specifically.
Right.
The mathematics that work with satellites is on a globe Earth model with a 15-degree offset. for the rotation of the Earth itself. How are satellites working? And he's just saying, well, satellites are just being held up by weather balloons. Well, can you prove that?
Yeah, I'm not sure their logic, because like I said, even with telescopes, like everything, I had a guy tell me like, oh well, we only see it like round from a telescope because of the way the telescope is built. So I'm just like, like, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't know their logic towards that. I kind of leave that topic alone because it's like,
I'll pretty much debate anything that I have any decent amount of knowledge on. That's why when it came to the whole Moroccan, discussion, I keep my mouth shut because I don't know shit about it. Like I'm just gonna stay quiet.
I had a deep conversation about that, as far as the I'm big on history. The history of, that's why I kept asking in the chat, like, where was she from? But I was kind of like where she was at. I like where she took the conversation, because I was more interested in learning about the difference between a Moor and a Muslim. So I didn't really take it to where that, but I was in the chat asking. I wanted to know where she was from, because I had a debate about that. Who were the original Moors? But this a Muslim channel, so I didn't really want to take it there. That's more history, I want to, it's your guy, it's y'all forum, so I'll let y'all kind of control the convo.
Well, Issa, he's the one that deals with scripture and whatnot, and I deal with philosophy. So if you ever want to dive into that,
even had just the flat earth. I was kind of shocked that you guys. I was like, that's why I said in the chat. I was like, oh, this is a different night, or the love. Y'all was talking about love earlier.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh, what am I watching? But I'm like, that's good though. The broaden the horizon. There's nothing wrong with broadening the convo.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want the conversations to get stagnant, because a lot of times when it's a Christian, it's always Trinity, crucifixion. It's the same thing day in and day out, which, don't get me wrong, I absolutely enjoy having those conversations and showing how they're wrong. And then, providing arguments for Islam and the Quran and things like that. But, you got to have these other topics. You got to have flat earth come in here. You got to have some historical, social, like the one who was just on here, Claire Call.
Yeah.
I don't know how long you've been in here, but Claire Call is an atheist who believes in the Quran, who believes that Sharia law should be implemented worldwide. So she holds to Sharia law, but yet she doesn't believe in God.
That's different.
Yeah, definitely. Plus, she's a Zionist also. Figure that.
Right.
Figure that. So I'm like,
I caught it at the last unpacking minute. To do on the next conversation.
I caught her at the last minute. I thought she was Muslim at first, but I only caught her like towards.
She wears a niqab. She talks about how violent robberies should result in cutting off of the hands and feet, and she's full-fledged. She's more extreme with the Sharia than most Muslims are. Yeah, it's
I even
weird.
got scared for a moment.
Yeah,
that's different.
yeah, SubhanAllah. Like it's crazy. But all right, guys, I'm gonna jump off of here. I gotta
get some rest too. I just got in the house, man. I just saw y'all still up, and I jumped on. But
yeah, of course. All right, friendly Muslim. Walaikum salam. Thank you for coming on, brother. Inshallah, we'll see you
later
whenever you show up.
Yeah, I'll be back tonight.
All right, bro. Have a good one. All right, guys. Well, that's the end to another long-lasting night of good discussion. I hope you guys liked it. I know that Claire Call can get quite upsetting at times with some of the things that she says, but here's my thing. When it comes to giving dawah and having discussions with people, you shouldn't really give up. I know that the Bible says, you try it. If not, you dust your feet off, move to the next town, right? But if you look back at Abu Bakr, the lifelong, the friend of the Prophet, peace be upon him, his right hand man. Abu Bakr's father was a non-Muslim for 21 years after the revelation started. 21 years, and I promise you, they were giving dawah to Abu Bakr's father. And after 21 years, he finally came to the fold of Islam, alhamdulillah. So we can't give up on these people. We have to keep being as professional and polite. And, you know, I don't think Claire Call has any ill will or ill intent. She has her beliefs. They're diametrically opposed to ours. I was happy that she said that she's not a proponent of what Israel is currently doing to Palestine right now. But I think there's some headway that we can make with her, inshallah. You know, it's all up to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but maybe if I give her some arguments, she'll believe in God. And if she believes in God and she already believes in the Quran and Sharia, easy peasy. You know, we'll get a shahada right there, and we'll have Claire Call come into the fold of Islam, and you know, things will be good, inshallah. But my back hurts. I've been sitting on some wicker furniture for the last 9 hours and 21 minutes, so I'm gonna jump off of here. I'm gonna pray Fajr real quick and get some sleep, wake up, and get right back on here with you guys, inshallah. So thank you guys for everything that you do. Please like and subscribe to the channel. If you want to donate to the channel to help us out, you can either on my channel or Issa Dawa's, whichever one you like best, whichever one you want to donate to. You can join YouTube member on YouTube, or I have a Patreon. All the links are in the description below. Thank you for everybody that gave the super chats. Those are one-time donations that you can give, and we always make sure we put it up on the screen, answer a question if a question comes along with it. But inshallah, we'll have some more good discussions here coming soon. And if you guys have anything, you can always email us at ki.gauntlet@gmail.com. We'll take a look at it. If you want any of the arguments that I use or Issa uses, we'd be more than happy to spread the love and give you guys all the arguments like in paper form. So inshallah, you know, we will see you guys tonight, and have a wonderful day, wonderful night, wherever you guys are in this beautiful place that we call Earth, which is a globe. But we will see you tonight. With that being said, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.